So this is the space where our voice is heard, and we give you the headlines and the latest in black news and views. I'm Romeo along with Cece, who you can catch me in the mornings at 935 K-Day with our family, Kane and Brianna.
Yes, in today's report, we'll talk Mothers of the Movement and find out who allegedly helped burn down the Minneapolis Police Department.
We'll also talk Adidas, weddings, and protest.
Plus, we'll fill you in on an upcoming Foxhole Town Hall. Let's get liberated, let's get free, and we will share with you the outcomes and the power of protest.
It is our voice and our truth, so let's get to it.
Trayvon Martin's mother, Sabrina Fulton, has announced that she is officially qualified to run for public office and is now a candidate for Miami-Dade County Commissioner for District 1 in her hometown of Miami Gardens, Florida.
Yes.
Wow. Nice. I love that.
Now, Fulton joins a small group of mothers, including Representative Lucy McBeth, mother of Jordan Davis, and Leslie McSpadden, mother of Michael Brown. These mothers ran for public office after their sons were murdered at the hands of white men. Now, Sabrina Fulton joined the families of Eric Garner, Botham Jean, and Ahmaud Arbery at the funeral of George Floyd, where they received a standing ovation. Reverend Al Sharpton paid tribute to the family during the eulogy, asking them to stand.
I must also recognize several families are here that came at great sacrifice, but they wanted to be here to be part of this because they understand the pain better than anyone because they've gone through the pain. And I think that we should recognize the mother of Trayvon Martin. Will you stand? The mother of Eric Garner. Will you stand?
The nation
Yes.
should stand for them.
Just so emotional, and I feel like, you know, we definitely honor them and we show them respect, but this was a time nationally that they needed to be showed respect in front of the world.
Absolutely. And you got to understand, like, when things move on, when they're home alone and they think about how they still don't have their son or their daughter with them, how that hurt would never go away. As we still try to find justice for most of these cases.
And even during this pandemic, the fact that they were still able to come together and support one another is just so moving to me because, like we said on a radio show earlier, Kane, we're going through multiple different pandemics, right?
Multiple, trying to end this COVID and end racism. And the part that really hurts about these mothers are, let's keep it G, they shouldn't know each other. They shouldn't know of each other. They should just be black women raising their sons.
Not on these terms.
But they have been brought together due to the fact that they all share a common link in which they lost their sons due to white supremacy and brutality, and that's the part that always hurts. So it's bittersweet for me just to see these beautiful black women together, but the reason why that they are together and there continues to be more mothers coming together is the fact that we are losing them at the hands of just cowardly white men.
Yes, and when you see Trayvon Martin's mother running for Dade County, that's very inspiring, and that's hopeful because that's what we need in our communities to bring about the change. Someone that understands it, unfortunately had to go through it, but can move forward and get that community to a better place.
And because she understands it, because she lived through it, because she experienced it, I think that she's going to have so much passion in office. She's going to have so much passion driving her. And that is somebody we need. And that's somebody we needed a long time ago.
Yes, representation is very important. And we speak on the fact of voting at the local level because it starts local and then it rises to state, national, federal.
Right.
So if we get somebody like her who experiences this, then she's going to attack gun laws. She's going to attack that ludicrous stand your ground law, as ridiculous as that is. She's going to be somebody to fight for the people and, more importantly, fight for our people, fight for us, and to get us these justices.
And this is why it's so important to vote, friends. As you see, Trayvon Martin's mother, she won the election, and we need to continue to vote right now. Seriously, wherever you're located, continue to vote. We need the betterment. We need justice for our communities. We need to keep fighting.
Yeah. And Bree's already speaking it into fruition, okay?
Yes,
she's going to win the election.
She's going to win the election.
filed to run for
exactly.
office.
I'm already looking
But
ahead.
we looking ahead already, baby.
We
She gonna
gotta
make
put
that
that
change.
out there.
And listen, we got to get all our soulmates behind her. All
Yes,
the
we do.
soulmates need to be
Yeah.
behind her.
Yes.
Get out
Yes,
there
please.
and vote.
Yes, if
Definitely.
you're watching this in District 1 in Miami Gardens, you already know what you need to do come November.
And if you watch
Yeah.
this all over the United States, you know what our push is. It's about bringing black and brown to light. It's about bringing about change
Right.
that we've been longing for in this world, man.
And in order to get change, here's the thing: we have to have a seat at the table.
There you go.
You know what I'm
we do.
saying?
Definitely.
She has a seat at the table. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
she
saying?
gets
So we
that.
definitely need a seat at the table to create change.
And now she finna eat. Let's eat. Let's get it.
I'm with it all the way. Yes.
We're going to eat. We're going to bring about change. And I really feel good about what's going on in America as far as the protesting. I
Right.
feel like, we yearn for this change, and we feel like, oh, it's not going to happen. I feel like something's going to happen this time.
Yep,
man.
we
Yes,
are
I
living
do
through
too.
history, folks. We are living
Man.
through history.
Yes, we are.
I love it. I love it. So, everybody get out there, vote. We got to back up Sabrina's
Yes.
soulmates. We're counting on
Yes.
you.
Yes.
Now, an arrest has been issued made in the burning of the Minneapolis police precinct. Brandon Wolf, who's 23 years old from St. Paul, is the first person to be charged in connection with the building fire. And hundreds of businesses were damaged in South Minneapolis and St. Paul in the aftermath of Floyd's death on Memorial Day.
That guy does not have any pigment or hue on him. It's almost like we were saying the whole time that it wasn't anybody with pigment or hue burning down everything. Can we bring up that picture of Brandon M. Wolf
Oh
once
my
again?
God.
Just so we
Once
something
That's
about
the
this
guy that
gentleman.
did it, huh?
Yeah, that's the guy that burnt
But
it.
they're quick to say that we're out there not really protesting. We just want to loot. We want to bring damage to our city. No.
Yeah,
I mean,
Yeah, is he a cop? What is
Why is
what
he dressed
he?
like-
we don't understand.
My
That's a good
man's
question.
my man's got on my Fisher Price first stealth kit right now out here
my
causing
God.
he
havoc.
looks similar to the guy that was at the AutoZone with
Right.
everything covered up, and who was a white
Well, as
man.
soon as I saw a picture of him, I just thought first thing that came to my mind is provocateur.
yeah,
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
provocateur.
Let's
Yeah,
bring up
first
that
thing
picture
to
one
mind.
more time. I just want to see what he looks like.
Can we bring it up one more time,
more
please?
time.
You guys
Let's
arrested
see
for
it.
burning down
Look at him.
Minneapolis. Look at that,
Yeah.
man. Yeah,
Yeah.
Now, that's true. Now, when they arrested this guy, why was the knee not on his neck?
Yeah, he looks.
Why
like
was
he's
he not
standing up
pinned to
just
the
fine.
ground?
Yeah, he's just standing up.
Why
and
does he
looking
have
around.
a perfect little photo of him? I wish we could bring it back up. I want to see it again.
We all know
I
why.
wanna
We
see
all
it.
know why.
Yeah,
Man.
We all know why.
So,
Yes.
so this guy committed arson. Okay, he committed. He set it off, committed arson, and burnt down a police building.
A
and
police
again,
building.
And now you see him in cuffs, just chilling. This is what we mean,
Yeah.
America.
Standing
as far
up
as,
at
like,
that, not even on the ground.
Yeah, there's two different justices, two different ways of taking the people in, and that shouldn't happen. Somebody who allegedly paid with a fake dollar bill should not be dead.
And
Not
people,
at all.
and,
God
and
who
then
burnt
people
down
wonder
police
why
is
we're
alive.
so angry. You know,
And
why
we're
are you
so
guys so
frustrated.
angry? The reason why we're angry is because we see pictures like this.
Yeah.
We see these pictures where this man burned down a police department, and you guys have him in handcuffs. You don't have a you
There
don't
we
have a
go.
knee on
It
his
wouldn't have been
neck.
the same if that was me or if that was you, Kane.
Oh, it
I'm
would have been
just saying
totally
that.
different. Totally different.
And we've seen so many images like this of white men being arrested for killing people, walking inside churches, doing things of such, and others. And look how they get arrested.
It's
They've
the,
been given
the
water, they go to
entitlement
Burger
that's
King.
frustrating to me too. It's just like why is he entitled to be able to stand? The fact that he's not even on the ground. I see black men, I see Latinos.
Yep.
Every single time I'm driving past, even if it's for speeding, I've seen situations where people have been on the ground. Why is he standing up chilling? I don't
seen a man in
understand.
downtown
Super
LA.
comfortable. Is that his drink right there? Why is he
Exactly.
still kicking it
I've
right
seen a
I
man-
was thinking the same thing. I'm like, did they offer him a glass of water?
Probably did.
I'm like,
Probably
they do
did.
that
too
too snack
sometimes.
too. Like, what's up, man?
Look.
I don't understand. It's
I've
frustrating.
seen a man in downtown LA on a bike that got pulled over and they had him face down on the ground. He was on a
Right.
bike.
And for people who are asking the question, why are we so upset? Why do we see BLM every single where on people's cars?
Yeah.
I have literally heard this question so many times a day, and they wonder why we're so frustrated. And this is exactly why. This is an example because this is things that we have gone through for so many years.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we're frustrated and we're
tired.
done with
Yeah,
this.
well, Minneapolis Police Department. That's why nobody like your ass. That's why we defund you because you get
Yeah.
rid of this because the way you arresting this guy compared to the way that
We're tired
Yeah,
of
do
seeing
you
these
see what
images.
we're going
So-
through? We have a knee on our neck. Our men, our black fathers have knees on our necks, but this guy is just chilling. White, blue
Makes
eyes,
no
blonde hair,
sense
whatever the
at
case may
all.
be. That's.
But I also want to ask him
That's
why he
frustrating.
even did that. I want to know that answer.
Well,
I really do.
because he commit the crime, but we get blamed for it in the media. And you know, what was the intention behind it?
Exactly.
Well, you know,
what I'm getting at.
To get us blamed. Now, how many statuses on Facebook and Twitter and all the social platforms will we see talking about Brandon M. Wolf? Because you're going to see it here on the Black Report.
Yeah, you're gonna get the truth here.
Look at the other outlets and see how many people talk about Brandon M. Wolf burning down the police precinct. Let's see.
What is
sorry,
his hashtag?
that photo,
Snack guy with the
right,
with the
exactly. That picture just had me just so upset right now.
So frustrating.
I need to breathe a little bit.
Well, why did it snow?
Exactly. So listen, moving forward, Adidas promises lasting change and says 30% of new hires will be Black or Latino.
There we go.
Adidas, who was recently under fire from Portland employees over the treatment of African American workers, has pledged Tuesday that at least 30% of new employees hired in the U.S. will be Black or Latino.
Okay.
And I'm going to say it's about damn time, because you have a lot of Blacks and Latinos that have been wearing Adidas for a long time.
Spending
for
a lot
very
of their
long
money
time.
and their last paychecks
Run
on it.
DMC.
So let's talk about it.
Run DMC. Put Adidas on the map, man.
Put it on the map.
Yes,
It should be higher than 30%.
Yeah, it definitely
It really
be.
should.
Absolutely.
Because you wonder, what makes us want to continue to buy your product, you know what I'm saying? So if you don't have one on the inside to kind of put you up on game on what's the next look or vibe is, then you'll watch a video or you'll watch how we portray it, and then you'll try to copy it. Why not bring us in as employees?
Exactly.
And let's build together.
Because we're the influencers. We are the ones that made tennis shoes streetwear.
Yeah,
we have
absolutely.
made tennis shoes every single day to wear these shoes every day in the style with your Adidas. So my
Exactly,
Adidas,
Kane.
yeah, man, make a difference and let's get us those seats to the table.
Absolutely.
And the company said it will spend $20 million over the next 4 years for programs that support African American communities. The latest effort by a prominent brand in response to the global civil rights movement ignited by the death of George Floyd at the hands of now ex-Minneapolis police officers last month. Now, Tuesday's police pledge missed the mark for Portland clothing designer Julia Bond, who has helped lead protests at Adidas North American headquarters in Portland every day since last Friday.
Bond stated, quote, "It's frustrating to see images of Black women around the brand wearing the clothes and wearing the shoes, but there's nobody that looks like me that is designing their products."
Yeah.
That's what the 25-year-old Bond stated. She said she's the only Black female apparel designer at Adidas corporate office in Portland.
Wow.
I
That don't
mean,
even look right.
look at that.
Right.
I mean,
that doesn't look... I'm sorry.
especially amongst Beyonce having, Adidas working with Beyonce in the Ivy Park. There's some prominent African American influencers who are working with Adidas.
Yeah, look at Yar Shahidi.
Yeah, they're in there. So, we need for your advertisement to represent what's going on inside your offices as well.
Absolutely.
Now, the Adidas pledge follows a similar initiative that rival Nike announced last week. Nike CEO John Donahoe pledged $40 million over 4 years to support, quote, social justice, education, and racial inequality.
Interesting.
Again, Nike, the biggest brand in the world, known as pretty much track shoes until one guy took it over. And his name, Michael Jeffrey Jordan.
He did that.
Came through and made it synonymous with urban culture.
Took it to a whole different level, and I'm glad the Jordan brand's going to do $100 million over the next 10 years, which is very positive, and they should follow suit and do exactly this. I mean, when you think of Jordans, I think of my people. I think of your people.
Right.
Yeah.
That's and it's crazy because we talk about it on the radio. That's all I wear is Jordans.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I see so many Blacks and Latinos that wear, definitely you need to support. So I love that they're stepping up.
And the fact that they use their last paychecks on it. I mean, I remember in high school, my little paycheck that I had, it went straight to Jordan.
Right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I was so excited,
Because
so.
it was just the status and the image that came with wearing that swoosh.
Yes,
You know?
exactly.
And
It
that
said
status
something.
and image came because of what was being worn in these hoods, in our hoods, in our communities. Urban streetwear is what changed the sneaker game. Sneaker culture only exists because of us.
That's true.
So we
That's-
need to be the ones in these rooms representing
Our people are
and
making
doing the
them
culture.
rich.
Yeah. Don't make
Our
money
people
off
are
the
making
culture.
our people are making you rich.
Yeah, because the culture's making you money. So we need to be there getting that money as well, okay? We are the ones that create the demand for $100 limited edition
Absolutely.
sneakers. So
Say
we
that
should be
again?
the ones
We are the ones to
that
what?
create the demand,
Yes.
Bree.
Yeah.
We create the
Okay. There you
demand
go.
for these sneakers. So we need to be in these boardrooms creating them and making sure that maybe we can price them down a little lesser so we can afford them, but they will still be the proper brand that
And they will
would
still be in high demand more than
High
ever,
demand.
especially if we were to bring the
would
price
be.
down.
Definitely would.
Agreed.
And we so need this because, like I said, when you see us in it, they want to be in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They
So
copy
we
our
need to be
swag. They
creative.
copy our
Yep.
style.
Swag in
And
every way.
let's keep it 100. They copy our culture.
Everything.
Yes.
So we not forgetting about this Adidas and Nikes. We're gonna be
Nope.
checking up,
Got to.
yeah, literally checking on you, Nike, to make sure that you represent us, and we want to be about these stars and stripes and be about America and inclusion. Let's make sure it reflects in these boardrooms.
Yeah, and you know what I like to say? Put your money where your mouth is, but not just for this moment. All right. You know what I'm saying? Now let's see if we can call out other brands like Gucci,
Louis, right.
Other brands that we embrace.
That we embrace. You see all
that
over.
may not embrace us, see? You know what I'm
That's
saying?
true.
A lot of
That's
times
true.
they may not embrace us. That's why people talk about don't burn down the Gucci store. Oh, you mean the same Gucci store that they follow me around in?
Exactly. Yeah.
Whatever, out of here.
Yeah,
so
man,
we're
that's
going to
so
see
true.
what inclusive you guys are going to do. And stop making masks with the blackface on it, Gucci. I see you.
that's
Stop
not
that.
cool.
All
Stop
bad
that.
when they do
doing
that.
that.
All bad when they do that, man. So look, we're calling y'all out. The Black Report is saying, hey, you want to be a part of this movement? Now is the time.
Definitely
Yes,
now
so
is the
come
time.
on.
Now is the time. Speaking of now is the time, a couple's going to have a time forever as they got married during Black Lives Matter protest out there in Philadelphia. Michael, who is 42 years old, and his wife, Carrie Ann, who is 35 years old, stood out in the crowd of protesters in their wedding attire. He had on the tuxedo, she had on the gown during the protest. Take a look. Look at that.
Here's the goosebumps.
All those people bought +1s to the wedding.
You're so
Yeah. That's beautiful, though.
That's beautiful.
That is so beautiful.
Black love.
Yes. You know, they joined the march right after getting married at
Right.
City Hall. Despite knowing about the protest, they decided to continue their wedding as they partied with protesters.
Wow.
Can I just say something really quick? Carrie Ann looked absolutely stunning.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Stunning.
Yes.
She looked beautiful.
got that
She
glow.
sure did. The newlywed couple said they did not really plan to take part in the protest until they somehow got into the crowd, and they did not regret it.
And I love the fact that they did that. And you know what I love also? Looking at the crowd, hearing them scream Black Lives Matter, but the crowd was so diverse.
Yes.
Which makes this protest, which makes this movement so
So
different
powerful.
and so
Right.
powerful. You're right, Brianna.
And that's what is so important. You know, we're going through such a heavy time in life, but it doesn't mean our lives don't stop. We got to
Nope.
keep fighting. We have to continue to fight.
And speaking of those masks, the one thing you can't mask, love.
Oh, okay.
you were the
Cannot
most
match that
corniest
love.
person, but that
Can't
was
match
cute
that
though.
love.
That was sweet.
That was
we
cute,
needed
man.
that. That was.
Because it was very prevalent
It
out
was.
there
It was.
during
So-
that day. So, I mean, I wonder what they're going to do for their honeymoon.
I don't know if you
Right.
can top that
You
moment.
can't top
Yeah.
that.
I
don't know if you
Yeah.
Like, what are they going to do for their honeymoon? It's going to be very interesting to see what's going down with
Imagine
that.
if they were trying to surprise some family members saying, hey, look, we got married. Well, they found out before you even got home because
Yeah,
the world
it's a viral
celebrated.
photo.
Wow.
Yeah, I like to see if like the family and like the wedding party was there. Looks like just very small. So, but again, congratulations to
Yes.
them. It's beautiful. It's Black love, man. I thoroughly enjoyed seeing that.
I definitely did. And
course.
we needed that in that moment as we continue this protest to make things better for us.
Yes.
Agreed.
Now, Fox Soul is fully committed to the voice of the people. And tonight, a special town hall will be brought to you called Let's Get Liberated, Let's Get Free. It's a call to action hosted by Dr. Melina Abdullah of Black Lives Matter and Dr. Wes Bellamy of the Black Millennial Convention.
And again, these have been two guests right here on
Right.
the Black
On this- on
Report.
the Black
Yes.
Report, yeah.
So like we really enjoy that they're going to do this town hall, and it's going to give you a time to speak and talk and really address these issues.
And I love that that Foxo is doing a town hall meeting. You know, you have to get engaged with the community, and that's what they're doing. And our voice we want to be heard.
Definitely
you know
wanna
what I'm
be
saying? We
heard.
want to be heard, and tonight you will be heard.
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
you sure will.
And the lineup, is just incredible. Who's going to be
Yeah.
the panelists
Oh, the
on
lineup
there?
is crazy. Listen, panelists include civil rights attorney Lee Merritt, hip hop artist and philanthropist Jeezy, civil rights leader and chairman of the Black Press Dr. Ben Chavis, and Angelica Nwandu, founder of the Shade Room. They'll be talking strategy, next steps, and the Black agenda
Look at that powerful
9:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 6:30 p.m. Pacific Time.
Look,
Yeah, that's going
Yes.
to be. I'm excited to see Angelica speak too.
Yeah,
You know, we get a lot of information off the Shade Room.
Definitely,
Yeah.
we
Yeah,
definitely
we
do.
do.
And I have to commend these people and us. Like, look, through this, sometimes we can have days where we're frustrated, where we're tired, but we keep pushing forward for our people.
Right.
And that's what they're doing. They're taking time out of their daily lives to have this town hall meeting because it's important to do this.
Yeah, a discussion for us, by us, and we need to figure out exactly what do we want from this. Now we have the attention of everybody.
Yes, we do.
Now it's the execution to make sure all these things that we have planned to make happen actually happen. So I'm happy to be a part of Fox Soul and to be a part of a platform that's
Yeah.
going to be one of the leading voices to see these things executed and see the change that we want to have.
Exactly. Day by day, we're taking it. And I love this lineup, these panelists, so many amazing people.
Yeah, OG's in the game, man.
I know,
Dr. Ben
OGs.
Chavis, you know
Yeah,
what I'm
man,
saying?
come on.
Like, you
Look
know,
at this.
Dr. Ben
Right.
Chavis will be out here, who's well respected in the civil rights community and the hip hop community. You know, big shouts to Dipset, Jim Jones, what up? You know what I mean? Like, you know, just to spread that voice to other people. You know,
Right.
it's this is the literal we're seeing each one teach one.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Everybody has these different backgrounds
I was just
between
going to say that.
Jeezy
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
Dr.
They come from
Chavis.
different
And coming
backgrounds.
from the Shade Room with Angelica, different backgrounds,
Right.
but we're coming together for one common
And
purpose.
it's going to be really interesting to see what Lee Merritt has to say.
Yeah.
You know, he has been on the front lines. He has been dealing with a lot behind the scenes that we don't know. That
He-
guess
yep.
what? We're going to find out tonight.
He alongside
I'm-
Attorney Crump,
Exactly.
see?
So I'm
Yeah.
very, very curious to really see what he has to say tonight.
And again, we've been down this road many times, but we're hoping to see something different as far as the outcome this time around. And I think we're going to keep pushing until we get that.
Yes.
And this town hall meeting is going to help bridge that gap, help bring our ideas and our thoughts together in one power. We as one can win this battle.
Yes, tonight,
definitely.
9:30 p.m., 6:30 Pacific. It's going to be awesome. Can't
Yeah,
wait.
man. Make
Yep.
sure you check it out on Fox Soul.
Now, before we go, we wanted to highlight what protesting has accomplished. Listen to this.
Oh, this is in LA right here, yeah.
Okay, look at that. They're out there on the streets,
Right.
protesting, fighting for what is right and
But
what
I'd like
should
you
be
to
right.
take a look. They are nonviolent. They are just sitting down. You know what I mean? They are not causing havoc.
No.
Like sometimes you just got to pay attention to what's going on, and those people are peacefully protesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you know that I'd like to point out. You know, within 10 days of the protest, Minneapolis banned chokeholds.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
And charges were upgraded against Officer, I hate saying his name, I guess it's Chauvin, and his accomplices have been arrested and charged.
Now, Dallas adopts a duty to intervene rule that requires officers to stop other cops who are engaging in inappropriate use of force.
Now, New Jersey Attorney General said the state will update its use of force guidelines for the first time in 2 decades.
Wow.
Now, in Maryland, a bipartisan work group of state lawmakers announced a police reform work group.
Yeah.
Police reform work
Can
group.
we talk about vets?
Okay, the answer to reform is to actually not reform, but to abolish, to get rid of and
Yes.
start anew.
Break it all down.
Yeah, break it down and then build back up. You cannot fix what is already broken.
That's true.
Destroy.
That is so true.
It's like a lemon. It's like you cannot fix this. It needs to be scrapped and restarted. So hopefully in Maryland they'll be looking to do that. I lived in the DMV area, and I know how some of these police can be out there, and we need to eliminate the word police and maybe become peace officers. You know, keepers of peace. That's what
Yeah.
we need more of.
Definitely more of that. Now, here in L.A., the city council introduces a motion to reduce LAPD's $1.8 billion operating budget.
The
Okay.
MBTA
Yes.
in Boston, they agrees to stop using buses to transport police officers to protest.
That's good.
Stop
That's
that.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. How the hell you busing cops to police?
I mean,
You busing
Wow.
cops to protest. Come on now.
yeah.
Look at all those people.
But
out
I
there
think
in
that shows
Philadelphia.
where their mind is like, look, you know, we don't want to be a part of something that's not going to be right.
Yeah. And for those who don't know, MBTA is the Massachusetts Bay Transportation Authority. So that's who handles all like the buses and public transportation and all that. So they're literally busing police to like attack innocent protesters.
And aren't they funded enough to have their own?
Yeah,
cars
like
and
they're like
transportation?
publicly funded, right?
Right.
You know what I mean? So
See that for?
So why is the bus line essentially helping the police?
True.
That's you picking a side. Y'all need to dead that immediately.
Well, not
And they
anymore.
did. Yeah, they did.
Exactly.
Now, police brutality captured on camera leads to near immediate suspensions and firings of officers in several cities, including Buffalo and Fort Lauderdale.
Let's get rid of that. Yes.
They need to be gone. They should have been gone yesterday. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? So,
Suspensions, I mean, like firings. I get it. You got to go through the. Okay, we need to. And this is what I mean about getting rid of the process of abolishing this police situation and changing it to peace officers. Okay, because these officers being suspended for brutality obviously did not keep the peace. They escalated the situation. So we already know what they did. There should be no investigation. There's no time to wait and try to stick up for them. Unions, blah blah blah.
Gotta go.
Fired.
Gotta
You're
go.
done.
Gotta go. Yeah.
You're done.
You said
A
wrong.
friend of mine sent me something. I believe he posted. He said Michael Vick spent more time in prison than all the officers that have murdered over 493 black men. So if you just sit back and absorb that, what Michael Vick did for dogs. Now look, we all love animals. We understand what Michael Vick did wasn't right, but he spent more time than all these police officers combined.
Ain't no way I'm going to put a dog's life above a human's life.
You can't do that.
Right.
You
Period.
can't do that.
You know what I'm saying? And that always bothered me. I'm
Is that
from
how the
Virginia.
U.S. looks at us?
Yeah,
Kate?
yeah, I'm from
think so.
Virginia. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Michael Vick's a hero in Virginia. Played at Virginia Tech. I watched
Yeah.
this kid, and to see how they did Mike Vick, it still sits wrong with me. There were people who wanted
man.
Michael Vick executed.
Yeah,
for
really.
a dogfighting ring.
Yeah.
And it's like, no. Keep that same energy about dogs about black men. You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you see
Absolutely.
us then? Do you see dogs above us? You're telling on yourselves. Stop that. Get
well,
up outta here.
listen, monuments celebrating Confederates are removed in cities in Virginia, Alabama, and other states.
Wow.
Girl.
Yes,
Long time coming.
I've seen them
I've
spray
seen it
paint. I
everywhere.
see them tear them down.
I seen one
Yes.
headless. I was like, okay, I'm with that.
Yeah.
And it just like I'm glad that they're coming down now, but when I see so many of these monuments on the news and on Instagram and
Yeah.
social media, it sickens me that they're still there.
It's like, how after all these years?
It's
Right.
not heritage. It's not hate. It's not beautiful. It's not paying tribute unless you want to pay tribute to a bunch of losers who lost out there. It needs to go. Those statues represent hate. If you go to Germany, there's not statues of Hitler.
None.
There's not swastikas everywhere.
Yeah, man,
because
that's
that
true.
represents a time that was hate.
That's a great point, Ken.
Hate. So why do we have these statues to Robert E. Lee, that loser?
Bring
Why
them
do we
all
have
down.
statues to Jefferson Davis, that loser, who literally went to war because they couldn't keep black people as slaves?
Yeah,
that's
true.
why the Civil War happened, folks. And people think that this is some type of heritage, some type of tribute. They need to go. And I was very proud of my hometown in Richmond, Virginia, because they took down the Christopher Columbus statue yesterday
Yeah, they
and
did.
threw that
Sure
bit in the
did.
lake.
Got rid of it.
Yeah,
Got rid
get
of
rid
it.
of
go.
all this
Got rid
hate.
of it. They're
Get
doing
rid
what
of
they
this hate,
can.
period. We're going to eliminate this. And if you're mad about it, you got to come see us.
Now, Minneapolis City Council vows to dismantle Minneapolis Police Department.
Yes.
yes.
And the street in front of the White House, when I saw this, I was so moved by it.
Yeah.
Now I've been renamed Black Lives Matter Plaza.
Yes.
It should stay that way. How does Trump feel about that?
Exactly.
Take
I'm
it.
just glad.
Doesn't matter.
that it-
Don't
yes.
care.
Don't matter. Don't care.
Don't care.
Now, as you saw and heard on the Black Report a couple days ago, Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti cut the LAPD budget by $250 million.
Yes. Keep
Protesting. That's what we
Please
gotta
keep
do.
protesting, please.
Keep doing it, man.
Yes. Meanwhile, New York City Chief Mike O'Meara had what some are calling a tantrum as he ranted that the police are being treated like thugs and animals.
Stop treating us like animals and thugs and start treating us with some respect. That's what we're here today to say. We've been left out of the conversation. We've been vilified. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. Trying to make us embarrassed of our profession. 375 million interactions. Overwhelmingly positive. Nobody talks about all the police officers that were killed in the last week in the United States of America, and there were a number of them. The press is vilifying us. Well, you know what, guys? I'm proud to be a cop, and I'm going to continue to be proud to be a cop until the day I retire. And that's all I have to say.
I don't know if you guys noticed,
Yeah,
but there were two black cops,
There's like two.
and they were all hiding.
They look so ashamed to be there.
They were so ashamed.
First of all, I call BS on this.
Absolutely.
Because we've seen dozens of videos of the
in New York.
Yes, in the
subway.
NYPD abusing people. You know what I'm saying?
NYPD, you
Eric
got Eric Garner.
Yes.
Exactly.
You got Sean Bell.
Yep.
Come on.
This is from 99,
And
Sean
he's
Bell,
like,
98.
this is disgusting. No, it's disgusting the way you guys treat people. That's disgusting.
It's disgusting how you're acting when being called out. Oh, is the widow police chief upset because he can't kill black people anymore?
And he's missing the point.
I mean, the thugs, seriously?
Yeah, being
What?
treated like animals and thugs. What do
you
you mean
serious?
animals
Yeah.
and thugs?
thugs.
You know what?
fam?
Guess what, Chief?
What's-
Welcome.
Yeah.
Welcome. It's like that. Now you know what it's
Welcome to
like being
what
black
we've
and
done.
Latino.
Hey,
now you know what
hey.
it's like being black and
Yeah,
Latino
animals
in the
and
United
thugs.
States.
Is that code for black people? What are you trying to say?
Ay,
Well, I tell you what, Michael Mara, as we say on the internet, this ain't it, Chief.
No, definitely ain't it.
It's not.
No,
Outta
listen.
here.
Soulmates. Ooh, we've had a really, really heated show today. Soulmates, please leave us with your thoughts and your comments at the Black Report at foxo.tv. We definitely want to hear from you.
Yes, thank you for tuning in. Until then, be
safe
safe and be
be
well.
well.
Up next, we got the quarantine cookout with Ricky Smiley.
Ooh, I love Ricky Smiley.
Ricky Smiley!
I like sunshine and rain.
Yes. Welcome. We're about to get this thing started, man. This is your boy Ricky. Listen, listen, man. We about to do it big. We are cooking outside, man. Ain't nothing like cooking out. You know what I'm saying? I've been doing this cooking show for a minute. First of all, I want to thank y'all for joining us and welcome to Quarantine Cook-Off. I'm your host, Ricky Smiley, right here live on Fox Soul from I'm on vacation. How about that? Huh? The palm trees. I needed some sun. Woo! Yes, it's hot. I've been in quarantine in Birmingham for like 3 months, tired of sitting in the house. I needed to go to Florida. It's too hot to cook inside. In the summertime, the air conditioning don't work that good. So you have to cook outside. You have to go outside or whatever. The grill is a little hot if you're grilling, but you don't want your kitchen to get too hot. So it's okay to cook outside. So when you say, hey, Ricky Smiley, what am I cooking outside? Right? So today, I got a special recipe for you. So thank y'all for joining us every week, man. You all get to watch me cook against some of my favorite celebrity guest chefs. With you, the fans being the judge. So y'all gonna get the judge to see who has the best recipe. All right. So for today's cook-off, I'm so excited, man. I got somebody that's really, really special to me. She is like my sister. Somebody real special to me, and my radio co-host, the Brat, right? Who we got to get on the show, by the way. Everybody, please welcome the lovely, the beautiful, the sexy, the awesome Lisa Ray. Hey, no, you ain't bagging it in.
Oh, wait a minute.
She bagging it in. Look at you.
Hey, what's going on?
I'm trying to see what. Oh, you got on sleep black.
Sleep black.
I like
Black
that.
lives matter.
You know what? I should have worn white. I should have worn my white, knowing that
Yes,
you
you
was going.
should have. And another thing you should have did, should have told me that you was gonna be outside. You're slick already. You're starting the competition already. I got you, but whatever can be done outside can sure be done inside with my air conditioner on.
I know your kitchen is burning up. I know it's hot in there. You probably got one of those box fans in the. Remember the air conditioner? Remember the old school air conditioner that hang out the window? That you
I don't know
grandma?
nothing about that.
Huh?
I don't know nothing about that at all.
Oh yes, you do. You didn't have the air conditioner hanging out the window. You ain't black. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, you know, I am a little light skinned now.
So
I'll
you rocking
figure
the
it out.
turban today. You giving us Koji. You giving us Church of God in Christ. You looking good. You done made turban. You done made the whole turban sexy though. See,
Hey,
If they would have
I didn't want nothing to get in the way. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got no rings on. I want nothing to get in the way when I got to get my hand in this meat. You know what I mean?
let me tell you something. If the church lady was looking like that, I would have a better relationship with the Lord right now. Hallelujah. Right now, Shundo. So I'm really excited about this. Now, have you ever had a cooking battle before? Because we done hung out a few times and talked and bragged on the cooking.
No, that ain't what you mean. What you mean is that you cooked for me several times and my butt sat on your couch and your table and ate. So, you know, I mean, this ain't really, really fair for you to have me cooking what we're doing today, but I got you next time because I'm going to cook a full course meal for you next time.
Okay. What I cook for you that time? Chicken and dumplings, right?
You cook chicken and dumplings. You cook some beans. You cook some other chicken on the side. We had some rice. We had macaroni and cheese. Yeah, right. yeah. And cornbread. We did corn. You did cornbread.
That's right. Got to have the cornbread. So I'm excited. So listen, so today it's summertime. Everybody been in the house all winter. Everybody been quarantining in the house, scared to come outside because you think you finna catch that Rona, right? So today I had to come on outside or whatever, but I didn't let Lisa Ray know in advance that I was gonna be cooking outside. But guess what we doing today? We are doing backyard, some special hamburgers. How about some backyard burgers? They're about to be off the chain. You ready?
I'm ready. Let's start. Let's do it.
You excited? Real quick before we start, what you working on right now?
What
you been doing during this quarantine?
I know, right? I'm on UMC's show called A House Divided. I'm also doing a talk show with Claudia Jordan, Vivica Fox, Selena Johnson, Lisa Ray on Fox Soul called Cocktails with the Queens. So awesome. I'm reporting on stuff. I'm having a ball and I'm in here just having a fun time with my family. I'm learning more things about myself, doing things around the house that I've been trying to do for years. I know what my circuit breakers are. I know when my sprinklers come on now. Hey, you know what I mean? I'm good. I'm ready to go back out and work now. I need a check.
Right. You learn everything about your house. Which sprinkler don't work. You in the garage turning it on and off. You ain't got to tell me. If I stay up at Home Depot, they know me in Home Depot. I got an account.
Okay.
I didn't learn how to aerate the grass, all that stuff, and get that scotch, that weed and feed, all that stuff.
Well, see, I got a couple of trees in my backyard too that need to be chopped down.
I'm good on that.
Need to be uprooted, all that.
Hey, so we about to get down. So we doing some backyard burgers, and we got some special recipes or whatever. Now, I got some backyard burgers, but sometimes I hang out with a lot of chefs, so this is inspired by Chef Q in Atlanta. So this her burger recipe, which is really good. So I'd rather cook hers. But mine is just, I'm lazy, right? So I just throw some ground beef together, patty cake, throw it on the grill with a little salt and pepper. That's it. That's Ricky Smiley burger. But this burger right here is a lot more flavorful. And I would
You know what? That good old mama burger with that salt and pepper, green pepper, and onions. Hey, that ain't overrated now. You know that, how you bite it and go on down your
oh, yeah. I can make you a hamburger better than McDonald's. We got McDonald's. You on the way. He said, Eddie Murphy said you sit up there with a big house burger.
Right.
You're like,
I don't want this. I don't want it.
All right, so look, you ready to start cooking?
Let's start.
All right, let's go.
I got my meat. I let my meat sit out for a little minute. Look at you. So it can be a little room temperature. I got ground beef.
Okay.
Here. Right here. Look at that. Look at that. There you go. There you go. Open that bad boy up so it can breathe a little something. Woo. Now, normally I would use the good old salt, like your grandmama told you. But because I'm in LA and I'm all about, the temple looking good and what goes in the body is supposed to be good, so I do the Himalayan pink salt.
Hey, you have to send me some of that. Where can I find that?
Nah. Go on cook what you cooking. Go on tell me what you doing.
See, y'all rich people be up in Whole Foods.
What you doing over there? What you doing?
No, I'm in the South. You know, we go to Piggly Wiggly. We cook everything with pigtails and salt. You know, in Alabama, you only live to be 60, so.
Don't be saying that crazy. Got a little Worcestershire sauce.
Oh, wow. What?
See, you trying to wait and see what I'm putting in my burger. You ain't slick.
But wait a minute. Hold on. Garlic.
I like garlic, and garlic is good for you. Go ahead and sprinkle that garlic all in there.
Look at that garlic. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. What is it?
Of the Worcestershire sauce.
Ranch.
Ranch. Ah, really?
Ranch.
Okay.
Ranch. Hidden Valley Ranch.
Don't put that carrot in there or that piece of celery. While I tell you about my pepper. I normally use regular pepper, but today I'm going to use the seasoned pepper. Bam.
Hey, Chipotle?
Oh, you know what? I don't like Chipotle, so you can have that.
That's going to give it a little kick.
Yep, season that up really well.
Bet you ain't thought about this. Mayonnaise, barbecue sauce.
I know somebody that don't even like mayonnaise too, so go ahead on with that. Okay, so since you outside and you grilling it, I like a little liquid smoke with mine, just so I can have that little smoke taste, okay?
You know I put liquid smoke in my greens. Hey, let me tell you something. Don't play with that liquid smoke. Let me tell you something. I'm putting a spoon in your face. I got a mean liquid smoke. I do some stuff with some liquid smoke. Don't play with. I'm sensitive. I'm sensitive about my liquid smoke. Don't just use that. It better be good. I'm gonna try your recipe, but you got to mix.
I got my onion.
That mayonnaise.
This is the white onion, not to be confused with the red onion, the purple onion, or the yellow onion. This is a white onion. Cut you up a little bit right here, and I have a little bit already cut up here. I need a little bit more.
Don't ever let your kids go get onions. They're gonna always go get the wrong onion. Always. So I'm mixing up that mayo and that barbecue sauce. You got this shot right here, down in here. Let's get down in here.
See, I don't like chopping up nothing, so I got the processor now. My daughter told me all about that.
Oh, you big time. You got the food processor.
Hey, you know. Then I got me a red pepper. Red pepper, not green pepper. This is gonna give it a little sweeter taste.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, one thing I hate is mixing up ground beef because it feels funny. I feel like I'm at a funeral home working on somebody's brain or something. This feels like some autopsy type of stuff.
All right, mix this on in here.
It smells good. It ought to be. This should be real.
Look at that. Red, white.
What is that?
Make our flag. Make America great again.
Hey, that look good though. See, that's one thing I believe when it comes to cooking is just getting outside of the box. Man, these new young hip. I have a chef on my morning show every single morning. I have Jannard on this week. Last week I had Chef Kurt Boudreaux. Next week I'm gonna have on my morning show I'm gonna have Chef Q. So I'm excited, you know, cause these young folks, man, they got some recipes that's unfreaking believable.
Yeah, since I've been quarantined, I've been looking at different recipes and trying different things out because I've been bored with cooking. The same thing, but this recipe right here is a deliverer, meaning it will deliver you from whatever hunger pains you have.
When I mix that dough, Bernie Mac said you got to stir it like coffee.
Stir it like coffee.
Stir it like
coffee. Get enough.
Oh no, we can cuss on here. Can I cuss? No, I ain't gonna cuss.
Hands kind of slippery.
All right, look. Now, do you have one of these? Just your little hamburger. Look, Lisa Ray.
Let me tell you something. I don't need that.
So what you do? Get your ground beef. Get your little ball going. Look at that. It looks yucky, but it's gonna taste good. You put it on there like that.
Okay. I'm gonna turn my pot on because I need it to start warming up.
Right. Wait a minute, a pot?
That's what I'm doing. I'm doing a pot. See this pot? See that? You know why it look like this?
Yeah.
Because I cook. That's why. I'm gonna use a little olive oil on there. Just a little olive oil. Just a little bit.
I was gonna say, hell, you're making meatloaf, man.
Okay.
Try not to laugh. I see you.
Now I got a little surprise thing I do because I like cheese and I like spice. So I'm gonna use this 3-pepper cheese.
Right.
Let me make sure that y'all can see what I'm doing here. Cut that on up there.
Y'all see this? Y'all see that? See this right here?
Let me see.
I got a hot grill right here.
That's all right.
Woo!
That's all right. That's all right. Okay. Turn the stove on here.
Man, look at that.
Bam. Got that.
You're on LA time. I'm on Pacific time. Chicken the Hood said.
Now, I'm doing this to my burger. I'm putting the pepper cheese in the middle.
Oh, snap.
Just like that. Just
Okay.
like that. Then put the more meat on top to cover the cheese.
Lisa Ray, I'm cooking with real charcoal.
Oh, opposed to
right there? Yeah, see that? Put that baby right there. Make it say, Nah.
And you know what, Ricky? You made peach cobbler that night.
Oh! The red velvet peach cobbler or the regular peach cobbler?
The regular peach cobbler. Now, I didn't know you did red velvet, so now I got to add that next. Okay.
Yeah. We did. You can look it up on, go to Fox Soul. You can find the red velvet peach cobbler on Fox Soul. I think we did that 1 week. The red velvet peach cobbler is the
See,
bomb.
I like my burger to be able to be big and cover my whole bun. I don't like no little bit burger because it's gonna shrivel up a little bit in the pan. So let's throw that in there. On over here. That.
Man, this hamburger, I can smell the seasoning, the garlic, everything. You know what? Wow. I'm gonna take a little pinch of garlic and sprinkle a little bit more garlic on top of it. I just have to. I can't help it. I should have threw some Tonys on there. Man, this is good, man. We in the backyard. Can you hear the crickets? Listen. I think they stopped.
Yeah, they went to sleep real quick. Yeah.
That's a southern thing. You have the light. Remember the lightning bugs?
Oh, I used to love to catch those.
Put them in the jar and put them in your room and look at them.
You telling our age now. They don't know nothing about no lightning bugs.
Then they start to stink after 2 days.
So I like to cook my burger on medium temperature. My stove goes from 1 to 8, so I like to cook it on like 6.
Okay.
Okay. There we go. We got that patty. Bam. Put that in.
And I already got some onions up on the grill, and so I have my onions on the grill, right?
Okay.
And what's happening with that, you know, some people like their onions raw, and some people like onions with a little heat to it. So, you know, a lot of people don't like that oniony bite. It's kind of biting into an onion, and then your breath is bad.
Well, if your breath ain't bad with that garlic you putting in there, I don't know. But see, I don't get offended by food smells. Like when people say, your breath smells like Doritos, I'm like, yeah, because I had Doritos, or I had Fritos, or I had garlic fries, or Chipotle burger, or Lisa Ray burger.
The worst breath is Funyuns.
No, the worst breath is funky. Funk.
What?
Morning breath, you know what I mean?
Boy, you get that shit, got some Funyuns and some green Nihilators mixed up. And a pickle.
Hold it.
So, take your burgers. So, you got it? We're going to flip these babies over here. I'm going to turn this first.
Clean as I go. So you keep a clean kitchen. You know what I mean? Put things away. Put things away.
I think I should bring I'm gonna bring the fire up a little bit. I'm gonna bring the fire up a little closer.
Okay.
I had the fire too low. This is a KitchenAid grill right here.
Just blame it on the boogie.
Man, look at here.
I'm flipping my burger. Look at that. Flip.
Hey, and you take your bun. Hey, Lisa Ray. So
Yeah.
I like, nobody like bun right out the pack. So you take your hamburger bun. The butter's in the house, but I don't want to run in the house. But you put a little butter on your bun and go ahead and put your bun on the grill because you want your
butter like moi? You mean like this?
Yeah, you left your butter out all night. Okay.
Yeah, because I knew you was coming.
I apologize for my lighting. My lighting is bad. The sun, doggone sun done went down. It's all good.
It's all good.
I tried to throw this together at the last minute. Here's the buns. Awesome.
Okay. I'm good to go. Now, so what I'm going to do is I have me some good old condiments. I love tomatoes on mine.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Hey.
Yes. Oh, you already ready. Okay, friend.
Don't play with me.
I see.
Play with me. Hey.
Yes.
Hey, I got a little French fry recipe, right? So you get your little potatoes, cut your potatoes up, and you go ahead and drop them in the grease. Then you put olive oil. Hey, everybody that's making French fries where your French fries won't be dry and boring, after you cook your French fries, go ahead and put some olive oil on there. Then sprinkle some Parmesan cheese on there and a little bit of parsley. You got you some good ass French fries, straight up. I put that on some pit bull puppies.
I got my lettuce. I love living lettuce. It's equivalent to like a butter lettuce. It's kind of soft. I don't like iceberg. Iceberg lettuce is all water. So cut me a.
So we got it going on over here. And hey, look, if anybody interested in onion rings, go ahead and just take your little onions, cut them like this. Take your onions, dip it in the egg, then dip it in flour, back in the egg, back in the flour, and into the grease. You got it?
One more time.
Egg, dip it in eggs, then flour, then back in eggs, then back in flour, and drop it in the grease, and you have some good onion rings. Now, what I said, now the French fries, after they fry, go ahead, put a little olive oil on your fries, Parmesan cheese, and a little bit of marijuana.
A little bit of
parsley.
Oh, okay.
Now, Hope Flood and Lou Nell, they probably would put marijuana on their fries. Hope Flood and Lou Nell. And, go ahead and sprinkle you a little salt and pepper on your fries and make sure they're right.
I like to make sure that I clean all my vegetables. How long you been cooking, Ricky?
Well, I'm the oldest grandchild, so I had to help my grandma cook for the rest of the grandkids when they would come to Alabama for the summer. So I had to help prepare food, and I started kind of putting my own little spin on something. My grandma used to get mad at first, and then she started to trust me. Oh, snap.
What are you doing out there?
Wait a minute. I see what you look. Hey, you looking thicker than the mud. I ain't even lie. Hey. I ain't gonna even sit up here on the
little more olive oil on there?
Yeah, don't be trying to talk about no olive oil. I see you over there. We see the little junk in the trunk back there. They need to rate this little TV show. You trying to look all thick for the fella looking good. Look at you. Ooh.
That is a beauty check. That's all. Beauty check. Ain't no reason why I couldn't look good while I'm cooking and whooping your butt.
You need to FaceTime me later on. You looking good. You know what I'm saying? We need to go on a boat ride. We need to be playing Fleetwood Mac and the Eagles and Steely Dan.
Ooh, that's a different show. That's a different show. What?
Shoot. Don't make me play Climax Blues Band.
Okay, I got my bun too. I got brioche bread. I like that because it's soft, doesn't tear apart easy when you're preparing it. Here and here. So I'm gonna turn on my griddle because I want to toast these a little bit.
Buns. I think I let two of them get too
bit of butter.
Hey, you know what I was playing? I was playing the bars today, boy. I kept playing back that little part. As the sun has its place up in the sky, I love you so dearly. Boy, I played that all day. You don't know nothing about no bars. That's before your time.
Who time?
Your
I
time.
knew when they was switch. How about that?
When they was what? What? All right, y'all. See, this is how you want that bun to be. Look at that. See that?
I like the grill lines on there. Okay, hold on. Let me get mine together. Hold up. Wait a minute.
You're not playing today. Ooh. Yes, sir. All right, here we go.
Okay. That on that. Bang. Bang.
So you get government cheese and slice it up real thin and wrap it up in plastic.
I don't know nothing about that either. I don't know nothing about that. This is the way. Clean up, and so you won't have to clean up later. Flip my burger.
All right, here we go.
Flip, flip. Flip, flip. Flip, flip, and smash. Smash down, smash down, smash down.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that.
Smash.
Look at that. You see that right there with that cheese melted on top?
Let me see.
Don't play.
Let me see.
Come on now, don't play.
I'm on.
I'm gonna go ahead. I got some grilled onions. Grilled onions. I swear I'm losing.
Oh, that's right. You know what? Let me cover you up a couple of little fresh onions here to go on my burger because I like those too. Let me get a little bit more.
All right.
You know what? You know what? Since you're doing the you doing raw onions?
Yeah, I grill these onions.
You grill them, I'm gonna do raw then.
Yeah, but see, the raw onions make your breath bad, but grilled onions, you can just get away with some dentine ice.
You just need to be around somebody that really loves you while you're eating, so none of that matters.
Good breath matters.
Good breath matters, but food breath is food. I'm not offended by that.
Lisa Ray, look. Look.
Oh, you done? Oh, hold on. Hold up. Wait a minute.
And I got fries.
Check my bun. Check my bun. Yep. Yeah. Now, here's the thing, too. How long do you cook your burger? How do you like your burger? Medium well, well done? What?
Medium well.
I like mine medium well.
Right.
Like just a little bit of pink. Just a little bit.
So?
Okay. So, I got my plate here. Plate my burger. Okay. Let me see. Oh, okay. Yep, that's good.
I want to apologize for my mic. I'm doing a cooking show with 2 camera phone lights. It'll never happen again, but we all good. Look, here we go. That's your Parmesan cheese, your hamburger Parmesan cheese.
Give me ideas. Hold on.
And they're absolutely delicious. A little salt, a little black pepper.
Okay. Okay, you gave me another idea. I like my burger to be cheesy.
Like what?
Cheesy. I like my burger to be cheesy. So I'm gonna add me a mild cheddar. I can get inside of here.
It looks like you're in heaven and I'm in hell.
Hey, you chose to be outside. I'm in air conditioning. 2 pieces of cheese. My burger. Bam, bam. Let me see.
You always got something smart to say.
Yeah, I know. That's what they said when I was in school, too.
When we get together, we're going to play some cards.
I'm going to use this to cover my burgers because I want my cheese to melt and be oozy.
It's really good.
All right.
Flavorful.
That's nice. That's nice. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Let me show you that. Look at that.
Mmm. Wow.
Soft, look.
And you did the butter?
Yes, I did.
Oh, wow. You murdered that.
Yes. Okay. Now, what condiments? Because I like everything. I like mayonnaise.
The French fries, the onion rings, the lettuce, the tomatoes.
Little Dijon mustard, just a little bit. On the other side, I want to do a little bit of mayonnaise. Just a little bit. Is it going to come out? Let's see. This is new. Absolutely. Poke that hole in there. Be careful with the knives, kids and parents. You already know that.
I got 3 camera phone lights out here, but we out here doing it big. But I got grown men out here like this.
Hold on. Got my catch up. I'm trying to catch up with you. Hold on. Got my catch up.
With their camera phone lights on like they recording a fight on World Star. They trying to hold it, they laugh. They out here tripping.
Bam.
Yeah, bring yours in a little closer.
Okay.
Yeah, Dad, we back, man. We back.
Tomato, a little bit of onion. I'm just gonna hold this one off right here. All right, bam.
Y'all have to hit us up. Y'all have to hit us up and let us know who won. Hey, we want to thank our guest, Lisa Ray, the beautiful, the lovely, that look good. Go ahead and put it on the bun. Hurry up. Man, look at there. Oh. Hey, your kitchen is dope too. I'm looking all in the background.
Let's cut this and just see what it look like on the inside.
All right, are we gonna toast and bite? I should have waited on you. I'm sorry. Ooh. See, a dude when they cut it, but see, that's why I got to have somebody in my life that I never would have thought. Come on, you gonna bite me?
I got something for you. Oh, heck no. Let me go. Hold it. I made this especially for you. Hold it.
Wait a minute. Don't play. You made some great Kool-Aid?
You know it, yeah.
How much sugar you put in there?
That's the next show.
Hey, Quarantine Cooking, y'all hit us up. Let us know who had the best hamburger recipe. Hey, Ricky Smiley hamburger inspired by Chef Q or Lisa Ray. Hey, let us know because it's so important. We need you to vote.
There you go. Look, it's rolling on the arm.
Right. See, that's a house burger.
Ooh.
You did that for real. All right. See y'all next Wednesday. Thank y'all. Hey, this way, let everybody know how you can be reached.
The real El Ray 1. The real El Ray 1. We love you.
I love you. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
See y'all next week.
You're the engine that makes all things go, and you're always in disguise, my hero. I see your light in the dark, smile in my face when we all know it's hard. There's no way to ever pay you back. Bless your heart, no, I love you for that. Honest and selfless, I don't know if this helps it, but good job. You're doing a good job, a good job, good job. You're doing a good job, don't get too down. The world needs you now. Know that you matter, yeah.
We need the world to to know that we identify, we know who we are as women, we love everyone, and we're gonna have fun together.
5 women of faith, keeping it real.
But when we talk about these serious issues, we're all trying to learn, we're all trying to grow, and more important, we're trying to make this a better world.
Fox Soul presents Chatter.
Black Lives Matter is really saying our lives matter too. It is not to the exclusion to say anybody else's life does not matter.
Stream it live.
And also, Black lives are equal to any other life.
So put your hands up high. If you love somebody, put your hands up high. Let me see you put your hands up high. If you love somebody, put your
sunshine.
Happy today. I got that from one of my guests today who said I have to give her credit, and I will when she comes on. Beloved, I'm so glad you joined in. Welcome to the Book of Sean, everybody. Of course, you know who I am. We're here every night. I'm in your home. You're in mine. Give me some sweet tea next time I come over. I'm so glad that we get to spend this time together. Every night that we are together is an honor and a privilege for me to be a part of your life and to invite you into mine. And as we do every night, we have great conversations with inspiring people with remarkable minds, people that are going to move you and make you rethink what's possible for yourself. Listen, if you don't feel something, if you're not inspired tonight, I have not done my job, and I do my job every night, every damn night. Come on and laugh at my jokes before I get mad at you. And I know y'all were laughing at Wayne Brady's jokes more than mine. I haven't forgiven you for that. I've noticed that. You laughed at all of Wayne Brady's jokes, and you don't laugh at mine. We'll talk about it after the show. Listen, tonight, we're talking to the founders of 15 White Coats. You saw the viral photo of these amazing Black doctors at this plantation, and all of us felt some type of way when we saw it. Something rose up in us, the pride, the honor, the remembrance, the reimagining. They were incredible symbols of accomplished men and women who stand in the midst of a terrible history to make sure that our children and our children's children and our children's 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 grandchildren's grandchildren's grandchildren understand that what they meant for evil, God can still work it for our good. They're here tonight, and they're going to take us into the conception, into what it means to be a Black doctor, into medical school. I got a bunch of questions for them. Before I bring them out, let's talk about some things going on that I like to talk about at the beginning of every show. So, NASCAR. I'm not supposed to be talking about this, but it's my show. NASCAR! They decided to ban the Confederate flag. Hey, I thought wearing a Confederate flag was part of the admissions requirement. I thought you had to have a Confederate flag to get into a NASCAR event. But listen, progress is progress on whatever level it happens. You can't ask people to change and then beat them up when they try to do it. You don't get to have it both ways. You know what I'm saying? You can't say, oh, you just did that. Listen, if you want people to change, you got to celebrate their incremental steps toward doing it. So shout out to NASCAR, for at least trying to realize that having a Confederate flag at an event is a problem. I'm just going to leave that right there. Did you guys see I use the word sparingly, the Negro leaders who met with Donald Trump today, who he was listening to get his advice on racism and the problem of race in America? Did you watch any of that? And did you watch how they lauded the dear leader? Dear leader. Well, let's say the way Black folks would say it. Massa, Massa, you has done good for us, boss. It's ridiculous, man. Hey, let me tell you why I'm talking about it. Not just to poke fun at people, although I like doing that, but truth is the fundamental predicate of any progress. And if you are in the presence of power, but you are unwilling to articulate new dimensions of the truth in radical ways that exhibit both kindness and authenticity, then you're wasting your time. Why sit at the table with somebody who has power and you're gonna lie to them? Tell them the truth. And not just your truth, because that's where they messed up. You might be doing well. Your bills may be paid. You might have a roof over your head and 2 cars in your garage, and your wife or your husband or whatever you got is doing well. But what about the masses of your people? When you get into corridors of power, don't just speak for yourself. Speak for those nameless, faceless masses and herds of people who stand under the heel of American oppression, who have not the access that you've been blessed to have. That was the miracle of Malcolm, the miracle of Ella Baker, the miracle of Martin King, and the miracle of all of the freedom fighters who believed that they weren't there to benefit for themselves. They were there to articulate the yearnings, the angst, and the possibilities of a people. All right, how about some good news? How about some good news now? So check this out. Did you hear that Governor Andy Beshear, who's the governor of Kentucky, has promised to make sure every Black Kentuckian, every Black person in the state of Kentucky has health insurance. Wow. I'm impressed. Shout out to Governor Andy Beshear, my man. Now that's putting you, that's doing something major. That's putting your money where your mouth is. I like it, man. I hope he delivers on the promise. But in America, the promise is impressive. I mean, it's not a complete deal, but the fact that he stood up and opened his mouth and said every Black citizen of this state should have health insurance, and I'm going to make sure it happens, is a great thing. I think that's a good thing. Have you noticed that white people have been nicer to us lately? Have you noticed that? You know, I walk around my building and around the city, and white folks are speaking, you know, they're saying hi, they're being more considerate. And I'm not making fun of them. I'm just saying people are really starting to consider their place in the world. People are genuinely starting to realize that their behavior was intolerable. Shout out to white people. Anyway, I'm done. Let me bring on my guest tonight, the founders of 15 White Coats. She is an incredible medical student doing her thing. She's going to be a great doctor, too. Ms. Sydney Labat, and of course, Dr. Russell Leday. Hey, doctor. Hey, doctor. Both of you are doctors where I come from.
How you doing? How you doing, Dr. Sean? Thank you for having us on.
We're excited to be here.
My pleasure. Thank you for coming. So let me ask you a general question about the time in which we find ourselves before we descend into what you founded and created, its significance, and why I brought you on the show. But and Sydney, I'll start with you. Dr. Sydney, I'll start with you. What are you feeling right now? What is how is this moment affecting you?
So I think that I have this conversation a lot, actually, with a lot of my classmates, a lot of my sisters, a lot of my friends. And to put it plainly, I am both exhausted and motivated at the same time. It's a very, very strange feeling to feel drained in one moment and ignited in the next, to say that this is horrific, this is traumatic, the fact that I'm living through this history, and the fact that things like this need to happen in order for change to happen. But at the same time, like, change is going to happen, and I'm going to be on the right part of history, when we're moving forward to do that, because there are so many things that I can do as a young person. There's so many things that I can do as a medical student. There's so many things I can do as a founder of the 15 White Coats, and I am going to do that. And I think the biggest thing that we're seeing in the middle of all of this is that people are taking that initiative, and people are saying, I'm going to do that. I'm drained. I'm exhausted. I'm terrified. This is really traumatic for me and my community, but we're going to change that. We're not sitting, and we're not going to let any of it fester anymore. And I'm really proud to be a part of that as well.
I can thoroughly relate to the notion of being exhausted and exhilarated at the same time. One of the things I've been doing on my Instagram feed is been posting pictures to give mental health deposits. Mm-hmm. You know, pictures that have nothing to do with the protest, have nothing to do with white supremacy, flowers, beauty, sunsets, oceans, because it makes no sense if you gain freedom and lose your mind in the process. It was not a fair exchange in certain terms. Dr. Russell, I'm going to ask you a different question. I'm going to ask you to project forward a little bit and tell me, just from where you sit, from what you have been through, how you see the world, and all of the richness that makes you who you are. What do you want to see next in this country?
I think the thing that I have to see next is genuine change from everyday people in terms of how they perceive people of color, specifically Black folks. That alone, that effect will ripple like throughout, even the masses that you were talking about, right? The faceless and nameless. The fact that normal folk can go into normal places and not be, followed by some security guard, some flashlight cop, or the fact that, they can go to a nice restaurant and be perceived as just a human trying to eat a good meal. If those things change alone, that'll decrease a lot of stress. The fact that folks can, Black folks can go into places, you know, these conversations we have at home. Oh, we can't go to that restaurant, or, you're going to go to that restaurant, but you know how they're going to look at you when you go there. And they do, so I think that's the one thing that I'm hopeful will change. And the reason why I'm hopeful that it will change is because there are a lot of young folk that are white that are participating in these protests and putting not only their voice forward, but they're putting their dollars forward.
And their bodies forward, because COVID-19 is still real. And they're still getting rubber bullets, not as much now, but when it started, I didn't mean to cut you off, but and matter of fact, just keep going. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think
Brooklyn. So I'm kind of rude.
Nah, it's all good. It's all good. It's all love. But I think the fact that that's happening, the fact that young people, right, are up realizing like, man, we really have given Black folk a bad hand to deal with in the beginning, and
young
we need to fix
folks.
this. Right, young white folks, because I don't know how hopeful I am for a whole lot of older white folks, right? Because I mean, those, if you think about it from a generational perspective, they were the ones who perpetuated this generational idea that racism was important. So the fact that those folks are fading.
Dr. Russell, let me jump in and say this, because I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on this. I said last night, and either one of you can respond to this. I said last night that these protests are representative of why every university needs to keep their Black Studies and African American Studies department, because these white kids have had to read our literature and our books and learn our story because they had to take these classes. They are sensitized because their education habituated them in the best of what Aristotle meant in the Nicomachean Ethics. So they have learned to be sensitive to certain things. And this moment proves why we should have had African American studies and Black studies a long time ago. Am I right?
Absolutely. I had the opportunity to get my secondary education at an HBCU. I went to Xavier University of Louisiana, and I was just talking to my mom about it the other day. The things that I learned as a Black student when I took the required African American diaspora class were phenomenal and astronomical, and I learned so much. So I can only imagine the veil that's being pulled away from, white students' eyes when they do experience that and when they do learn those things. And it's so important, and to think about not only universities, but to think about how social media has played a role in that. I have seen TikToks and videos on Twitter that have been of white people saying things about African American history, and those things going viral, and those things saying, and at the end of those videos, those people saying, this is something I bet you never heard of before. You know what I mean? So the fact that that is happening and that is spreading like wildfire, like that needs to continue. Absolutely.
Yeah, there is great power in the telling of the story. It may not seem like it in the moment of the speaking, but something about telling of the story that'll wrap around the sides of somebody's soul, and it'll caress and squeeze when it needs to, because it's a lot harder to dehumanize me when you know something about my story, when you felt my story. So speaking of the story, Dr. Russell, let me start with you, and let me ask you a story question. That being, did you always want to be a doctor?
Nah, man, nah. Becoming a doctor was the last thing on my mind. As a matter of fact, I didn't really hear that, going to college was even possible until I think maybe my 4th or 5th year in the military. I was still on active duty and I was on watch overnight. My wife had kind of threw me a few hints, but I was on watch overnight with Ensign Ingle at the time. And Ensign Ingle had gone through, the Naval Academy. And I just asked him a random question. I was like, but how do you think I would fare in college? And he was like, man, you would blow college away.
So college was not even on your radar to do.
No,
And then you end up being a doctor. First, what kind of doctor are you?
So I got my PhD in molecular oncology and tumor immunology, and I'm finishing up now. I'm in my third year of my MD and MBA at Tulane, and I plan on going into child and adolescent psychiatry.
Yeah, I have no idea what the hell your doctorate is in, even though you told me. Mine is in philosophy. See how easy that is? Philosophy. Aristotle. Socrates. Come on. What did you just say? Molecular what?
Molecular oncology and tumor immunology. So basically, looking at cancer on a molecular level and understanding how proteins interact to perpetuate.
No, stop there. Don't go. You're wasting your time. Trust me. Just stop. Cancer. Got it. Let's just stop there. And that's your next interview where you go all the way down into that. That's the next guy you're gonna talk to. But let's get back to the story. And Sydney, Dr. Sydney, I want to ask you. I'm calling you Dr. Sydney because we speak those things that be not as though they were. How about that? And black people have always called people doctors when they were in waiting because we understood that you name a thing so that you can be a thing. So make me throw my shoe at you, Sydney. Don't make me.
It's okay. It's okay.
I came ready. I came loaded and ready tonight.
I so love this.
So, Dr. Sydney, did you always want to be a doctor?
No. So for myself, school is my thing. I've always been school is my thing. So I knew I was going to college, but for a very long time, I wanted to go into law, eventually go into politics. The ultimate goal was to go to college, study a bunch of different languages, be multilingual, and I wanted to work at a U.S. embassy overseas somewhere. Like that was the thing. So that was what I wanted to do for a very long time, and I was very vocal about that. But going into my senior year, I played 3 sports. So I played tennis, basketball, and volleyball. I blew out my ACL like 2 weeks before Christmas. And I went through that entire process and my surgeon was the bomb. And I used to ask a bunch of questions. I'm like, okay, like, this might be a blessing in disguise here. Is God working and I don't know about it? You know what I mean? So I told my parents, I was like, so this is going to happen. And I said this at 18 years old. I said, I'm going to go to Xavier. I'm going to be a bio-pre-med major, and I'm going to go to Tulane for med school. And here I am, surprisingly enough. So
wow.
You're right, manifesting it and saying that it's going to happen. My mom tells me all the time when I call her because I'm upset from studying. I'm like, this is impossible. She's like, girl, I've already claimed it for you, so I don't know what you're worried about.
Look.
Hello.
And Mama said it. It's done.
It's done. It's already done.
It's amazing that your dream job was to be, this overseas political UN kind of person. Dr. Russell, what was your dream job growing up? And then I have
growing up, so definitely growing up, especially, when I hit like the 16, 17, 18-year-old, I wanted to be the Master Chief Petty Officer of the Navy. I wanted to be the highest enlisted naval personnel. And then kind of as I got in there, I was like, nah, I got to go hide in there. I was like, I want to be the Chief of Naval Operations. But obviously my wife, heavily curbed that and was like, nah, like you there's more in you. There's more. And we're going to explore it.
Dr. Russell, I was just about to ask you, what pushed you down this path? Because it's very rare that people find what they were born to do on their own. And part of the reason why I'm asking these questions, because I have a lot of viewers out there who haven't found out what they were born to do. They're still trying to figure it out. And because the both of you have found your lane, your niche, your place, your soil, this part of the conversation is really helping people figure out how it happens. And I'm convinced, as you mentioned your wife, Dr. Russell, we rarely find it on our own. So again, I'm gonna ask you just to elaborate, who pushed you in the right direction?
Yeah, I think there were there were, a few people along the way. There was definitely my wife, there was God, there was my mom and my mother-in-law and father-in-law who were, and then there was Dr. Wesley Gray, and lastly, there was Michael and Susan Garabedian, Doctors Michael and Susan Garabedian, who were my PIs, my principal investigators when I was getting my PhD. And they just, they looked me in the eye and were like, you could be great. Like, you could be great. And the sky's the limit. So just, pursue your dreams. And don't be afraid. I recently did a podcast and they asked me, what do you tell a young child when you're talking to them? I tell them, ask for forgiveness. Don't ask for permission. Don't ask for permission. Black folks don't walk around too long saying, I wonder if somebody's going to approve of it. People not going to approve of a vision that God gave you. He only gave it to you for a reason. Like, you know, you gotta walk in, you gotta, you know, you gotta expound upon it, you gotta cultivate it. You gotta get around people who are gonna nurture it and fertilize it, people who are gonna help you grow it, you know, and then you gotta hold on to those people, you know. You know, they always say, you know, you want to check out your net worth, look at your net worth. You know, and then obviously, you know, in my case, I hold on to people like Cindy Labat. I probably talk to her every day because I know that those are the kind of people around me who are going to enrich me, you know, and make sure that my future is great. They're going to hold you accountable too. You know, I'm sure you have those kind of people.
I got to take a break. Now, before I go, people are tweeting and they're saying, I'm so proud and inspired by the words and the work of Russell Aday and the 15 white coats. Keep on working, keep on moving forward, and keep on leading. See, people love you already. They don't tweet me. Anyway, we'll be right back.
We are tired of mourning. We are tired of suffering, and we are tired of waiting. Experts predict that the Black female vote will be central to the 2020 presidential elections. The truth is in the numbers, but the voice is in you. Imagine if we use our collective voice to create a collective powerhouse. Black women have always been at the forefront of lifting our voices to vote. In this very moment, we can change the history of this nation. Let us not forget that we are our ancestors' wildest dreams. You see us, but now it's time for you to hear us. I'm Ivy Coco, your Miss Black California USA 2020. Queens are lifting our voices to vote. Join us and let's rise up.
I like sunshine and rain.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm talking to two of the founders of 15 White Coats, these remarkable doctors who dared to establish a different image, and in doing so, a different paradigm, and in doing so, a different path, and in doing so, a different expectation. I could do this all day. Anyway, so listen, Dr. Sidney, I want to ask you a more, let's say, a more earthy kind of question, if I may. And that being, tell me about a time in your journey when you really started to wonder if you could do this, or if this was the right thing, and what or who helped you get through that moment.
Okay, so like right off the bat, I'm gonna be completely honest. If I'm not confident in anything, I am confident in the fact that I am smart. Okay, so a lot of people they're like they have their thing. That has always been my thing, right? That's been my thing.
My thing too. Keep going.
That's been my thing.
I'm not tall, dark, and handsome. I got a brain.
So that's been my thing through high school, through college, and I had that same amount of confidence in my intelligence starting medical school, right? So we're in anatomy, we're doing our thing, we're learning X, Y, and Z. I get my first test in medical school, and it is the furthest thing I've ever seen from an A in my entire life, okay? So I am having the largest mental breakdown in between my written exam and my practical exam, because our exams were split in two at the time. And I was like, this, what? I don't understand what to do, because at that moment, that was the first time that I have ever felt like a complete and utter failure in that moment. I have been working so hard. This is the first exam in medical school. It's only going to get harder from here, according to everyone else. So I'm having a full-on breakdown. I call my mom. I'm in my car, and I call my mom, and I'm like, Mom, I don't know what to do. And she was like, number one, you need to take a breath. You need to calm down. You need to breathe. You need to recenter yourself. And number two, you need to understand that it is going to be okay. You come this far. Nothing has broken you up until this point. So what makes you think that this is gonna break you now? It's gonna be okay. You go into that next segment of your test, and you're gonna kill it. And you're gonna do everything you need to. And I think in that moment, just hearing, it was literally a calm in the storm. My voice is cracking because I want to cry, because it was that much for me to just. And I think that's another thing to relate to everything that's going on, is that when in the midst of chaos, what seems like to me chaos at the time, in the midst of chaos, sometimes you just need that voice. And you just need that calm in between the storm to really get you back on track and really get you centered, because those hurdles are going to happen. Those things are going to happen. And
I love all of that. Every drop of that just fed my soul. That just fed my soul, because you're right. There's nothing like hearing the voice of the one who carried you, right? Who in whose body you were formed.
Right.
I mean, you have an indelible connection to her.
Right.
In ways.
And she's always like, I made that. And I'm like, what? My shoulder? She's just like, I made that. And I'm like,
love that. First of all, I love your mother.
She the bomb.
I made that. I'm gonna tell my sons that. I made that. They're gonna look at me like, Pops, no, you did. Mama did. Anyway, listen. So, Dr. Russell, let's get to the meat of the matter, if we can, and talk to me about the significance of Black doctors. Why is it important? Why do we need to have Black doctors? Isn't a doctor a doctor?
Nah. I mean, obviously, a doctor indeed is a doctor, but I think the Black community specifically, I'm going to speak to the Black community, and I'll sum it up in this short story. I'll never forget the first time I got to shadow a child and adolescent psychiatrist, right? And he went to go get a patient who was a young Black boy, and he walked into the door, and when he saw me, it was like he saw an angel. It was literally like he saw an angel. He sat down in awe, for so long. And within maybe like 5 or 10 minutes, he spilled out so much of his life in instantly. That was the first time he ever was in a room seeing someone who looked like him with a white coat on. And it was like a cape. It was like, I promise you, I could tell him something and it's gonna go somewhere. Even if it just goes to my heart. It's gonna go somewhere. He wasn't just talking and it was falling on deaf ears, and that alone helped me to realize. I mean, obviously there are a bunch of other moments, but that moment alone helped me to realize that.
No, that's a great one. That's a great one. And let me, when I knew I was gonna have you on the show today, part of my preparation is to think about the guest that I'm having and blah 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 blah. One of the things I thought was I've never had a Black doctor in my entire life, and I'm not young. I have never had a Black doctor. My doctors have only been either white, Indian, or that's it. I've never had, or Asian. I've had an Asian doctor, but I've never had a Black doctor in any level. And I had to have gallbladder surgery, which we won't talk about on the show. but yeah. Never had a Black doctor. So my point is I can relate to everything that you're saying, which makes me want to ask you, let me ask you a follow-up question, and then I'll move to Dr. Sidney. Why don't we have more Black doctors?
I think there are a lot of issues. One specifically, at least for me, is there's a monetary hurdle you got to jump over. People don't even know. People don't know that generally, when you apply to medical school, right, it costs literally thousands of dollars to get all the way through the process. It's not like $100, $200, fill out an application and go home. Nah, you got a test. You got to prepare for that test. So you may need to get a prep course. You got to pay for the application. You got to pay for flights. Probably not right now because of this pandemic, but generally you have to pay for flights. You got to pay for a suit. Sometimes you got to pay for a place to stay. You also got to pay for application fees, secondary application fees for each medical school, because they want to know something on top of the general application that you submit. And then on top of that, you got to move to the medical school. Now, if you think about the economic history, right? Wow. You think about the economic history, especially for marginalized communities, you take that into account, and then you say, I want you to go do this thing after you finish undergrad. You already done spent a lot of money to get through undergrad, whether you went to an HBCU or PWI or anywhere else. You're going to spend all this money, and then I need for you to spend another couple $1,000s to get into this program. And then I need for you to spend a couple $100,000 to get through it. And after you done got into all that debt, now I want you to go be a prosperous doctor and make sure that there's wealth for your children's children.
Dr. Russell, I'm exhausted just listening to you. You just wore me out just listening to all of that. That not only is it expensive, it's taxing. It's very. Now I understand why. It's we don't have as many as we need, and certainly not as many as we should. But Dr. Sidney, let me, because you mentioned Xavier, right? And so I want to ask you about the connection between HBCUs and the production of Black doctors. What role are HBCUs playing and have played in producing Black doctors? I got a sneaky suspicion that they play in a big role.
Well, let me toot my alma mater's horn real quick. The fact that Xavier is the top producer of Black doctors in the nation. So
shout out to Xavier.
Shout out to Xavier. If you are a person who wants to go into the medical field, look us up. We're going to help you get there. But as far as the role for HBCUs in general, and not only in medicine, the things that you carry and the things that you learn from your experience at an HBCU, you are allowed to just be, while also being intelligent, while also being poised, while also being sophisticated, while also being all, like you said, we can go on and on all day. I remember this experience. I'm in the line to the CAF, which is the cafeteria, but we call it the CAF. And we're in the line it's Red Beans Monday. We're in the line to go get some red beans. And two of my classmates in front of me are arguing about their answers on the different titrations that we just had on our chemistry founder. And I'm like, yo, this is a moment. You know what I mean? I need to capture this moment, the fact that I'm surrounded by Black people who are equally as intelligent, who are diverse amongst themselves, who are sophisticated. We just carry ourselves a different way. And HBCUs, like I said, in medicine, in philosophy, I know a lot of philosophy majors who went on to go to law school. There's in pharmacy, Xavier has a pharmacy school. There's a lot of different ways that HBCUs are producing Black professionals that I feel like it is second to none. And I urge every Black student to have an HBCU experience if you can, if you're afforded the opportunity to, because it changed my life, and it changed my life for the better. And I'm so 100% confident in that.
No, brilliant. Both of those are brilliant answers from both of you. And just to add to that, Tuskegee has probably one of the best veterinary programs in the country.
Yeah.
Most and Black and white go to Tuskegee because this program is so amazing. But we don't hear about that, and we don't know about that. But that's why we have the Book of Sean, because what we do here is Black excellence, Black genius, Black love, Black amazement. I made up the word, my show. I get to do that. And that's why I love talking to both of you. So let's talk about 15 White Coats. Let's get to it, Dr. Russell. How did this come about?
Yeah.
What is it? How did it come about?
Yeah, so essentially so I went to an HBCU. I went to Southern University. One of my best friends, Philip Thomas, went to North Carolina A&T. We both were getting our PhD in the same lab. I finished before him. I ended up at Tulane. And he came down to visit me from New York because we got our PhDs at NYU School of Medicine. And when he came down, we took a trip over to the Whitney Plantation. And I brought my young daughter with me, Malia, because I thought this was a moment. This was a history moment she needed to experience. And so we went and we experienced it. And on our ride back, Malia, interrupted a conversation between Philip and I and said, "Dad," I said, "What's up, Malia?" She said, "I finally understand why it's important and how it's a big deal that you all are Black doctors in America." I was like, I've been trying to tell you that forever. Like I've been trying to put you on game for a long time, but I'm proud that you figured it out. But now I want to know why, right? Because we just left the plantation. I want to know why, like where this come from, And she was like, "Well, just think about it. We just left a plantation where at one time Black people couldn't be free. They couldn't be accountants. They couldn't be lawyers. They couldn't be doctors. They couldn't be firefighters. They couldn't be anything. And if they tried to be anything, they get killed. And now I'm riding in the car with two of y'all, two scientists. At the time, I hadn't even started med school yet, And so that kind of, first of all, that moment rocked my world. But then I looked over at Philip and was like, "Yo, I got an idea." I was like, I think if we came here in all Black with our white coats on, and we took a photo in front of these slave quarters, we could illustrate 400 years of history and how far we've come in one image, and it's gonna be iconic. Obviously, I talked to Sydney, I talked to Gabrielle Usa-Ansa.
So, stop a second. So, Dr. Sidney, so Dr. Russell calls you. He says, "I have this idea. We're gonna take a photo on a plantation." What? How did you respond?
okay, so what's the date so I can clean my schedule? Like, quite honestly, that's exactly how it went. It was, so when are we going to make this happen? What do you need me to do to make this happen? Yes, absolutely, 100%. And it's one of those
So
things.
you immediately got the significance and the heft of the moment.
Right. Absolutely, because you got to think about our experience thus far in medical school, right? So our experience thus far walking the halls and not being able to see a lot of the portraits that are on the wall that look like us, or us not being able to throw a rock and hit a mentor that may look like us. We actually worked on a project right before that called # Project Reachback, where we were trying to connect underrepresented minority students and their mentors. So I was like, absolutely, this is just going to elevate anything that we've experienced in our 2 short years of medical school. And there are going to be so many people who can relate to that, so many people who are moved by that. So again, when do I need to clear my schedule? Because we're going to make that.
Yes, Dr. Sidney, Dr. Russell, I love both of you. Both of you get it, and you get it in ways that just make me proud to know that Black people like you exist on the planet. But you guys took this photo. First of all, your daughter is the reason that this happened. Her. She's been here before, apparently. She agreed. This is not her first time on this planet. I'm telling you. So her wisdom, her savant-like ability to understand the significance of what she was in. I'm totally. What's her name, by the way?
Malia Ann.
I'm just anyway. So out from her savant awareness comes this photo. This photo goes absolutely viral. I mean, it's everywhere. I saw it when I didn't even know the two of y'all. Everybody saw it. And I guess what I want to ask you, Dr. Russell, is the easy question to ask you would be, did you know it was going to go viral? I mean, of course you didn't know. Here's the better question. Why do you think it went viral?
I think it went viral because for everyone who saw it, the one thing you could take in was this very vile, like deleterious system that was literally designed to kill us. Like not just, shackle us and just work us. No. They wanted to destroy our existence. And it didn't work. It didn't work. That's the best feeling in the world. It didn't work. It didn't work. I remember seeing this caption saying, you tried to bury us, but you didn't know we were seeds. And I think that's literally what you're seeing. You're seeing you got to take into account the system you put in place, right? That was literally supposed to kill us, didn't work. And not only that, you see a collective of promising, brilliant, like unopposed Black doctors, unapologetically Black, that you're going to have to deal with for at least the next 40 years. If you don't have to deal with anyone else, you're going to have to deal with it.
Listen, I got to take a break, but I'm here for everything you just said. All that. # all of that. That's how good that was, man. It's amazing. It's amazing. Tyler Carter is writing. He says, he's tweeting us and said, Dear Dr. Leday, do you realize how impactful this decision was on how many people, specifically Black kids, that the 15 white coats will inspire? They want to salute you. It's an amazing thing. Dr. King is an amazing figure, but he's more amazing when you realize that this country never intended for us to be free. It never intended for us to be free or to learn how to read. But when he showed up, the nation had to submit its customs and its laws to the great-grandson of a slave.
Hey.
We know that we're asking Americans to do a lot right now. So we're asking everyone to be selfless for others so that we can protect those who are most susceptible to this virus.
A question I often get asked is, why should young people care about the spread of coronavirus? Well, we know that people with underlying medical conditions over the age of 60 are at highest risk, but they've got to get it from somebody.
Social distancing is really physical separation of people.
It's what we refer to when we ask people to stay at least 6 feet apart.
Not going to bars, not going to restaurants, not going to theaters where there are a lot of people. It all just means physical separation so that you have a space between you and others who might actually be infected or infect you.
we all have a role to play in preventing person-to-person spread of this disease, which can be deadly for vulnerable groups. For more information on how you can social distance, please go to coronavirus.gov.
I like sunshine.
Welcome back, everybody. Listen, I'm talking to the two of the founders of the 15 White Coats, Dr. Sidney Labat and Dr. Russell Leday. Both of them have been inspiring us. They're doing their good talking tonight. Let me tell you. I told you, if you want to feel bad, if you want to feel bad, I'm not the show for you. I'm telling you, it is my aim in life to make you mad at me for making you feel so good. So listen, Dr. Sidney, when you were on the plantation, because the photo took place. The contrast of the photo, this is what Dr. Russell pointed to so brilliantly, was that you had doctors in their white coats, and doctors are seen in this culture, and most cultures, as the height of academic and intellectual achievement because of the work that you do. So Black doctors standing in front of slave quarters, the contrast, the dichotomy, right? The tension, what Immanuel Kant would call the antinomy, two ideas that just won't reconcile themselves. And you guys are standing there. I want to ask you a question on the lower frequency. Mm-hmm. Even as you were wearing the white coat, even as you were manifesting being a doctor, what did it feel like in your soul to stand on a plantation?
So there are no words to describe the emotional, spiritual, just physical feeling that you get in that space. I 100% urge anyone in the New Orleans area to attend the Whitney Plantation. It's a unique place that focuses on a lot of the slaves, not the slave owners, and not the old South that we all seem to see romanticized on television. But to stand on those cabins, my spirit was moved. There was something in that space that made me feel so like there was a deep hidden feeling of sorrow to feel that, you know, my ancestors had gone through this and that they lived in these conditions. There was a deep feeling of pride to say, I'm here. Look, like essentially we came back to say we're here and look what we did. You know what I mean?
Won.
And it's a mixed feeling of emotions because there's so many things going through your head at the same time. You feel sad, you feel angry, you feel upset, but you feel proud, and you feel once again you feel ignited. You feel like this is only the first step. This is not going to end here. We are going to do so much more after this, and that feeling, that manifesting and that paying it forward that we're doing with our organization, that started right there on those steps on that porch because we just knew we're doing it for them, you know.
Yeah, no, and I want to talk about the work that you're doing, but not yet, because I want to stay in this, because to me, this is just as important as that work. People understanding the psychology and the emotions that helped create this moment, that created the ability to do this work, are just as important as the actual work that you're doing, at least where I come from. Which makes me want to ask you, I asked Dr. Russell, I asked Dr. Sidney about the contrast and the importance of it. I'm going to give you a phrase, and I just let that phrase, whatever comes up in response to it, let it do its work on you. I think the importance of that photo, why it went viral, was because deep down in us, in some deep African way, we all know, here's the phrase, that you become what you see.
Oh yeah, that's the one thing we can hang our hat on from now until the day that we go back to meet the good old Lord, is that we know, right? A baby, a child, some young child with all of their brown skin and their beautiful hair and their beautiful butter, you know, just all of who they are can look at that and say, I'm next. I got up next. I got up next. Because if they can do it and they willing to let me put this in my room, all of the kids in my neighborhood have that photo. All of the kids in my neighborhood have that photo. And that's the whole idea behind the work that we're doing, is that it's about cultural imagery. Our children need to see that their brain is like soil on rich land. And all you gotta do is just plant a little knowledge in there and then watch it grow. Just watch it grow. Just watch it grow. It's like literally it's soil on rich land. You could literally put the worst most damaged seed in there, and it'll still grow. Because I mean, if you think about some of the history, right, of children growing up in America, the masses, the faceless, right, all the masses that were faceless, and they still end up being, the doctors that we talked about, the lawyers that we talked about, right? Look at the impact of the exonerated five. After all that trouble they went through, now they literally go around the world telling people what really needs to be done to make change. We have this trademark phrase from the 15 White Codes that says, resilience is in our DNA. It's literally encoded in who we are. So it doesn't matter what situation you put us in, we're going to figure out a way to be resilient enough to come up out of it and be something that this world has never seen before. The creativity, the ingenuity, the novelness of us is just, it's exhilarating. It's godlike. That's exactly what it is.
No, it is on so many levels. And so Dr. Sidney, Dr. Russell is pushing us in a very important direction. Talk to me about how your work with 15 White Coats implies a commitment to excellence. Because one of the things I try to do on this show is to bring people into contact with excellence. People who have done great work, who are doing great things. And I think that liberation isn't just a political reality. It is about us having certain commitments, what I would call certain existential commitments. And one of them is a commitment to excellence.
Right. So for me, to see the impact and the range that this photo has had across millions, I'm saying internationally, right? So I had no idea the climate, the racial climate of those in Brazil, but it's horrific. So for me, a commitment to excellence is everything that this photo stands for, right? So we just put together a artistic representation of one of our photos, in which we're standing on the porch, and we have all of our faces blurred out, because we want to inspire excellence in every last person who sees that image. So instead of seeing Sydney's face, or instead of seeing Russell's face, or instead of seeing Rachel's face or Mashley's face, they can see the different shades of Black people, the different hair textures of Black people, the different heights, the different sizes, and they can see themselves in that photo. And that, to me, is the most important idea behind being committed to excellence. Is not only being committed to my excellence, but being committed to pushing the excellence of other people and those around me. Because like Russell said, if you want to check your net worth, you need to check your network. And that's just it. And I'm so blessed to have been in an opportunity where I have sisters and I have friends who are all doing phenomenal, amazing things within their own respective fields. And for me, paying it forward, that's the least I can do.
Let's celebrate Russell for a second, and then he and I will come back and celebrate you. But let's celebrate the fact, Sydney, I want you to respond to this. The fact that when he made the calls to the doctors, that he had the wherewithal, he had the cosmopolitan sensibility enough, he was progressive enough, human enough, man enough to make sure that he called women, to make sure that there were Black women included in this moment. Talk to me about the significance of that, and just how you feel as a Black woman that he was intentional to make sure that Black women were represented in this contrasting, powerful moment.
One thing I think we need to also bring into light is that Black women are amongst the most educated people in America. And that's a statistic that everyone can look up. And It's the fact that Black women have this ability to be strong, to be intelligent, to be all of these things when we are considered brushed off and stereotyped in every way, shape, and form. And the fact that there are a lot of Black women in that photo is that I want someone to draw into question, because there are a lot of Black doctors and a lot of Black women who are doctors in America. And we need to be proud of every last one of those, because they are so vital in so many of the different ways. You think about Black maternal mortality, how the Black woman is at such a high risk of dying during childbirth compared to any woman of any other race. And they are so important that we are here to speak for one another. Because if we don't speak for one another, we don't speak for ourselves. Who's going to speak for us? So it's the fact that Black women are Black girl magic in every way, shape, and form. And there's literally nothing else you can call it besides magic, because that's what it is. It is magic.
Yes. I'm here for everything you just said. Absolutely. And I think one of the things that makes me, so impressed with what you guys have done and I'll get to your philanthropic work in a second. But I want to make sure that I help people understand not just the triumph of Black doctors, but also some of the struggles. Dr. Russell, how are Black doctors treated?
I mean, how are Black people treated in neighborhoods where the police probe?
So you're telling me, hold on, you're telling me that you can go and be at the height of intellectual academic achievement and they still treat you?
Oh yeah. I mean, we literally have the quintessential example, the epitome of proof. Dr. Uche Blackstock is this brilliant physician who was also faculty at NYU. She just wrote a paper on recently on why Black physicians are leaving faculty positions. And her main reason was some of the same things that I'm gonna be candid with you, we experienced in medical school. I mean, if you want me to be candid about the response from, right, there were a lot of classmates who were supportive of us during this time, right? A lot of there's a lot of racial tension going on, right? And you're gonna have some that are supportive, but there are a ton that are quiet. I mean, literally, like as quiet as you can be, like feathers dropping quiet. I mean, obviously there's no surprise to us, but that tells you what kind of climate we're in. Yeah. And that climate doesn't necessarily go away just because you don a white coat. That's the one thing that we have to, I mean, our parents and our grandparents used to always tell us, and it just dawned on me a few weeks ago, it genuinely doesn't matter how much education you have. That's not gonna make somebody look at you and all of a sudden equate you to the human you should be treated as. Sure, there are a lot of people who will, but there's also there's also a lot of people who won't. Right. And some of those people just so happen to don a white coat, whether that's a medical student or a physician. And that's the fact of the matter. And that's not a secret. There's a reason why we have a huge, a disproportionate number of students who we need to have in medical school, right? Who aren't there.
Yeah.
In order to have more Black doctors, you got to have more Black medical students.
You can't have one without the other. You've got to have more Black kids going to college, getting into graduate programs, and then obviously one of them being medical school and doing the residency and all of that. And you guys are inspiring people. It begins with the flicker of inspiration. The whole journey begins with someone saying, I think I want, or maybe I can. That's how it begins. I know I got maybe 5-6 minutes left, but I don't want to get off tonight, Dr. Sidney, without you having a chance to tell everybody about some of the philanthropic and important work that the 15 White Coats are doing. So walk us through some of that.
Right. So since the virtual sensation that the photo was, we've done a lot with it. We've made a pledge to get anyone who wants the photo into their learning spaces, into their schools, free of charge. We take donations to not only fund that opportunity and fund that endeavor, but we take donations to also fund scholarships, which we have done for medical students, we have done for undergraduate students, and most recently we have done for high school students. Right now we're moving into a space where we have just launched a few options for merchandising. So like we said, we have a artistic representation of one of our photos in which our faces are blurred out so people can see themselves in that image. And
do me a favor, I'm sorry to cut you off, but tell everybody how they can donate. Be very clear about that, because my audience, they not poor.
Right. We appreciate every dollar, and donations can be taken at www.the1515whitecoats.org. There's a big button that says donate, and there's also buttons that say, here's our mission, here's what we're doing, and here's links to other media that we've done and things of that nature. That's our home base, so you can find everything there. So
give it one more time, just because they're a little slow.
Oh, sorry. My mom tells me that. I know I've been talking about my mom this whole time, but I talk a mile a minute. So that's www.the1515whitecoats.org. And that's us. You can find everything we got going there. Like I said, we just released a line of merchandise. You can get a t-shirt that says resilience is in our DNA. You can get a t-shirt that has our photo on it. And one thing that we're really moving forward with right now is that half of all of those proceeds go towards various Black Lives Matter organizations, because we have to contribute to what's going on in our society for our people today.
I love it.
Yeah,
I love all of that. I love all of that. Dr. Russell, I got maybe 4 minutes left, but the question deserves more time. But give me just a minute on this, if you can. It's a gratuitous question, but I've never had a chance to ask a doctor this, so here it goes. Is there a connection between faith and medicine? And if so, what's the connection?
Yeah, I don't know if I can eloquently explain what the connection is between faith and medicine. But I will tell you this, specifically for the Black community. I don't think there's anything in our lives that we experience that doesn't have involved in it. Whether that's eating, moving, being, medicine, no matter what it is. I've seen people with cancer come to the altar.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about it. And so I think the idea of faith being a component of our community and our existence, but also a part of how we perceive how our body is operating and how health is being maintained, there's no doubt about it. There's a connection between the two.
So that there's room for a vibrant faith life, even as you engage in the practices and in the medicines and in the science that come along with the whatever the hell y'all call what y'all do.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be very blunt, very candid. I'm a believer in Jesus Christ, and so even for me, there are moments where I'm trying to figure out how to navigate that. Yeah. But I don't think I can navigate life without the two. I don't think I can navigate medicine without my faith, and I don't think I can navigate, my purpose, right, without understanding medicine. The two, they are very intertwined, and I think we can all talk about that.
No, it's good. So Dr. Sidney, are you seeing patients yet at all? Or are you still in the classroom?
Not so. Starting July 6th, we will be in the hospital and we will be engaging with our first set of patients as third-year medical students. And I'm both anxious and excited about it. But the learning curve it's been a kick up a notch, and I'm excited about it. I'm ready for this next level. I turned around the other day, and I was my first day in medical school, and now I'm a rising third year. 3 out of 4 years, I was telling my mom, I was like, that's crazy. I'm gonna be a doctor at 26. What am I gonna do? This is insane. But I'm excited about it. So that's coming soon.
No, that's amazing. I hope, believe, and pray that you will have an extraordinary experience in time. Both of you have just been, what's the word? Sublime tonight. I mean, absolutely sublime. Talking to you. You have really, I think, inspired people in amazing ways. Again, one of our viewers said tonight, the guy, the gains. That's what his name is. He says, what I get from the picture is the fact that our people not only elevated the past, but our new drive to force the future. So people who are watching the program tonight are being inspired by both of you. I've enjoyed talking to you. Thank you so much, Dr. Sidney Labat and Dr. Russell Leday, for being here. Two of the founders of the 15 White Coats. Listen, everybody, make sure you stay tuned for our special town hall conversation that's taking place here on Fox Soul. Our voice, our concern. Make sure you are here for that. Don't turn away from the program. Don't leave the station. You want to be a part of this. Tonight, we have several panelists coming on to talk about what's going on in the streets, what's going on in America. But I thank you for tuning in and watching my little show. My little show. I'll be back tomorrow. Be good to each other. And by all means, remember, I love you.
We are tired of mourning. We are tired of suffering. And we are tired of waiting. Experts predict that the Black female vote will be central to the 2020 presidential elections. The truth is in the numbers, but the voice is in you. Imagine if we use our collective voice to create a collective powerhouse. Black women have always been at the forefront of lifting our voices to vote. In this very moment, we can change the history of this nation. Let us not forget that we are our ancestors' wildest dreams. You see us, but now it's time for you to hear us. I'm Ivy Coco, your Miss Black California USA 2020. Queens are lifting our voices to vote. Join us and let's rise up.
We are oppressed. We are exploited. We are downtrodden. We are denied not only civil rights, but even human rights. So the only way we're going to get some of this oppression and exploitation away from us or aside from us is come together against the common enemy.
This is a coordinated activity happening across this nation.
And 46 seconds.
8 minutes and 46 seconds.
I can't breathe.
Please, I can't breathe.
They're going to kill me.
Mama.
The final words of our brother, George Floyd. The words of a man who left this world calling for his mother, who passed on to the other side 2 years prior.
The words that became a cry of Black people. The cry to get your knee off our necks. The cry to release us from your bondage. The cry.
Of 400 years of slavery, the cry of Jim Crow segregation, the cry of mass incarceration.
The cry of our people.
Are you ready to get liberated?
Are you sick and tired of being sick and tired and ready to get free? For 16 days, protests have swept across the world in light of the murder of George Floyd at the hands of police, at the hands of now former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin.
George's death and the swelling cries of justice for Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, and many more names that we can call have burst into a larger conversation of confronting systemic racism in America.
And so we know, go ahead, Wes. So now we just gonna talk. Go ahead,
now
Wes.
Now we're gonna get real.
Yes.
I'm Dr. Wes Bellamy of Charlottesville, Virginia, and I'm joined by the infamous Dr. Melina Abdullah. We're here to give you the real about getting liberated.
Right, I like the infamous, thank you. So I'm Melina Abdullah. I'm a professor, but I'm an organizer with Black Lives Matter. And many of the protests that we've been talking about are protests that both of us, all of us on this show tonight have been in the midst of. We know that we call the names Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, but there are right here in my city in Los Angeles, 601 names that we could call who've been killed by police just in the last few years. And so we've had countless conversations, but this is going to be one that's a little bit different. This is going to be one where we are going to offer calls to action. We're going to engage with folks on the ground who have ideas for how we move forward and transform a system that keeps us oppressed.
Now, from Charlottesville, Virginia, to Virginia State University, where I serve, to Los Angeles, to Houston, Texas, to across the globe, we've seen these situations have a profound impact on the community, and now our voices are finally being heard. We've had countless conversations, town halls, and special reports about how, why, and what we're going to do about it. What is the Black agenda?
So tonight, thanks to Fox Soul, and we're grateful for the platform, you'll hear from grassroots organizations and leaders of the movement, a movement, not a moment, right? That will share their contributions to the Black agenda.
Sometimes we disagree on methods, but the objective is the same: liberation, equity, and true justice for Black folks, marginalized people, and the disenfranchised. It's time for our voices to be heard. It's time for us to stand up. It's time for us to speak up. We're not taking no for an answer.
So tonight, get ready to hear from the voices of the movement and find out how we're destroying the systemic racial barriers that plague this country. This is a call to action. Joining us tonight to talk about the Black agenda and call to action is civil rights leader and chairman of the Black Press, Dr. Ben Chavis, civil rights attorney, Lee Merritt, and hip hop artist and philanthropist Jay-Z. I almost said Jay-Z. Jeezy.
Snowman.
Yes. Thanks to everyone for coming on this evening. This is an open space for dialogue. And I just want to give a full disclaimer. I am just coming in from a protest, so please forgive me if my eyes are tired or I go off script just a little bit. Dr. West will pull me back, right, West?
I got you, but
You
you're a
got
hard
me.
act to pull in.
Let's start with some of our guests. Dr. Chavis, can you talk a little bit about the calls to action that were used during the civil rights era? Because you're the veteran of this conversation. So we'd like to talk about how we've gotten to this point, but also comparatively, from when you first began your struggle for justice to now. How do things look different? What were the calls then, and how do they compare to the calls now?
Well, thank you very much. And I'm very honored to be in the company of all of my colleagues here on this panel. We thank Fox Soul for putting this town hall together. To answer your question, when I was around 14 years old, back in the 1960s, I was actually on the staff of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And of course, I grew up in the civil rights movement. And the call back then was for racial justice, it's for economic justice, for equal justice, but it was also tied to legislation. We needed a Voting Rights Act. We needed a Civil Rights Act. We needed a Fair Housing Act. And we challenged a lot of the segregation, a lot of the racism back then. But what we have now is not only a new exposure to racial injustice. We had police brutality back then. We didn't have cell phones. We didn't have video phones. There was some record in the media about the atrocities that was happening to the movement. But the difference is that what happened to George Floyd was a murder caught on video. The 8 minutes of his life, brother begging for his life, telling him he can't breathe, calling for his mama. And that's what is ignited. But the truth of the matter is, we should not see what happened to George Floyd as isolated.
Right.
What happened in Minneapolis happens all over America. And but for the video phones and the audacity and the courage of those who would dare to take the picture of the cops while they're doing this, we would not know. We would not even know their names. So I think the calls for justice, to answer your question, Sister Melina, are similar. But I would say that by now, 50 and 60 years later, breathing while Black, driving while Black, jogging while Black, existing while Black. It shows you how deep the problem of race and racism, these problems are very deep-seated in American culture, American politics, American economics, American healthcare, across the board. But I would say this, not only as a veteran, but I would speak as the OG on this panel. We should not lose our sense of purpose. Righteous outrage is definitely in place, but we have to channel our rage, channel our anger, channel our pain, our sorrow into some constructive modus operandi where we can not only call for the change, but be the participants that bring about the change. And that's why I'm so encouraged by what I see in your city, Melina, in Los Angeles or in Virginia, or where Brother Merritt is, and all across the country, Jeezy, Atlanta. I think that something is happening. So it's just not Black folks marching, it's white folks, it's Black, it's Latinos, it's Asian, it's Native Americans. You have the whole human family out. And I think proportionally, that is a difference. You see, we are much more today in 2020, multiracial, multilingual, multicultural. But the thing is, we have to make sure that our unity in the demonstrations is also unity in our resolve to get the results that we need. So I'm very pleased to be a part of this discussion. You know, I'm optimistic, not about the forces of racism. I'm optimistic about the anti-racism forces that seem to be gathering new momentum in America.
Thank you, OG. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Brother Lemire, we know you've been doing phenomenal work on the ground. We know that you have literally been across the country advocating for families, representing families who have endured tragedy and so forth. Is it possible for you to give us an update of the situation with Brother Ahmaud Arbery in Brunswick, Georgia?
Yeah, just last week we had a hearing in that case, and it was a probable cause hearing where all three of the suspects were hoping to get out or get a bond set. Actually, if we can get into the nuts and bolts, Dr. West, you know this, that the judge actually didn't, the magistrate judge didn't have the authority to set a bond, but he could have said, dismissed the case and said that there wasn't sufficient probable cause for those arrests. The scary thing was this was a Glenn County judge. The entire Glenn County bench recused itself because of the level of corruption that has been revealed during the course of this investigation, that there were district attorneys with conflicts, there were replacement district attorneys with conflicts, that law enforcement officers were communicating with some of the murder suspects. So that entire bench recused itself except for this one special hearing that they're not really granting because the Georgia Supreme Court declared a state of emergency due to COVID-19. And so you had a hearing that already went against the Supreme Court order by a bench that already recused itself, and it could have went really bad. But because, again, the protesters in the streets, in my opinion, the amount of people who have kept their eyes on this case, it was a pretty standard hearing where the defense attorneys revealed even greater levels of hatred than we thought existed in the first place. We knew it was a race-based crime, but now we learned really from testimony elicited from their own counsel that these men were known racists throughout the community.
So Jeezy, I think my sister Melina is on mute.
I was still muted, but go ahead, Wes.
So
I'll pick
Jeezy,
up after you.
Jeezy, you've been, everybody who knows, all my friends have been watching because they know you're my favorite artist of all time. Not just because of the motivation that you give, but ever since your first project, Streets is Watching, you've always talked about the importance of taking care of our community, giving back to the community, and using our voice as a platform. I noticed yesterday you were out in Atlanta at the protest. Why was that so important to you? Why were you out there?
Well, actually, I started my day off going out to vote was my first thing to go vote for my county officials, and I plan to get out and hit the protest anyway. But after leaving the whole the voting and going to the poll and just seeing how things were screwed up there, and just how many, it was just all bad. We can get into that later on. It just really fueled me to want to go to the protest because it started raining, and I was just like, no. So I took my entire staff, which is predominantly Black, by the way, and we all went out. And rain, sleet, or snow, and we just wanted to be out there with the younger generation and the people that had been out there marching and protesting for 12 days. And you can just see that they needed energy, they needed some uplifting, some inspiration. And of course, that's what I do. So I actually got out there and talked for them and with them, and give everybody a chance to say how they was feeling, and vent a little bit. And to me, it's important. I'm a staple in Atlanta, and I just feel like these are my people. Like, these are not, I don't even do the fan thing. I just consider us all family. And I just wanted to be out there with my family. I wanted to be on the front line. I wanted to feel it. I wanted to understand what was going on, to see the frustration. And I think I got enough of that. And, I'm absolutely going to continue to stand with them. But I just wanted to touch it myself. The news was out there, so that was good. And I just wanted to bring awareness. So anybody that's in Atlanta, you got to get out here and join these young people, because they're out here fighting for you. They're fighting for us, and they're fighting for the next generation.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, I think it would be great if we could get the rest of you to chime in, because especially I'm thinking about Dr. Chavis. Your statement about your involvement is really important. I'm thinking about what all of you do and coming out to protest, and how that counters a narrative that was predominant even just a few weeks ago, that it wasn't proper to be out in the streets, right? The correct way to protest is supposed to be to vote, is supposed to be to lobby your elected officials. And once you do that, you've done your job. And there's been, I believe, a concerted effort on the part of white supremacist forces to get us to think, to push a false narrative that change happens through the ballot box primarily. Now, I'm a proponent of voting. I vote in every election.
I was about to say, hold on, Doc. You know I'm a former elected official now. Don't throw us all the way under the bus. Come on now.
Nah, and we got to vote out this DA here in LA County. So, you know, I believe in voting.
Y'all got some work. Y'all got some work to do.
Yes.
Facts.
However, we got to remember that no one has ever voted their way to freedom. So it's always voting plus. So I'd love to hear from the rest of you. Jeezy, I think your summation was really good. And I want to underscore something that you just said, that in Atlanta, they've been in the streets for 12 days consistently, right? So if Dr. Chavis and Lee can kind of speak back to that, right? Push back against the narrative that change and liberation and freedom for Black folks only comes through voting. We're not saying don't vote, but we're saying you have to do more than vote.
So look, I just want to pause a moment and salute Lee Merritt. We need more freedom fighting attorneys.
Yeah.
And Lee, you know, sometimes people don't get enough chance to tell you thank you, brother, because you've been out there defending brothers and sisters, sometimes whose names are not even known. When the cameras are not there, you can depend on Lee Merritt to be there with those families and speaking up and representing. So thank you, man, on behalf of thousands of voiceless brothers and sisters who have been helped by your freedom fighting lawyer and courage. Because part of what, Melinda, you're right, that the struggle for freedom, we have to struggle on all platforms, not just one platform. We have to struggle politically, yes, get out there and vote. We have to struggle economically. We ought to be owning more of the businesses in our community. You know, we're consumers. We spend over $1 trillion in the American economy, and then we get disrespected by the police. We can't even jog. We can't even drive. We can't even walk down the street without being harassed. So yes, we have to vote, absolutely, because we paid a heavy price to get the right to vote, but you can't leave it at voting. When you leave the voting, that's why I like what Jeezy did. He voted, then he went straight to the demonstration. You got to do all of that. You know, I be even when I'm sleeping, I'm dreaming about fighting for freedom. When I wake up in the morning, I'm fighting for freedom. When I get on my knees and say my prayers, I'm praying for freedom. So you gotta struggle. There's a slogan out of Africa during the African Liberation Movement: "A luta continua." The struggle continues. The struggle continues on all these platforms.
And the response is "Victoria es certa."
Exactly.
So the struggle
Victory
continues. Victory is certain.
Absolutely, my sister.
Yeah, the contemporary one of that is, of course, if we fight, we win. So I want to thank artists like Jeezy, and I've been working closely with Rock Nation and all the artists that are part of that to say, all right, look, we're at this moment, and people need to know first that it has to be sustainable, right? And we have to communicate a specific message or a plan when you start talking about the acts. So what do we get out of this moment? So when you talk about those protests, the first thing I asked Jeezy and the other folks when we were talking sort of backstage was, and what are the crowds saying? What are they specifically asking for? And you know, the concern is if they're just saying justice for Floyd, we certainly want justice for Floyd. And the city of Minnesota is being moved by national and even international protests to ensure, you know, before, when we first got involved, Keith Ellis wasn't involved. The local attorney general was the only person on the case. He only filed the third degree murder indictment at first before arresting 4 officers. But as the streets began to say, no, we want all 4, right? No, as a matter of fact, get rid of this district attorney. We need a better prosecutor, because you all know that most of these cases long-term are lost because you don't have vigorous prosecutors. And so we've always pushed behind doors with Black Lives Matter activists, with the communities, with the streets to say, when you go up in front of the cameras and you start talking, look at the DA's records. And Melina, you were talking about how problematic the district attorney in Los Angeles is. Although she's popular in the streets, but she does, because she's from South Central, she's from where we're from.
She ain't popular in the streets. I don't know who told you that lie.
She just won re-election.
No, she did not win re-election.
Oh, I'm sorry. She
did not win. She's up for re-election. We pushed her into a runoff.
Right. Her opponent. her opponents weren't able to run the gambit, so she had a significant voting block. Is that fair enough?
So no. So
And-
she didn't get 50% of the vote plus one, which is a huge victory to push an incumbent, a two-term incumbent, into a runoff is unheard of. And so she does not have the support of the streets. Who she had the support of is the old school kind of political folks and the police associations. So that's who backed her campaign, was to the tune of $2 million, was the LA Police Protective League and the LA County Sheriff's Association. That's who backed her. She was her funding was way beyond that of her opponents. It was a grassroots effort, us standing outside her office every single week for 2.5 years. It was the families of those who've been killed who pushed her into a runoff. So I just got to correct that. She is not popular here.
Yeah, so there was a situation where I think her husband pulled a gun on one of the protesters there.
He pulled a gun on me and pointed it at my chest.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, wow. So of course I'm
You could
On
pull it
video.
up on
On
YouTube.
video.
He pulled a gun on me the day before the election. We had gone to do a protest in front of her house, rang the doorbell. Her husband opened the door, pulled a gun out, pointed it directly at my chest and said, "Get off my porch." I don't know what happened, but we prayed before we walked up. So God just spoke through me and I said, "Good morning," with the gun at my chest, right? And he said, "Get off my porch." I said, "We will. Is Jackie Lacey here?" And he said, "I will shoot you. I will shoot you," with the gun cocked. We heard him cock the gun before he opened the door. So anyway, since you brought it up, I couldn't be quiet.
No. And that's my home, so I check in on it. But I obviously haven't lived there in a very long time. But so what concerns me, honestly, as we have these conversations on a national level, is that's the kind of Democrats that that California is producing. Those are, quite frankly, and I may piss people off with this, those are our Kamala Harris's, right? Where you have a prosecutorial cop who has some connections to the streets, right? Has some connection to, well, in this particular DA, I know that her family's been shot at a drive-by before. She has some street laurels. Is really what I was trying to say.
She be making stuff up that.
Okay.
Prove it.
Fair
That's
enough.
what
Melina ain't having it, Lee. Melina ain't having it.
None of it.
Don't say
So
nothing
look.
good. Don't give
So look.
Jackie Lacey no street cred
So
at
look,
all.
let's do this. We ain't gonna waste any more time on that part.
Well, let me say this. Since we was talking about voting,
yeah,
this is what I truly believe. I mean, first and foremost, I think me as a black man, I fought myself for not being as educated on what it took for us to vote in the first place. But we're here now. I do think when you go to the youth and you try to push the just to push the agenda of voting, when now they're angry, and I must say thank God for the coronavirus. I mean, you know, the bad it done, but the great it done, because it actually slowed the youth down so they can actually see what's going on in their world. They're so used to you know, fashion, you know, sports, whatever. And it slowed everything down. And for the first time, you know, in a long time, they actually got a chance to see what we've been going through as, you know, just as a whole, just being black in America. And I think right now, Ahmaud Arbery, George Floyd was the two turning points for this generation. I don't think they ever seen it on camera before, on tape, and being able to see what happens when the world is slowed down and you got no choice but to discuss these issues. So I think really right now, you're seeing a revolution. You're seeing young people out there marching. You're seeing young people protesting. They're getting the attention. And the only thing that concerns me is I just really want them to have a strong force on both fronts of this fight, the battle and the war, meaning I want to see them march, protest, whatever they do. And I also want to see them at the voting polls and doing what they got to do there, because we got to show up in numbers. We can't just go out here and make all this fuss and burn things down, and then when it's time to vote, we just let the same people get back in office because we feel like our vote doesn't count. Even though it's tricky, because like I said, I left myself and I couldn't believe it. Like, if you didn't know, then if you don't research who you're actually going to vote for when you get there, and when they say write it in, you won't know. You end up voting for somebody just because their name is there. You don't know your candidate because it's not set up that way. So I can see their frustration. It's almost like you telling them, okay, you guys went and tore this up. You got all this attention. Now you got to go vote. And that never works for them. And they see the same people get in office. They see the same things happening. And I had explained that to my son. I'm just like, but you guys are strong. You guys are young. You guys got the energy to go out here and march and protest every day. But when that's over and you get tired, we got to steal another fight to fight. And we got to go fight them at the voting polls as well. And we got to continue to fight them with you guys' social medias and just your resources, the things that you guys have. The same things that you go out here and sell your merchandise with, you need to be pushing the movement. You need to be pushing the awareness because that's what it's about, you guys.
No, I'm sorry to cut you off, but you raised a very interesting point. So I know a lot of so I'm 33. I know a lot of folks my age demographic, like we grew up listening to you, and a lot of the younger folks also, like we love listening to you. But then a lot of the younger artists now, some people call it mumble rap or whatever, a lot of the young thugs, the Futures, whomever. How do we get those guys, because you're an OG, how do we get the rest of the OGs like yourself in the game to talk to them about not only putting this in their music and not saying this is only for Cole or this is only for Kendrick? How do we get them to get away from lean and also talk about the voting and what's really going on?
I think we all got to be on the front. I mean, if you got Atlanta Falcons fans that can go, do these tailgate parties for a football team, why y'all ain't at the voting polls this way? Why? I mean, you got to stand. In my position, and I can't speak for nobody else. When the streets appointed me, I wouldn't even be here. Like I was never like the rapper criteria. I got put in the position because I understand who I was and I was self-aware. But I also understood that it was a leadership position and not just me being famous. And so I always took it up on that way. But now this is our problem. It's like we all have to get on the same. I'm on the phone with Jay-Z. I'm on the phone with LeBron James. I'm on the phone with Kevin Hart. I'm on the phone with Mike Epps. Like we all in this together. We all black men. Yeah. And if we don't do something about this, it ain't gonna be nothing for us to get out here and get money with, because it's gonna be back the way it was. And we have to build the black dollar. It all starts with it starts economically. Like the reason why they don't do Jewish people like that and Asian people, and no disrespect, is because they build their communities and they build their selves, so they're in high ranking positions. So if you do something to one of them, they can block you in Hollywood. They can block you in politics. They can block you. What do we have? What do we own? What is our worth? What is our value? And where can we block people at? And that's what we don't have. So we got to put everything we got together, whether it's entertainment, sports, politics, and we all got to be on the same page and push the same message, because that's our only value. Back in the days as slaves, the only value we had was, to pick cotton and clean somebody's house, but we was on the money. We was the actual currency. Now we don't have that worth, so we have to build our worth so we have some say-so. You know what I mean? And that's going to take all us being together. I mean, you see it.
So same page.
Go ahead, Lee.
I'm sorry about that, Melina. So same page, same message. That's why the first question I asked you, G's, was what were they asking for out there in Atlanta? Because we can ask for, again, justice for George Floyd, but how do we prevent another George Floyd going further?
Right. You have an excellent point, my brother. This is what I think, and I said this to myself. I said, and I've been saying, let's not lose the message on my socials, and I'm not saying that for a hashtag or just some corny line. I'm saying that if I was to go to every protest around the world, 50 states, and go, hey, why are you here? What is your purpose? What do you want out of this? Everybody's gonna have a different answer. And that's what scares me the most, because it's like we're not on the same page. I mean, if you're gonna fight, let's fight together. You know what I'm saying? Like let's have an agenda. Let's be able to scale it and understand when we're making progress. But if we all showing up and we just burning things down and tearing things up and we don't have a plan, I mean, how long are we going to be able to keep that up? You're talking about going against the U.S. government. They got money. Like, you see how the nurses didn't have any, masks for Corona, but then when the police showed up, they look like RoboCops.
Right.
So I do want to lift up, I think that's a great point, that we need to be all on the same page. And one of the things that I'm encouraged by as somebody who is in the streets every day, is that we're starting to see two messages kind of predominate. One is prosecute killer cops, right? And Lee, I'd love for you to talk about what that means, right? Why we're pushing for prosecution and accountability for police. But two, we're seeing defund the police. which
Right.
to me, you know, is something that we've been talking about in Black Lives Matter. We've been talking about defunding police and moving those resources into the community for the last 7 years. But now you're hearing almost every city across the country, someone is saying, or a group of people are saying, or there's signs in the streets that say defund the police. So I'd love to hear you kind of respond to that, that I feel like one of the things that's different about this moment is the point that you're making, Jeezy, that we have to be on the same page. And I feel like that's starting to materialize. Do you see that starting to happen?
Now, I don't know if you're starting with me because you asked a question to me.
Right.
Yeah, no, I'd like you, Lee, to come back and talk about this whole idea of prosecution. But I just want Jeezy to pick up on that last point that he made first about can we all get on the same page? It seems like we're starting to.
I think that we have to, I think the information has to be clear. When I hear defund the police, I had to go do my own research, understand what it really means, because when you hear that, you think, well, we don't need police anymore. Like, so I just think it's so much information coming at one time. We're gonna just have one streamline of what we're doing as a community, what we're doing as a people, so that we all understand, because it's so many, it's defund the police, it's Black Lives Matter, and not no disrespect to anybody's movement, but it's just like, what can I stand behind, and I understand what I'm standing for, and I understand what I'm fighting for.
Yeah, and to that point, let's be really clear. I just want to make sure everybody understands, because I think Jeezy just hit it. He just alluded to it. A lot of people don't necessarily understand what defund the police means. So just to be clear, and there's several iterations of it. However, the main objective is that you want to remove the resources, because in most localities or state budgets or whatever, the law enforcement and policing agencies, they receive the bulk of the resources. They receive the bulk of the money. And what people are essentially
more than half.
More than half, yeah, and over 50% in majority of localities and municipalities. So essentially what we're saying is, and I'm a proud supporter of defund the police for this reason. We want to be able to move some of those resources from police and what we normally know as law enforcement, change that to true public safety, and use some of those resources to address mental health issues, to address social workers, to increase resources for education and so forth. And I say that as a former vice mayor of a city. You can't address the issues in the hood with the small amount of money that we currently have allocated for some of our larger issues, especially when you got scary politicians who put their next elections over what's currently going on. So when we say defund the police, move those resources over to help out the community as a whole, so you won't have these issues.
Not to cut you off, Dr. West.
No, you're good.
Not to cut you off, but also like just in training them, they need to have psychological training. They need to have life skills. Like, they got to understand how to deal with people. You got to know who you're dealing with, because every case ain't the same.
Right.
If you're not training them, you can tell that it's standard, and it's been going on for decades. But you got people with mental illness. You got people with real problems. You got to know that you can't choke somebody out for 8 minutes and 40 seconds. I mean, we did at the protest and kneel down for 8 minutes and 40 seconds silent, and I tell you, my knees was hurting. So for somebody to sit on somebody's neck for 9 minutes and not feel any pain themselves, that's not even being a human being. So I just feel they still need to be human beings.
I think that the being on the same page is emerging. I think there's differences of opinion, because Black folks, we're not monolithic. We're not all in the same political party. We don't see the world differently, but there are some commonalities. And I think that what I listen for all my publishers, I represent all the 250 Black-owned newspapers in America. And we're sort of the voice of the Black community. We hear the outcry. Certainly, we support Black Lives Matter. Let me say that right up front. We support Black Lives Matter. And I think the call for defund the police needs to be unpacked so people can thoroughly understand what that call means, also around the prosecutors. But I also want to say that it's just not the police. If we got rid of all of the police and all, we're still going to have a problem.
Yeah.
Because we need to defund the judges. We need to defund the prosecutors. We need to defund the mass correctional system.
Yeah.
All these things are profit centers. You have to understand. When I'm from North Carolina, when I first moved up to New York, I went to the courthouse in the Bronx. I thought I was in Mississippi because everybody that was being locked up was black.
Right.
And all the people that were doing the locking up were not black or Latino in the Bronx. And so to me, Jeezy, when 40 and 60 years ago, when hip hop first emerged out of South Bronx, it was a beautiful thing to see young brothers and sisters capture a cultural articulation of the need for change and to make that change real. And I see something similar happening today, not just in America. Keep in mind, the protests are just not in Atlanta and Los Angeles or in Minneapolis. These protests are going on all over the world, in Africa, in the Caribbean, in Europe, in Asia. And so people are marching, certainly in solidarity with the movement here in the United States. But also, I think the world needs a correction.
Yeah.
Our society, humanity needs a correction. And I think right now, beyond the call for defunding the police and defunding the prosecutors, there's a broader kind of thing that we're going to have to take down these institutions that have historically oppressed and exploited our people and build new institutions in their place. Because to me, the vision of that has to come from people who are out there, not only with the chanting. I always think that marching is therapeutic. When you in concert with other brothers and sisters from the community, that's a very helpful thing. You can sleep better at night, knowing that you're outspoken, that you've done something and showed something. And Jesus, now I'm hearing that in Georgia, a lot of people couldn't even vote. A lot of the voting machines didn't work, and that wasn't by accident. This is deliberate. Voter suppression.
They closed they closed the voting polls down with long lines.
Exactly.
I mean, like even for myself, like I was even frustrated because I'm just like, wow, like I'm out here telling people to vote and pushing this, this whole agenda, and they're not even handling it right. And this happened in one or two of the counties that's a majority black. So it's like it's so unfair, and it's just like I just and not to cut you off, Don, I just feel like
no, you're right.
We as leaders, because it got messed up the generation before us. This generation, that's a double hit. You're clearly seeing the country being ran by somebody who has their own agenda, who's not in touch with the people and run it clearly their own way. But we have to get our people on the same page and say, we're going to go in here and fight and make sure you guys can vote fairly. We're going to go in here and fight and make sure you guys are heard. And we're going to get you guys a high level strategic plan. So when you get done marching and tearing shit up, then we can help y'all go to the next level.
I just want to say that one of the underlying things is the racism itself.
Absolutely.
You'd be surprised. I've heard some brothers and sisters tell me, man, I don't know what racism is. I never experienced it. But when everybody saw that video of how just deliberately taking this brother's life, if they didn't know what the definition of racism was, it sort of hit them in the face.
Right.
And I think that we have to continue to re-educate ourselves. And Lee, I think that we need a redefinition of what winning means.
Yeah.
We have to define what winning is. We have to define what is justice. We have to define what is equality. Former slaves should never allow former slave masters to define our reality.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right. So let's move it. Oh, Lee, good. I was gonna toss it to you, so you took it. Good.
No. Go ahead. I guess the transition with the conversation from the front lines, we've seen this happen over and over and over again. That we know that George Floyd is not even the latest anymore. There have been several people killed by police since George Floyd. There have been people killed by police protesting, people being killed by the police. We have a militarized police force that is out to enforce law and order, right? Which has always been about control of Black bodies. And so when we start talking about these protests long term and what we all get from it, we're talking about, Melina works on it for a living, Jeezy spoke on it, Dr. Chavez spoke on it. We're actually all on the same point. We need to end mass incarceration. When you start to defund police force, the only thing that makes sense about defunding police force is because we have a war on drugs, a so-called war on drugs, which has always been a war on Black and brown communities. We need to replace that war because there is a drug issue in our communities with drug treatment facilities, with healthcare facilities, et cetera. With the drug abuse is a poverty issue, and so we have to address our communities with resources that actually help, because criminalizing poor people and criminalizing people who are sick hasn't worked, obviously. It's only led to the largest prison population in world history. It's only led to the deadliest police force in the modern world. The only nation of its kind. America is the only nation of its kind that kills so many of its citizens and incarcerates them. And so now we can wake up if we speak with one voice and say, yeah, we want justice for George Floyd, but we need to end the militarization and the laws that exist that make this kind of thing okay. Because Keith Ellis, the attorney general who has to fight the case for George Floyd, said it's going to be difficult to convict. It's going to be difficult to convict.
Yeah. We all saw what happened, right? Yeah.
So
you say it's gonna be difficult to convict?
Yeah. This is not a slam dunk case by any stretch of the imagination.
Because the system of justice is inherently discriminatory. It's the whole system that needs to be defunded.
That doesn't surprise any of us, because we went through Eric Garner and Tamir Rice and Philando Castile, and all of those cases didn't result in any convictions. I grew up, there were riots then, and it was about Rodney King. And guess what? None of those officers were convicted either. And the woman who killed Natasha Harlan, it was our Ahmaud Arbery, George Floyd incident in LA. And Melina, if you were raised there, you know that.
I wasn't. I'm from Oakland, but I do remember Latasha Harlan. So you can't forget her, right?
Yeah, we had Latasha Harlan, a little girl who was shot in the back of the head by a liquor store owner. The way Ahmaud Arbery was killed is clearly like, you're not a human being, and I can shoot you to death and have on tape and have no consequences. And guess what? She went home with probation. And the officers who killed Rodney King went home with
beat him, right?
With nothing. So we all know inherently that if we do anything remotely close to that, we're going to jail, because they built jails for us.
Right. So let me just jump in for a second, because I think that we're doing a really good job of kind of articulating the challenges that we face, right? We're articulating the fact that policing and prisons were set up to produce these outcomes. Prisons were specifically set up to warehouse Black bodies. Police were specifically set up to put targets literally on Black people's backs, as we think about how policing evolves from slave catching. And, Lee said, I do this for a living. I do not do this for a living. This is what I do as my sacred duty. But for a living, I'm actually a professor and actually research this stuff. So when we say that, policing evolves from slave catching, that's not an overstatement. Just look it up. And Dr. West, I'm sure, will back me on this. So we're doing a good job of kind of underscoring the conditions of the world that we face. And we're kind of dancing around the edges on the solution space, right? So we've talked about voting, we've talked about protest, but I think that we're getting a couple of listener comments or viewer comments about, well, what do we actually do? And so I just kind of want to go back to, we've talked about voting as a given. Everybody has to vote, right? We're talking about protest, but I think that we may not be giving it its due, right? So I think one of the things that we need to think about is, if the world hadn't erupted after the murder of George Floyd, we wouldn't be saying the name George Floyd. Right. Derek Chauvin would not be charged, right? And the 3 other officers would definitely not be charged. So I think the value of protest is important, but I think what the viewer's also asking is, how do we kind of create organized responses and an organized way of advancing a Black agenda?
Well, I think at the top of the agenda, the Congressional Black Caucus just introduced into the Congress of the United States the legislation entitled Justice in Policing Act. And it has, as I believe, 11 provisions. One is to, when a cop killed, when there's a racially motivated police killing, the jurisdiction of that case is taken out of the local DA's hand and handled by a federal prosecutor.
Federal.
Yes. Number two, that the oversight, some of the defunding that the street protesters are calling for, the bill says that funding should go to community grants to have oversight over the police. The police should work for the community. The police should not be an occupying army on our communities. There ought to be a rule where police have to live in the communities and where they police. Right now, most of these police, they live someplace else, and they pull on guns on people in another place that they don't live. So I think that not that one piece of legislation is going to solve everything, that's not the point, but as you begin to build out what the action agendas may be, I think the Congressional Caucus has introduced legislation yesterday. And there was a hearing today where George Floyd's brother testified today in Congress about this particular bill. Similar when we had the Civil Rights Movement in the 1960s, the reason why we got the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act and other acts is because our protests led to public policy change. Our protests led to Supreme Court decisions. Our protests led to getting more African Americans in the decision-making authority at the municipal level, the state level, and ultimately at the federal level. So I think that the action agenda should also be about replacing some of these people. And we see, to me, even if you defund the police or take away some of their funding, if you leave into place remnants of the same style of leadership or the same white supremacy, is a term we have not used yet, but we all know that this country has white supremacy institutionalized in its very fabric, in its very structure. And so part of the agenda also, I believe, has to be like we used to say, now can we have to pull the sheets off of white supremacy, you know, because it is sometimes more covert today than it was, say, 40, 60 years ago, but it's still very much real. And that is why a lot of these police officers go buck wild, because they know there's no accountability. And I don't know the specific language, but I do know in the Justice in Policing Act, there's also accountability clauses, even in the hiring. There's a national register that they want to establish. So if a police officer does something wrong in one jurisdiction, he can't leave that another jurisdiction and go get hired for doing the same thing. So right now, there's no national register of bad police officers. They sort of like recycle themselves all over the country once and some are even rewarded for being engaged in police brutality. So that has to stop.
So Dr. Chavis, I'm gonna jump in one quick second because we gotta run for a quick break, but I do want you all to think about this. Can policing as we know it be reformed? So we're gonna tease that and we'll talk about it on the other side. Stay right here for Fox Soul. Make sure you keep it locked. We'll be right back in a couple of quick minutes.
We know that we're asking Americans to do a lot right now. So we're asking everyone to be selfless for others so that we can protect those who are most susceptible to this virus.
A question I often get asked is, why should young people care about the spread of coronavirus? Well, we know that people with underlying medical conditions over the age of 60 are at highest risk, but they've got to get it from somebody.
Social distancing is really physical separation of people.
It's what we refer to when we ask people to stay at least 6 feet apart.
Not going to bars, not going to restaurants, not going to theaters where there are a lot of people. It all just means physical separation so that you have a space between you and others who might actually be infected or infect you.
We all have a role to play in preventing person-to-person spread of this disease, which can be deadly for vulnerable groups. For more information on how you can social distance, please go to coronavirus.gov.
Welcome back to Fox Soul and our town hall discussing our community issues. And don't forget, we're here on Fox Soul. This is the platform where we can be unapologetically Black and give information to the matters that we want to talk about. Now, we have an esteemed panel here in which you have Dr. Ben Chavis, the Trapper of the Year, Snowman Jeezy, the infamous Lee Merritt, who's going around the country and saving the world. And then you have the infamous Dr. Melina Abdullah, who is of Black Lives Matter in LA, where they shut down streets, they shut down, well, we ain't gonna go into all of that stuff. Before we went on break, we were just talking about police reform and can it actually be reformed? Yo, Jeezy, what do you think about that? Do you think police can actually be reformed, or is that just something that's out of the question?
I think if because the question is, you know, and again, I'm speaking from where I'm standing, is when you talk to someone and they go, who do you call on the police when the police is out of line? You know, there's nobody. I do think we have to be policed. I don't think we can police ourselves. So I definitely I believe more in the reform part. When I'm just really educating myself on what defunding the police is about. And, you know, my first time when I heard it, I thought that means like take all the money and it is no more police. So that's what I'm saying. It has to be explained so that you understand. So I'm not into it far enough to be able to say, you know, I'm all for it, but I'm trying to understand it more. I'm trying to understand what it means, the difference between reform, defunding, and where that plays a part for us.
And I appreciate the fact that you're willing to educate yourself. That's dope. So Lee, when you talk about the work that you're doing with the grassroots law firm and whatnot, do you mind expounding a little bit on that and how that plays a role in the policing and whatnot?
Well, the goal is not so much to reform policing, but to repurpose those dollars, right? So when you talk about defunding the police, the idea is, what purpose are we spending millions of dollars in LA, billions of dollars, $36.5 billion on criminal justice enforcement in the criminal justice system in Texas alone, right? One state, $36.5 billion. What is the purpose of that money? And can it be repurposed, right? So most of that money, as we see it, is being used on the war on drugs, paying DEA agents, giving law enforcement officers militarized equipment from the federal government, from our war stock, pulling out militarized police in order to deal with a drug issue and a gun issue within our inner cities. We've created a dangerous war where we get 1,100 deaths a year. And when I say we created the war, it's because they're not manufacturing these drugs. And I don't want to give the Nino Brown speech, but the issue is our communities have been plagued with these guns that we don't manufacture there, and these drugs that are being flown in and shipped there, and then are waging a war on our streets that creates some of the blight that we've come to associate with the inner city communities. So big picture, can we repurpose those dollars to better serve the needs of the community without forcing a militarized, largely Anglo-Saxon police force on us? I think we can. I think we must. I think that's the only way that we win.
So a viewer just asked a question, but a viewer just asked a question to that point. When will it be time to take them before the United Nations? And I know some people say, well, what the world does that mean? I think Dr. Chavis, you could touch in on that as well. Yeah. Will there ever be time for us as Black folk or as a community to take us to the United Nations?
If I might, before Dr.
Sure.
Dr. Ben gets in.
Sure.
We've already sent a request and actually been approached by the United Nations on behalf of Ahmaud Arbery, George Floyd, and Breonna Taylor. And they're saying, and the ongoing protests. If the United Nations is the kind, when there's an ongoing conflict where people are dying, being maimed, losing eyes, and the kind of things that are actually going on in the streets right now, the United Nations, hypothetically at least, can send the blue helmets in and say, look, there's an emergency going on here, and it is this war that it's a civil war at this point of the military community against the protesters who are righteously upset about brutality, who are righteously upset about this ongoing war on drugs that have ravaged our communities.
So I know time is winding down. That we have a case study I want everybody to look at. Camden, New Jersey. Several years ago, the police force was totally disbanded and eliminated.
Yeah.
They built a new system of community policing that's worked. that is working. Prior to that, Camden, New Jersey had one of the highest police brutality, racially motivated police brutality incidents in the nation. And the community rose up and they decided, they disbanded the police department and rebuilt another police entity in its place. So there's prior precedent. The United Nations.
And crime went down.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Because they required the police to live in the community.
I have to tell this, my first job at a Morehouse was at Camden, New Jersey, and I went there because it was the most dangerous city in the poorest of America.
Right, exactly.
And got out in the streets, and we started a program called Warriors, where we would look at not only the New York Warriors, but it was a basketball team full of kids from Camden. They fired the police. And look, this is not the first time that a police department has been disbanded around the country.
That's correct.
Because it was the most dangerous city in America that no one had ever heard of.
That's right. There's one other thing about the United Nations. Feel like I'm a professor here. William Patterson wrote a book called We Charge Genocide.
Right.
It was a petition to the United Nations in the 1950s on behalf of Black Americans who would be discriminated against. It was right after the Emmett Till was murdered in Mississippi. Young brother from Chicago went down to Mississippi and was brutally murdered.
So Dr. Chavis, we have 60 seconds. We have 60 seconds till we wrap up. Right. I'm going to ask everybody to give just a 10-second wrap. What can our viewers do right now? What's one thing you would give to our viewers?
Educate yourself on the history of your people so you can understand what it is you're fighting for right now, because it's been that way since they've been fighting. Great.
Dr. Chavis, 10 seconds.
Raise up a new generation of freedom fighters.
Ashe. Lee Merritt.
Go to grassrootslawproject.org. We will take whatever facility or whatever talent that you have. We will plug you into local activists and local communities where you can join the fight and get a specific plan that we believe will bring about significant change.
Dr. West.
It's time to start our own political party, the Black Party. Let's do this for ourselves. We don't need to hold anybody else ask anybody else to do it for us.
And my name is Melina Abdullah. I'm an organizer with Black Lives Matter. I'm going to say join an organization and don't be afraid of transformative, radical change. These systems were designed to produce these outcomes. We need new systems. Defund the police.
Thank y'all.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
You're the engine that makes all things go, and you're always in disguise, my hero. I see your light in the dark, smile in my face when we all know it's hard. There's no way to ever pay you back. Bless your heart, no, I love you for that. Honest and selfless, I don't know if this helps it, but good job. You're doing a good job, a good job, good job. You're doing a good job, don't get too down. The world needs you now. Know that you matter.
world to know that we identify, we know who we are as women, we love everyone, and we're gonna have fun together.
5 women of faith, keeping it real.
But when we talk about these serious issues, we're all trying to learn, we're all trying to grow, and more importantly, we're trying to make this a better world.
Fox Soul presents Chatter.
Black Lives Matter is really saying our lives matter too. It is not to the exclusion to say anybody else's life does not matter.
Stream it live.
And also, Black lives are equal to any other life.
No. Oh, yeah. Oh, let me love you. I promise I will treat you. Yeah. Now that I got your attention, baby, listen loud and clear. Oh.
Joy, I like sunshine.
Hey guys, it's your girl Claudia Jordan. Thank you so much for joining me in Out Loud right here on Fox Soul. I'm coming to you live, but of course still from my apartment because we still are about that quarantine life. But enough about that because that is irrelevant right now. Tonight I'm catching up with 4-time Grammy-nominated singer, songwriter, and television personality Tamar Braxton. She's here to talk about her experience growing up part of a musical household, the new season of Braxton Family Values, and her new VH1 show, To Catch a Beautician. But first, let's check out a clip from the VH1 show.
Quarantine got your hair a mess? At least it doesn't look like this.
Girl, you got a hole in your head.
Tamar Braxton, celebrity hair slayer, and Johnny Wright, A-list stylist, are here to bust bad dues.
Y'all ready? It was a choppy mess.
This May, it's time to catch him.
It's about to go down. Wait.
Confront him.
What is that? I did that to your hair.
And school him.
Now it's time for you to redeem yourself.
To Catch a Beautician, new series premieres Monday, May 25th, only on VH1.
Please welcome Tamar Braxton. Tamar, what's good?
Hi, it's all good. That's what's good.
Okay, we have a lot to talk about, and I'm glad. Yeah. I want to first say thank you for being here because we'll get to that later, but thank you for being here. I think this is an important moment right here, and I appreciate you. So first of all, how are you dealing with everything that's happening? We had COVID-19, and then right after that, we have all these protests, and it's a little overwhelming for a lot of people. So how are you dealing with everything?
It is a lot, and it was COVID, and what I don't like to do is marry the two together, although it did happen back to back. I think it's irresponsible to, say, oh, it was COVID, something that happened for 4 months, and compare it to something that's been happening for 400 years. You know what I'm saying? I just want to make sure that's a line in between. Yes, it was COVID. Praise God, we made it through. Won't He make a way? And now we're dealing with something that has, needs to be dealt with and that has needed to be dealt with for the past 400 years. And, I thank God for COVID and the time that we all have been in the house for the whole world to be paying attention to the depths of, our hurt and our pain that we have been expressing for years. And I think now the whole world has been paying attention to what we've been talking about. So I'm grateful for that. But it's been a lot.
I hear what you're saying about not minimalizing what we've been going through with COVID. But I think, I asked my friends, what's different about this time, right? We've had our hearts broken many times before this with Tamir Rice, 12 years old, shot in Cleveland, Sandra Bland, Mike Brown, the list goes on and on, right? But I think the only reason that COVID, to me, is a little bit of a factor is because a lot of people were in the house, bored, and they paid attention because we've been talking about this for a long time. And finally, we're getting some allies that are not just black and brown. You know what I mean? Like, it's not enough. Like, I tell my white friends, if you have a black friend and you're not doing anything or speaking up, you don't really have a black friend. If you just are okay with everything that's happening.
Yeah.
So,
I think that the world didn't pay attention to the millennials. The millennials absolutely normally doesn't see a color. You know, my nephews, they'll have black, white, yellow, Puerto Rican, Asian, whoever at the house, and they don't even talk about race because that's not what they're thinking about. They're thinking about the fact whether they vibe with somebody or not, you know. And I think that it's such a beautiful thing to see white people, Asian people, black people, Puerto Rican people, Indian people outside protesting for the cause. You know what I mean? That's only a gift from God and our amazing ancestors who, you know, have paved the way for us. And I think that, like I said before, you know, COVID made a lot of people pay attention to what we've been going through for 400 years.
I agree. So a lot of people are using this time for self-reflection. On top of, we talked earlier about how we've been eating and gaining weights and having fun.
Yeah.
With it, and that's okay. What is this time in the house? You know, no one's able to tour or go to events. Yeah. What is this time taught you about yourself as far as like self-reflection? Anything?
Yeah. Well, I went back to school. So I've been taking some courses at Harvard. And I wanted to make sure that I spent some time, you know, with myself and bettering myself on top of being a first grade teacher that I didn't sign up for, but that's a whole nother situation. But we got through that, and thank God for summer break, won't he do it? And it's, you know, here's the thing. I don't want to sound like COVID has been this amazing vacation because people were really sick. People really lost loved ones, you know. It really was touch and go for the whole world, you know, at one point. But what I do have to say is I got a chance to know myself. I got a chance to know my kid even more, you know, because I'm a working mother, and really all I knew was dropping him off at school and picking him up at school and getting dinner on the table and putting him to bed at night. But this time I got to, you know, learn more about him. Although he's 6, I got to learn about his favorite subjects in school. What does he like to eat during lunch? You know, what does he need help with at school? So, you know, I took that time to turn it around into a positive, because at first, let me tell you something, I had the COVID blues because I was quarantined 2 days before my birthday. And I was like, where's my friends? Where's my cake? Where's my balloons? Where's my shots? And it was absolutely none of that. But what I did learn is that you have to start looking at situations differently for them to turn out differently. So it turned out amazing.
I think that's the theme of this whole conversation. You know what I mean? Like looking at things differently. And sometimes we're forced to, you know, and I think a lot of people are learning to prioritize things that, you know, maybe they overlooked, and letting some things go that aren't as big of a deal, you know? I think, I personally, for me, like that's how it's been for me. Like, you know, life can be short. You can go to CVS and catch something and not really recover from it.
Yeah.
You know? So you come from a close-knit family. I've had 2 of your sisters on the show. Has it been tough not being around your sisters, or has it been a welcome break?
Okay, well, we live in different places anyway, right? So Tony and I live here in LA, and the rest of my sister, Trinitwan, live in Atlanta. Tracy lives in Maryland with my dad and my brother. So, you know, we're kind of used to like Skyping and like FaceTiming. So it really wasn't that much different. It's just, this is the longest I've been without my mom, and that's been tough. But anything other than that, we're used to, you know, the FaceTime and stuff because we all live in different places.
So Logan celebrated his 7th birthday over the weekend. Did you do anything special, or what were you able to do?
Well, I had a Skype party for him, which was very interesting. You know, I'm raising myself. He's just like me. He had a meeting with my mother and myself about what we're going to do for his birthday, since he can't have any kids and stuff over. Yeah, I'm raising myself. And so, you know, I came up with the idea of like putting together like birthday boxes, and I sent them US mail. It wasn't anything too overly expensive. And I sent like cake mix and like games and like party favors. And so, you know, his friends was able to, you know, put up happy birthday behind them so we can all, you know, Skype and Zoom, and we watch Sonic, and that's what they do when they're 6. They want to eat and watch TV.
It's been nice seeing how creative people are getting out of necessity with all this. Like it's cute, I think.
It is, but when they're 6, it's tough because, you know, we forget that, you know, as kids, going to school is their time. Like, you know, when we go to work, is our time away from our families, away from our men, away from everything else. We're at work. We're in our work environment. But, you know, we didn't realize that at school is when kids get to play with their kids. I mean, get time to play with their friends, and, get to know each other on a different, childish level that we can't really provide at home. I know I can because he's the only child. Mm-hmm. So that was really tough. And to have a birthday during quarantine for a 6-year-old, and then for him to be so understanding about it. I just think the kids have really done really, really well with it.
Well, nice. It sounds like you made him have a good day. So listen, Tamar, before we move forward, I want to address a misunderstanding between us that happened when we appeared on a show together. I don't know, about 8 years ago. We worked together and it got weird. And I just want to clear the air with it because we've never had a conversation about what it was. And I'm not even sure myself. So I want to just ask you, let's just put everything on the table because I would love, like I said earlier, what I learned during COVID, and actually a little bit before that, is life can be short, and sometimes things seem bigger the more time go by, and they really could probably be hashed out over one conversation. And I really want to do that with you.
Oh, I appreciate that.
I do, and I appreciate you coming on here and being open to it. So let's hash it out and put it to bed and then be done with it. Are you cool with that?
I'm absolutely cool with that. But I just want to give you this disclaimer, Claudia. I did not come here to fight or argue.
Oh, no.
Or with anyone else. I know that a lot of people see me on TV and think that they know this girl to be somebody else and to be wrapped up into certain things that I'm 150% against, believe it or not. I 100% am into girl power. I'm into people getting along. As a matter of fact, a lot of my friends will tell you that I'm the person who's trying to always bring people together and let's forgive and let's just forget about it. It's not really that serious. And what I want to talk about in terms of you and I is I think that it was a misunderstanding on top of a situation when I didn't put myself in your shoes and you didn't put yourself in my shoes. You say you didn't remember what happened? You remember what happened?
I wasn't sure because I know the first day of filming the talk show, we were cool, like we were high-fiving each other. And then the next day to me, I felt like it was during that conversation about first dates. It went left. And I don't think you know this, but I went to the dressing room and I cried and I told producers, I don't want to work on a show where I'm fighting with people. And I was hurt because I didn't know you like that and I didn't know where it came from. So we might be thinking it's two different things. So I really want to know what it was for you that rubbed you the wrong way with me and vice versa. Like, I feel like
so for me, you got to understand, I grew up with a bunch of girls, right? Mm-hmm. So I am used to having disagreements with females. Like, okay, you feel this way, I feel this way. We move on. Bum, 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 right? For me, it wasn't about a disagreement. I don't even remember, what conversation you're talking about in particular, and I apologize for that. But for me, things turned differently when we were talking about Omarosa during the break. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do. Yep.
Okay, we were talking about Omarosa during the break, and I remember when she lost her then fiance, and we were neighbors, but we didn't become like really cool neighbors until we ran into her and her ex at a restaurant. And maybe like a week and a half after that, he, had a heart attack, and he was a good friend of yours, right? He was a friend of yours. Mm-hmm. He had a heart attack and he passed. But before he passed, it was a period where he was basically kind of hanging on. And she reached out to me and she remembered when my ex-husband got sick and his life was in the balance, and she wanted to know, what should she do? What does she do about family? Just all the questions that you never think that you would need the answer to. And, her reaching out to me meant a lot because it is a small society of women who are in that position when they lose, they man or almost lose their man. It's really, really tough. Outside of them dying, it's everything that comes along, with it. I remember when Vince got really sick, they bought me a stack of papers this thick to sign and fill out while this man was on his dying bed. And I just remember not wanting to deal with that because I wanted to deal with my feelings and I wanted to deal with my man and how do I get him, healthy, and what can I do? And you're suddenly faced with all of these hard business decisions. And so my feelings toward her was different, you know, because I didn't know her for a long period of time, but I knew that we shared this common thing. And when I
said something negative about her to you, I do remember that, and I will admit that I did say something negative about her. Yep.
But it wasn't just about her; it was about the situation for me, and it was still raw for me. And so I was like, oh my God, why is this girl judging this lady like that? She has no idea how hard that is, losing a spouse, losing your life, having to figure it out, having to figure out family. And then on top of that, you got doctors talking about, I need you to figure, can you fill this paperwork out because you ain't finna sue us when this dude die, you know? And then I just thought it was inconsiderate. And it was just that moment for me that made me disconnect. And, you know, I don't know about the other stuff because other than that, I was cool. You know, it didn't bother me. But I think that me being a grown person now and knowing who I am now wouldn't have reacted that way. I think that was the Tamar that was immature and just totally looking at things from my perspective. You know, as I mentioned before, sometimes you got to put yourself in somebody else's perspective. That was your friend who died. So of course you're going to have his back. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't look at that. So instead of
you were done with me after that. You were like, I'm not here for her. And I felt it. I didn't know what it was. So thank you for telling me that, because I was like, was it that? Was it this? So, and now my side was, I was friends with her for years, and a mutual friend of ours that I grew up with introduced me to her. I never watched her on reality TV. Actually, I was late to all reality TV shows. Before Housewives, I only watched it a few episodes, right? So I didn't watch her on reality TV. So I got to know her outside of that. So I never judged her by what everybody else said. So I became really friends with her, and then also friends with her, with Michael. And so he used to come by the set of Deal or No Deal because he used to know a makeup artist there. And we were like cool as hell. And when she was with them, I saw her soften and become, I was like here for that. So when he passed, a month later, we had to film Celebrity Apprentice. And I had a lot of conversations with her that really disgusted me, Tamar. Like, I wouldn't say something bad about someone that just lost someone unless it was something that really shook me, right? When you're, I don't know how much I should say, but because I don't want to be messy again, but like, if you lost a friend and their woman is talking to you about their black card when he's only in the ground for 1 month, and then I got the family members reaching out to me, begging me to help them get their story out. So I'm like in the middle, and they wanted me to like champion their cause. And I said, if I do, it's going to make me look like I'm being petty with her. So I can be an ear for y'all to listen to. So I'm getting all of the family. Like, I had aunts and cousins and like people, I don't know why they came to me like, help us get our story out, our side. Like, they had a different take on everything. And I don't want to dig it all up, but so I went from being disappointed in my friend, like, damn, yo, like, he just passed. And I don't like to reduce people to money. And it made me not be friends with her anymore. And so when we shot the show, it was not that long afterwards. So I was vocal, and I probably should have kept it to myself. But like, I had a very visceral, strong reaction to her, because I'm looking at it like, someone got to have Michael's back too. You know what I'm saying? And
I don't want to cut you off, but I don't necessarily feel like she didn't have his back, because, you know, you're just not going to be laying with nobody and having nobody pumping on you and bumping on you for months and months about to marry somebody and you don't have no feelings for him. I mean, some girls can do that, but you know, she was a woman of, you know, of a certain age, and, you know, I do believe that they truly loved each other, and I saw them out together. So that was my just experience. But let me just touch on something. Let me just tell you about grief. I don't know if you lost anybody that's close to you like that, but I just recently lost my niece a year ago. Okay. And that was my first experience with death close to me. And somebody who passes that are that close to you, as difficult as it is, sometimes you think you're going to deal with it one way and you don't deal with it the way that you think you're going to deal with it. Now, I got a lot of backlash for a while because a lot of people thought that I didn't deal with my niece's death the way that they would deal with her death. I was on the road with Candy. I still went out on the road. I still did my shows, but I had to do them to cope. Do you understand what I'm saying? And I couldn't and didn't want to be by myself. And I didn't want to have time to think, and I didn't want to have time to reflect. And I just think that sometimes that we need to take a step back, especially when people are going through things, not to judge them, not to get involved, but let them go through what they're going through and let them get over it, how they're going to get over it. Because you never know what they're dealing with by themselves when they're in the room by themselves. Some days, I'm not even going to lie to you, Claudia, I was clawing out of the door to make it on stage. I had absolutely no idea how I was going to do it. And then for the public to come at me so hard, yeah, I did say some things that were out of order, but I was grieving. Sometimes you say things when you're grieving. Sometimes you say some real fucked up shit, like some crazy out of line stuff when you're grieving, because you're in your body, but you're not really in your body. You're not in your real thoughts. It's like you lose it for a second. So, I mean, that's just what I want to say about grief. And I just think that she was judged and it wasn't fair. And grief is grief. And, you know, I'm not saying his family didn't have a right to say things or feel a certain kind of way. I don't even know all the details. Don't want to know none of my business, really.
I don't want to kick it back up, because for me to have that reaction, I felt like I had to champion them. You know what I mean? Like, I totally respect what you're saying. And you're right. People shouldn't judge the way other people grieve. They shouldn't. But like on the flip side of that, I'm also grieving my friend. Nowhere near as important as her relationship with him. I'm not even comparing that. But I felt like he's not here anymore, and I felt like I had to have it. I felt like I was having his back. You know what I mean? And I'm glad we're talking about this, because I also think in this cancel culture with social media, if someone doesn't say something or feel the same way as another person, everyone's so quick to like brush them off. You know what I mean? Like, fuck that. I mean, F that. I wouldn't have done it like that, so she shouldn't have. And we got to stop, because I grew up the way I grew up, and so did you. I have to, like, this times I wanted to jump in what you were saying, but I had to shut up, because you know what? You have valid opinions and valid points that I cannot, your feelings and your opinions on this they're not right, they're not wrong. Let me not say that. They're not wrong. And so are mine. So I'm glad that we were able to have this conversation. And now that I know, and that was about 8 years ago. And I think that we both have evolved since that. And I'm glad we're having this, because we can have different opinions on Omarosa. A lot of people do. And I respect what you're saying. And I hope you respect my feelings. I came from a champion of the underdog, save the family, you know what I mean? And you're coming from, that's my friend, I have her back. And I respect that. And I'm glad that I finally know what it is. And I think that's something that's get passable. You feel me? Like,
yeah. But I was coming from, that's my friend, but I was coming from a person that was just going through it. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, we're not like this, never been like that. You know what I mean? But we share this common thing between, you know, somebody who's been through the same thing. Yeah. Except for Vince lived. Praise God.
On that note,
that's my friend, but I'm just saying he lived. I'm just saying it's different. So,
on that note, from here on out, Tamar, you know, we had some hostile words on Instagram and social media, and I think other people added fuel to the fire.
No, sis, you came for me, sis. You was mad at me, honey.
Well, after the night of the shooting, there was like some tweets that you did, and I was like, oh my God, like I didn't know that what it was. So I think we both thought each other started it. You know what I mean?
Okay, I'll take that.
Because the night of filming, we were at the studios filming, and way out in remember we was at the Ritz way out where we were filming the show. And that night I got a tweet about, and I was like, it's like, always the girls with no man. I was like, oh shit. So, and I was going through my shit. Like I had a lot of stuff happening.
I said that.
Girl, B Scott hit me, was like, damn, I retweet. Like, I was like, oh my God, I don't even know her like that. But anyways.
That's what I'm saying. How I know you ain't had no man? How did I was talking about you?
Because on the show, we had to talk about being single. But I think it was 8 years ago. I would like to think we both evolved and grown since then. Obviously we have, or we wouldn't be able to both be here on this show. So I would like to put that to bed, and I'd like to reintroduce myself to you today, Tamar. Hi, I'm Claudia, and I don't want to build a friendship or build a whatever based on talking shit about anybody else anyway. So I'm done with that. If we can move on from that. Are we cool on that?
Oh, absolutely. Hi, I'm Tamar. I'm a Pisces. I like swimming, cycling. and chocolate men, praise God.
We're gonna get more into that after we take.
Listen, let me just say something, and I just want to say something to everybody who's watching out there. You know, this is a very awkward temperature and culture that's happening outside of these walls that we're all in. And if we're talking about a revolution, and we're talking about being together, building something together, why would I be on this broadcast with this African-American woman fighting and arguing with her?
We're not fighting. Nope.
I don't want to do that. I don't want y'all to do that. I want y'all to put things to bed. I want you guys to unite, and I want you guys to inspire, okay? And be inspired by us. Put things to bed. It's not that serious, okay? It's already hard going out here fighting against other people. Yep. If you understand what I'm saying.
Yes. We're not going
to fight each other. That's done. We're done. We're not going to allow people to throw that up in our faces anymore, okay? Because we're not going to fight each other. We're not going to speak ill about each other in public. You got something against me, DM me, and we're going to hash it out in private. We're not going to do this publicly no more because we're going to set the example. We have to teach people how to treat us.
Yes.
That's what I got to say.
You know what? We can leave that in 2012. And it is 2020. We can't be out here complaining, like you said, about other people treating us wrong if we can't get it together. And I think this is a good example. I hope other women are inspired about, let me talk to that person about what it was. I don't even know what it was. And then we got people throwing gasoline on the flames because they were. And here we are. So listen, it's done. You will not hear me say anything negative of you from this day forward. You have my word. It's on camera. It's on film. And if y'all see me doing that, y'all can call me out.
Oh, the Tay Marsha's gonna play it for you, Pooh. No, I'm joking.
I'm so sick of them and your people. I'm commenting on things that had nothing to do with you. They're like, she's throwing shade at Tam. I'm like, no, I'm not.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I'm glad.
We're good. Well, we got that out the way. Now we can talk about your fabulous career. We're gonna take a quick break, Tamar, and I'm gonna refill my glass because woo. And we good now, and we're gonna drink to moving forward, okay? And
moving forward,
Tamar. I appreciate that. We'll be back with more
vibes only
after the break.
We are tired of mourning. We are tired of suffering, and we are tired of waiting. Experts predict that the Black female vote will be central to the 2020 presidential elections. The truth is in the numbers, but the voice is in you. Imagine if we use our collective voice to create a collective powerhouse. Black women have always been at the forefront of lifting our voices to vote. In this very moment, we can change the history of this nation. Let us not forget that we are our ancestors' wildest dreams. You see us, but now it's time for you to hear us. I'm Ivy Coco, your Miss Black California USA 2020. Queens are lifting our voices to vote. Join us and let's rise up.
I like sunshine and rain.
We are back with Tamar Braxton, and we have squashed the beef. So Tamartians, chill out. It's all good. We can move forward. We are moving forward as a people, okay? Tamar, I've had two of your sisters on the show. What was it like growing up in a household of singers? Was it constant American Idol in the house? Was it just competition?
Well, from what I've been told, I've worked on my sister's nerves because, I used to sing all day long, and I used to use the nail polish, everything, the deodorant, everything would be on everything that was on the counter. I would bring them together as a choir, and I'm directing all notes, honey, and it was singing all in my ear, and people might have thought I was special, but I was doing it, singing all day.
Was there never a question that this was what you were gonna do, to sing, or what did you ever have if I don't make it as a singer, I'll be this, or was it always singing?
No, it was never an option for me. I thought that I'd be Mariah Carey by the time I was 18 because I wanted to be on Star Search when I was about 6-7 years old. And it was never a question for me, ever.
So there was no plan B. You were like, that's it. It's happening.
No, I didn't even know that Tony wanted to be a singer before. Yeah, I had no idea. Like, that's always been something that I've always wanted to do. We are almost 11 years apart. And so, like, when I'm 6 years old, was she 16? Like, she wasn't out there singing by herself then. Like, I've always wanted to be a singer.
Does she have a different plan first?
First when?
Before,
For me?
Before the singing, that she did, because you said you didn't know she wanted to be.
Oh, yeah, you know, Tony wanted to be a school teacher.
Really?
Ain't that funny?
Yeah.
Come on, Miss Braxton, teach math.
So I'm assuming there was a friendly competition, because I'm getting from the little bit I've been around, there's a little bit, you're competitive. Is that fair to say?
No, I'm not. I wish I was.
Are you not competitive?
Not one in my body.
Really?
It's not fair. I really would like to. But I'm not competitive at all. You know, I mean, I'm the youngest, so I didn't have to have that muscle. You know what I mean? I didn't have to want to be better than my oldest sibling. No, I wanted to learn from them. And I wanted to be like them, not be better than them. I mean, because in my eyes, growing up, they were great role models. You know what I'm saying? Like, they were educated, super duper smart. They were driven. Talented. I didn't want to, you know, be better or bigger than them. I always wanted to be like them.
Did you feel as the youngest that you had to prove yourself? Because if you're looking at them like they're here, do you feel like I got to prove myself to them?
I didn't feel that way until I became much older. You know, I mean, because I feel like I've always been looked at as the youngest. They call me baby, and I always correct them. Like, I'm not a baby, I'm the youngest. A little different. So in that aspect, yes, but I didn't think that, you know, I had to overdo it. I just think that I've always been different. I've always been the loudest. I've always been the person who gives my unsolicited advice and opinions. And I believe that, you know, that's something at some point they accepted about me. Mm-hmm. Not so much no more, because it can be a lot. And I get that too as an adult.
Do you think you're misunderstood because you just admitted you're the loudest, you're very opinionated? Do you think you're misunderstood? And what do you think is the biggest misconception about you?
I think the biggest misconception is that I'm always like that. You know, I'm like that when I feel passionately about something, or when I feel like somebody's wrong about something and I'm showing you points and I feel like I'm not being heard. I don't feel like all the time am I like, no, only when it causes for that. But these days I've retired that, you know. I just feel like if you don't want to listen, if you don't want to listen, if you don't hear me, okay, good night, praise God. I'm going to go eat.
So do you feel like are you calmer and more like you can have that now? Is that how you are now? Would you say you're more like that?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. And that's a choice. You know, I feel like if you want a different result, you have to change your approach, you know? And I was basically tired of the results that I was hearing and getting. Like, oh, she's difficult, she can't get along, and she's loud, and everybody always thought that I was dramatic and drama. And I'm the total opposite. Total opposite.
Were you unhappy back then when you had that? When
I don't know if I can attribute that to being unhappy. There was definitely things going on in my life that I didn't speak about publicly. But I think that I didn't have anybody at the time to bring it to my attention and hold me accountable for it. Because are you speaking about Vince? I call things like I see. I call things like
I in general with life, because like I don't think you should just get all your happiness from life. It could be career, it could be your friends in your life. You know what I'm saying? Like
I had great friends, so I thought for a short period of time. And you know, in my relationship, I felt like I was frustrated, but I was happy. But I didn't really have a lot of people to hold me accountable for the things that I was saying. You know, I am the youngest in my family, and I was like looked at as, oh, that's just Tamar talking, and she's the youngest, that's just her, or whatever. But when it came to like the way I wanted to be perceived in business and outside of my family, I thought that behavior was acceptable because my family accepted me for who I was.
That's a slippery slope, right? Because they probably do that because you are the baby, right? They're like, that's Tamar being Tamar, but it doesn't probably help you. But now you said you're being held accountable. Can I ask, we know you're in a relationship. Does your new guy, and you look very happy and with him.
I am very happy. You know, he's been a very positive force in my life. But you know, I want to hold him accountable for that, but I can't. It is ultimately myself and my decisions and me wanting to be a better me. And also lots of counseling, honey, that works. I know a lot of my African-American females don't like it, but it really does work.
Have y'all gone together or you go individually?
Oh, no. I you know, definitely wanted to go to counseling by myself, for myself, because I didn't want to go to counseling to be somebody else's wife. I wanted to go to counseling to be, you know, the best woman that I could be, and somebody that I could be proud of, and somebody who keeps elevating because I have the tools to keep doing that for me.
I think that's powerful. I think when people go to counseling for someone, you're not really fixing the problem, because a lot of times you're the problem. It's not always them, right?
Period.
Tamar, we have some viewer comments. Empress D said, Tamar's voice really surprised me. I was blown away when I heard her voice on Love and War. It doesn't match her speaking voice. Also ask her, does she still cook when she's stressed? And she says her voice, Sis' voice is iconic, like really.
Oh, that's so sweet. During this COVID, I released a single. I did a movie with Manny Haley. I know you're okay, but I did. It is called True to the Game. True to the Game too. And I did a song. And I mentioned all of that to mention this, okay? Right after Vince and I got, you know, divorced and stuff, I said I wasn't going to do music. I was done with it. I had nothing else to say. This is it for me. And, you know, then I released this single, and yesterday it just went into the top 10. And I'm just, you know, I'm just really grateful to God, because he knows what you really truly want. Like, we say things on the surface because we're upset and we're emotional, and we really don't know. And sometimes we can speak negativity over our life because we're not clear. We don't really know what we really want, but he knows what's best for us. And so, you know, I'm just really grateful for the people who didn't give up on me, even when I gave up on myself, even my voice, something that I've always believed in since I was a kid. And remember, I told you I didn't want to be anything else, but yet, along the way, because I'm frustrated and because, you know, I'm not really sure who I am in my life, I gave up on that. That doesn't even make any sense, right? But, you know, it's the people out there who didn't give up on me and still love my voice and reminds me of my gifts. And that's why it's in the situation that it's in today. And I'm really grateful for that.
Congratulations. Your song, My Man, is a fan favorite. Is that about your new guy?
No, my man was 3 years ago, sis. That's how much we ain't been talking.
I ain't talked to you since 2012.
Actually, what's the name of the? I don't even remember the name of the song because I haven't performed it yet. So I don't have it like, huh?
Is it My Man?
No, sis, that's 3 years ago. Stay with it.
I haven't been talking to you. We ain't been fooling with each other for 8 years now. I got a lot of
No.
So that wasn't about him. So. What is it about him that you love so much?
That he's positive, that he's amazing, and he's great with my kid, and he doesn't allow me to stay in gunk. You know, he always asks, okay, so what do you want? What's the result from this? Okay, so you're gonna be in the bed all day today because you're upset, and then what's tomorrow? What's the resolve? He really makes me look at myself and look at my goals and set my goals and achieve my goals, because I am held accountable. So with me learning that tool from counseling, this is the energy that I'm projecting. So therefore, this is the energy that I'm receiving back.
That's really important, because when you have one person that's, I'm going to say famous, celebrity, all these things that are surface things, but they are things, you know, a partner could easily, you know, be passive, and to have someone that holds you accountable, that's like, yeah, that's cool. That's what you do. But I'm going to tell you the real. We need that, right? Kind of, because all your fans are not going to tell you. The fans are not going to tell you. They're going to.
No, mine tell me. Oh, what? Absolutely, positively. And I appreciate that. And so, you know, when I released Crazy Kind of Love, they were like, okay, it's a little short, but we like her. We're going to support you because it's a great song. Yeah, they tell me about myself. And that's what I was saying about the energy that you put out. So you got to be very careful about the energy that you put out. If you're putting out a bunch of negativity, what you're going to be receiving is a bunch of negativity in every single realm of your life, in your relationship, in your job, in your family life. That's what you're going to get. You're going to get negative, period. So because I put that out, that's what I get back, positivity.
You do. You are coming off this way. And I have no reason to lie to you because we just started talking after 8 years. So you do. I see it. And we have some more comments. V says, Tamar, will you design, actually a couple people, will you design shoes again? And Jameis Freeland says, girl, nobody believed you were done with music. We needed you. And again, he says, when will you be designing shoes again? They want these shoes.
Yeah, you know, Tamar collection was such a blessing. And my shoes were like the best part of it for me because I'm a shoe girl. Everybody knows that about me. And girl, my shoe came with a dust bag, honey, came with a cute little box. And you know, listen, I'm a girl who believes in saving her coin. And when I do spend my coin, I want quality, okay? So therefore, I am never going to put out a product that I don't believe in. A, that's B, that's not going to work like my You Go Girl, because that works. Look at my edges. They back. Stop praying for me. And then my shoes. Yes, they're coming back. Well, it's supposed to be 2020. Nobody knows what the future holds. But, you know, things were happening before COVID and before this whole revolution. So I can't tell you when because nobody knows the answer to anything. But they are.
This edges thing, because I remember the internet was talking a lot of trash about you and all that.
Yes, look.
Let's talk about this. So let's get the edges. Okay, I see them.
Okay, so listen. My edges fell out when I had Logan.
Got it. And that's common, right? That's common with pregnancy?
Initially.
It wasn't from wigs and weaves and all the, like the stress.
And then, yeah, you keep your braids in too long. Like I was just telling everybody the other day on my YouTube show on Monday, like, yo, like if you look at my interviews from To Catch a Beautician, you'll see that I am edgeless and hopeless, okay? Because I had these braids in my head for 3 months, but I wasn't taking them out in front of this chocolate delicious man, praise God. But they stayed in and my edges suffered. I started using, oh my God, You Grow Girl, and it came, look, God, it came back, look.
How long did that take to get the edges to start coming back?
Okay, so if I did my interviews in quarantine. So we started in April. What is this, June?
Yeah. That's pretty good.
Thank me later, Pooh.
Okay. Listen, we're going to talk more about Tamar's edges coming back full and strong in a brand new show. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more with Tamar Braxton in just a minute.
Thank you.
We know that we're asking Americans to do a lot right now. So we're asking everyone to be selfless for others so that we can protect those who are most susceptible to this virus.
A question I often get asked is why should young people care about the spread of coronavirus? Well, we know that people with underlying medical conditions over the age of 60 are at highest risk, but they've got to get it from somebody.
Social distancing is really physical separation of people.
It's what we refer to when we ask people to stay at least 6 feet apart.
Not going to bars, not going to restaurants, not going to theaters where there are a lot of people. It all just means physical separation so that you have a space between you and others who might actually be infected or infect you.
We all have a role to play in preventing person-to-person spread of this disease, which can be deadly for vulnerable groups. For more information on how you can social distance, please go to coronavirus.gov.
I like sunshine and rain.
Welcome back to Out Loud with your girl, Claudia Jordan. We have Tamar Braxton on the show. Yes, pigs are flying. Tamar and I have squashed the beef. We are talking tonight, having tea and, well, actually not tea. I'm having vodka and ginger ale. What you having again?
Oh, I'm getting a refill from chocolate.
Oh, okay. So still quarantined together, getting that quarantine tea. Okay. So let's talk about this show, The Braxton Family Values. Was it hard for you to open up? Because reality TV is, you got a lot of people comment on your business and it's annoying, right? So was it hard for you to open up about, you know, stuff that's happening in your life?
Oh, No, we can hear you though, David. But no, it wasn't. Initially, no. You know, when we all first did the Braxtons, you know, I created it because I just felt like it's 5 different African-American females who are all in different walks of life. And I just felt like, you know, somebody in my family you can identify with and we could learn from by watching it, because it was designed to be a positive show, you know, just to bring some enlightenment to your life, you know. I don't like where that show, along with a few other shows, are now. And I don't like, you know, how things are portrayed, especially as Black women. Oh, yeah. I feel like we have more of a responsibility than that. And I just don't feel like I'm doing much to the African American community by always arguing and fighting with my sisters about whatever's going on in their life. And then what's going on, you know, in our lives as a family. I don't feel like all Black families are like that. I don't feel like that kind of Black family television should be shown on television, because I don't know a Black family that is acting like that. I know mine clearly doesn't when we're not shooting. So for me, I just don't really believe in that kind of television. And that's why, and I ain't plugging nothing, y'all, but that's why I'm just so passionate about To Catch a Beautician, because it's funny, it's fun, it's about real life. It's relatable, and you're helping people, but you also, you know, are getting down to really what's going on at the end of the day. But at the end of the day, there's resolve. And I just don't feel like life has to be so much about fighting, arguing, and bickering. And you said that, and I said this, but then I said that, and I'm putting my hands on you. And then, like, why? Where does that get us? Nowhere. It doesn't. What?
Don't you think it's easy to get like a battery in your back? Because it's not like, okay, say me and you had an argument, right? It's between us. We don't have a gang of people commenting and adding fuel to the fire, and you could probably resolve it, but you cannot resolve. It's so hard to really resolve things because it just keeps being brought up, and everyone wants to voice their opinion on it, and they kind of don't it's hard to let stuff die because it's boring. They say they want calm, classy TV shows, right? But when you don't argue, they say it's boring. And then when you argue,
To Catch a Beautician, we ain't arguing like that, and it's not boring. It's fun as hell, and everybody enjoys themselves. Everybody is heard. Okay, the stylist gets a chance at redemption. You know, the person who hair is jacked up get a chance to come on and talk about what happened to their hair and how it affected them emotionally and what it's done to them in their business and whatever, what have you, because our hair is a big deal to us. Okay. And then the beautician, you know, talks about like, well, basically your fault. I told you this, that, and the other what happened, but you wanted the hairdo. And then they get to go through a class with Johnny. And at the end of the day, everybody is heard. The beautician is heard. The person coming to us who's jacked up is heard. And they get to move on. Why do we have to stay stagnant? Why do we have to live in fighting and bull? I want to cuss so bad. But and bullshit. We got enough.
Be free.
Why?
So
why?
Your new show, you are the host, To Catch a Beautician, you and your famous hairstylist Johnny, right?
Johnny, right, yeah.
And so how did that come about?
Well, the executives at VH1 and Scout created this show with me in mind. And when they brought it to me, a lot of people don't know, because it wasn't showed on our family Black show, that my mom was a hairstylist. At first she was a kitchen beautician, but then she went and got an education and became a real hairstylist. And so hair has always been something that's important to us, not just because my mom, you know, was a beautician, but also because it's 5 girls in the house. We're always doing each other hair, always jacking each other up. So, you know, and I'm always changing my hair in my life. And so are my sisters. So when they brought it to me, I'm like, hell yeah, like hair is everything. And not just about hair, but it has everything to do with the emotions that hair brings you. And when I cut my hair off is when my relationship started with my hair. Like I never really took care of my hair. Didn't really care. People was talking about my edges and they were gone. And I was like, oh, okay. I thought I slapped a wig on and I move on. Okay. But up until now is when my relationship really started. And that's because thinking back, you know, I was traumatized. When I was younger, Tracy put this thing in my hair, right? It was like this conditioning perm. And she put the perm in my hair and forgot the neutralizing part. Child, all my hair fell out. Yeah. And so from that day on, I didn't have a connection with my hair. And what I wanted to reintroduce is that, you know, we have to have a connection with our hair. We say our hair is our crown. Yes, it is. It is, you know, our head chakra is very important. You know, this is the part that has to stay open and be open for us to receive, you know, and having a connection with your hair starts with that. You have to care about your hair. And that's why I decided to come up with, oh my God, you broke, girl, because I ain't had no edges and I didn't care. And you know, if I care about my edges and I didn't have none, you should care about yours too. So that's that on that.
Oh my goodness. So you said this show is a show that you're most proud of.
Yeah,
is it because it has more meaning to it? And I'm seeing you're on this positive flow now. And I guess that all makes sense because it's all tying into everything else that's going on in your life with your relationship, your career, and then this show, it's all in step with a more...
Along with my bills that I got to pay. And I got a black son that I got to worry about out here in these streets, okay? And worry about my black man being out here in these streets, and my black daddy and my black brother being out here in these streets, and everything else that comes along, and my baby daddy, and how he gonna feel about it. I ain't trying to hurt his feelings. I ain't trying to say too much. I ain't trying to do too much. Oh, and my sisters, I ain't trying to hurt them. I ain't trying to do too much. All along with everyday life issues. Why turn on the TV and worry about somebody else's issue and problem? I got my own. Why not watch something that make me feel good about myself? Why not watch something that makes me want to elevate my life? Why not watch something that I could be proud of as a black woman in television and in music, and inspire this younger generation and show them that you ain't got to throw no drink in nobody's face. You ain't got to act a donkey and a fool to be on TV. Yes, being famous and having a little coin, yes, that's cute and that's cool, but that does not make up everything of your life. What else would you like to have? Would you like to be educated? Huh? Would you like to have an educated conversation with somebody? Would you like to be respected outside of these streets? Yes, you would. But you can't be respected outside these doors acting a fool on TV.
Thank you so much. A lot of people will say, how do I get on reality TV? How do I be famous? And they think it's about going on there and having the most. I think people got to stop being so mean. I'm sick of it.
No, I think we have to stop letting people write the narrative for us.
Yeah.
Okay? I think we have to stop telling people how Black people really live on television. I think it's time for us to stop allowing people to tell Black people that, oh, the only way you're going to get along, the only way you're going to get ratings, and the only way you're going to be famous if you throw a drink in somebody's face and you start a bunch of bullshit all the time and you arguing with somebody. Mm-hmm. No. I don't know any of my friends who act like that. I know I don't.
I've had no arguments with my best friend of 26 years. In 26 years, we've never had an argument. Go on a reality TV show, you have 5 in the first week. And I'm like, this ain't even my real life. I don't even move I don't even argue with people like that. So is it the consumers that keep watching those shows, or is it the producers that create them? What do you think?
What do you think?
I think it's both. I think, there have been times people try to do positive shows like Tia and Tamara, and people don't support them like they should. You know what I mean? I hope after COVID and all that that's going on now, that I hope people's tastes change. Like, I'm sick of that. I need some feel-good TV. You ever watch Undercover Boss, where bosses go in and they live amongst the people for a week or so, and they make changes, and they surprise like the people in their company with like changing their lives? I'm crying like a baby every time I see it. I'm like, why?
That's a bit sleepy, but that's the end of the spectrum here. What we're talking about. But I just want to say,
they buying houses.
The Tia and Tamara show actually did very well.
But they canceled. It's not on.
It was because the network got canceled, so it had nothing to do with their show. The show actually did very, very well. It is letting people tell us what works for us.
Yeah.
That. Yeah.
Well, we have white writers and white showrunners all the time that they're letting them in the doors and less of us. So they're gonna put their opinion of how they see us out there, right? So we need Black showrunners. I'm saying we need more Black people, and that's why Fox Soul. It's all.
I'm so here for it.
Yeah.
I'm so here for it. Thank God for Jesus.
We're not gonna censor any of this. We're not gonna edit any of this. You're not gonna watch this and be like, I didn't say it like that.
I said what I said. So when you gonna have Nene on this show? When you gonna make up with Nene?
You know what? In real life, the night of the reunion, I said some things to her at the reunion where she appreciated it, and she reached out to me the night of the reunion, 2015, I think it was, or 16. And she said, I appreciate you, what you said to me. And she goes, I know we're not in a good place, but I appreciate what you said, right? But no one sees this part. And then I was like, Nene, I appreciate you, and we good. And we good. And then a year or two later, I see her crustaceans. We take a picture together. We go, yo, we gonna mess up everybody's head right now. And we both posted the picture. Everybody was tripping. Then we posted another one, and it was crazy. But since then, on this show, I had to talk about the reunion, and I asked a question about the show. It took a left, and it got made into, I'm talking bad about her, and I'm trashing her. And I'm like, when you host a show, and you know how this goes, Tamar, you got to talk about hot topics. You're not dogging someone by talking about hot topics, but it just went left. I have no issue with her, and I would love to invite her. I would love to do this with her, because I think we squashed it, then it got bad again, then we squashed it, and it got, you know what I mean?
Well, Becky, I'm just going to be honest, because that's just, who I am. I saw you and Candy on here in that episode with T.S. Madison, because that's my sis. Yeah. And I love Candy too. But the notation wasn't positive. And I think the same thing happened to us. I think that once, and I'm guilty of it too. It's not just you. That once you kind of have like this little ill thing with somebody, it kind of trickles on. It keeps going, especially if somebody else is saying something. You got something else to say. You throw your little part on there too. I didn't know that you two had a hardcore issue like that, and I definitely didn't know that Candy and Nene had an issue like that, and that bothers me because those two are people that I look up to because they're both entrepreneurs, amazing business women. And I think, and I'm just going to put it out there because I say this often, that Candy and Nene would be great friends. I would. I lived with Candy for 30 days in the Big Brother house. Yeah. I know that
you guys got issues on the house too, right? Like you guys had issues in the house.
Oh, hell yeah, we had issues in the house. We had issues in the house because we had unresolved issues when we went in the house together. But like you and I, and like I believe Nene and you and Candy will work it out. We worked it out, and Candy was there for me in a way that I would never, speak ill about her, period, because she was there for me when my niece passed. She was there the day she passed. Yeah. And the way that she was there for me, and a lot of people are like, oh, you shady, things saying, no, I'm not. I just don't agree with everything. I don't agree with her and Nene fighting like that. I don't like it. I just feel like some of it could be produced.
I don't know the issue because I don't watch the show, but I have to comment on the show, on this show. So it may be come across as shady, but I don't know what their thing is. Like I know what happened in 2015 with all of us. And you're right, when time goes by and you don't speak to that person and then someone says something, you're like, whatever. You know what I mean? You ain't really here for them. I don't hate her, but you're not really, and honestly, Tamar, after that show, I had so many people that continue that narrative. The things that were said in our fight it was really horrible, like what we said to each other. The fans keep it going. Like they be in my inbox saying, repeating it. And I'm like, it was 5 years ago. Like I'll say it right now, Nene Leakes, if you ever want to come on here and we can have a real conversation, I'm not afraid of it with anyone. And if I'm wrong about something, I'll apologize. I'll apologize for what I said about Omarosa to you. I don't still deal with her, but I'll apologize. I didn't need to say that about her to you. You know what I mean? I didn't need to do that. And now I'm trying to not do that, bite my tongue. I don't have to say everything that I think. You know what I'm saying?
I learned that too. You're not in this alone. I learned that too. And that's a part of growing. And that's the choices that I was talking about earlier in making. You have to make the choice to be positive. It's hard as hell. It's not easy, but you have to make the choice to live a better life, to tell a different story. You know what I'm saying? And what I really have learned, Claude, when you give love, you get love, sis. Regardless to what people are saying in your inbox or what people want you to be in, no time for it. Look how God has blessed you. Look how you up and up and up and up. You ain't got no time for that negativity. No. I love you, sis, no matter what.
I appreciate
we can talk about whenever.
I'm going to say the same thing back to you because honestly, I had a couple of drinks before the show because I was honestly nervous about this because
you thought you was coming on to get red on your own show? I ain't gonna do you like that.
No, I didn't think I was getting red. I can read too, honey.
Yes, you can. I saw that.
I wasn't afraid.
I enjoyed that.
I didn't want this to go negative. And I'm glad you came with an open heart just like I did. I actually prayed before this. I go, please let a resolve come out of this and let this be a positive thing. And I even called one of my producers and I go, how was she about? And I was like, I really this is a long time coming. And to know that it wasn't anything that I did to you and you did to, I mean, we had little dumb shit on Instagram, but that's water under the bridge. I appreciate that we can do that. And I hope other women watching this right now can say, you know what? I need to call so-and-so because at the end of the day, that wasn't a big deal. Or maybe I can tell her how I felt, and she can tell me how she felt, and we can just put this to bed. Because when your song Love and War came out, I heard it on the radio and I was banging. I'm like, damn it, I can't sing along with it because it's damn Tamar Braxton. We ain't in the cool place. But it was banging. And I'm gonna tell you that right now. I can celebrate you now with and feel good about it. And I'm glad we had this conversation. I really am.
I am too. And don't ever let, your hating take over an amazing song or an amazing look or how amazing somebody looked. You know what I'm saying?
It was like,
hating on somebody take over how excellent somebody else is. And you know what? That's an obstacle too. Sometimes you have got to inquire the spirit of the hush. It's very powerful, Don't write that comment under somebody's box, Text it to yourself. You got to get it out, Mm-hmm. Just ask God for the spirit of the hush, and I bet you your life will change.
Yeah. I feel like I've always had to defend myself, and I'm not. I'm gonna try. I'm working on that. I'm not perfect. I'm not there yet. I will not be one of those people that say I have it all figured out because I don't. I don't. I'm not perfect. I think none of us are, but that's what makes life fun. We're gonna get there. We're gonna work on it. Tamar Braxton, I appreciate you. Please tell everybody when they can watch your show and how they can support you.
Well, To Catch Your Petition comes on every single Monday on VH1 at 9 o'clock. It's so fun. It's so good, y'all. It's like the best show on TV. I say that all the time. And also, please go get you Grow. Y'all gonna get your life back. Summertime's coming. Y'all gonna want to be in the wind. You don't want your weeds holding up the light and save the world from darkness. This be dark when you ain't got no edges, honey. Okay? Go get you some. And on top of that, thank you guys. Listen, just for accepting a girl who was lost and didn't know who she was and decided to make a change and gave me an opportunity to show you all different and to show you all a different kind of way to move forward and to escalate and elevate in your life. If I did it, you can do it. Any dark time that you have, you don't have to stay there. You can make the choice to be better. I did it.
And I know we're going to end it on that note, Tamar Braxton. It has been a pleasure. And when we're back in the studio in LA, I would love to invite you onto the show to promote anything you got going on in the studio at Fox. So thank you so much, sis.
Thank you. You're going to be booked. You don't invite everybody, child.
You're going to take Martian to leave me alone now. We cool now, damn it. All right, y'all, stick around. We got the Mike and Donnie show coming up next on Fox Soul, the place where miracles can happen. Y'all have a good one.
We are tired of mourning. We are tired of suffering, and we are tired of waiting. Experts predict that the Black female vote will be central to the 2020 presidential elections. The truth is in the numbers, but the voice is in you. Imagine if we use our collective voice to create a collective powerhouse. Black women have always been at the forefront of lifting our voices to vote. In this very moment, we can change the history of this nation. Let us not forget that we are our ancestors' wildest dreams. You see us, but now it's time for you to hear us. I'm Ivy Coco, your Miss Black California USA 2020. Queens are lifting our voices to vote. Join us and let's rise up.
We need the world to know that we identify, we know who we are as women, we love everyone, and we're gonna have fun together.
5 women of faith, keeping it real.
But when we talk about these serious issues, we're all trying to learn, we're all trying to grow, and more importantly, we're trying to make this a better world.
Fox Soul presents Chatter.
Black Lives Matter is really saying our lives matter too. It is not to the exclusion to say anybody else's life does not matter.
Stream it live.
And also Black lives are equal to any other life.
Yeah. Y'all ready?
I like sunshine.
What's up? Happy Wednesday, everybody. Welcome to the latest edition of the Mike and Donnie Show on Fox Soul. I'm your host, Mike Hill, along with my co-host, as always, the West Side Fly Guy, Donnie Harrell. What's good tonight, my man?
Oh, just happy to be happy. You
I
know?
love you when you're happy, bro. You know, I'm going to send you a song. I got this new song I heard today, man. It's called Trolls. It's by Nicki Minaj, and she on there with this guy named Tekashi 6ix9ine. I think you'll like it.
See, I knew you weren't gonna come with that snitch shit. I just knew you were. You know what I'm saying? I just knew. You know I don't deal with no snitches. I don't deal with snitches. I don't care if he had the hottest song in the universe. I'm not gonna listen to no snitch song. Period. Point blank. You get
So in your book, is Nicki Minaj she is dealing with a snitch?
Hey, let me say something, man. Like I don't want the bar. What's the barbs?
The barbs. Yeah, we don't want that. Hold on. Let's get it clear. We don't want the smoke.
I don't want the barbs to come after me. You know what I mean? But Nicki Minaj is a woman, so you know I'm gonna give her a pass. But if a dude was doing it, I'm like, man, what's up with you, man? Like, how you doing that? You supposed to be a real dude. You feel me?
Donnie, you don't get enough credit for being as smart as you are, man. You know not to come from them damn bars, bro. We don't want that smoke, man, because they go on everybody's page on Fox Soul. If we say it on one show, they go on everybody's page on Fox Soul and try and destroy them, man. So we leaving that alone. And we leaving Tekashi 6ix9ine alone as well, because, you know, once again, what is he?
A snitch. We don't deal with snitches. Snitches get stitches.
Amen. Right here on the Mike and Donnie Show, we have spoken, man. But we got a great show planned as always, and I know the guests we got lined up tonight, they're gonna bring it as we discuss the latest with Russell Simmons, addressing those allegations, the sexual assault allegations on the Breakfast Club today, and of course, we're keeping our social justice conversations going. So, you ready to make this happen tonight, my man?
Let's go, Mike.
Let's please welcome to the show media personalities, Big Pee Wee back on the show, Jaleesa Raquel and comedian Nate Jackson. What's up, y'all?
What up?
Yo.
Pee Wee, my God.
What's up, family? What up, family?
Pee Wee, you playing some Tekashi 6ix9ine on your show, man?
No.
Pee Wee, you better keep it real, Pee Wee. Pee Wee, you know what you just told me? Keep it real, Pee Wee.
Nah, we don't fool with snitches, man. You know, us LA cats, man, we don't do snitches at all. It's the hood code.
Oh, okay. Nate, y'all got that kind of code. You from the West Coast, you from the Seattle area, right? Y'all got that code up there? Okay.
Yeah, we not messing with no snitches either. Come on.
And Jaleesa, you know, you girl power though. Nicki Minaj, people love Nicki. Come on, you got to rock that Nicki Tekashi 6ix9ine, right?
I love my girl Nicki, but I don't know what she's doing with 6ix9ine. I don't agree with that. I ain't rocking.
Like her.
Okay. So as a consensus, we ain't messing with no snitches and anybody associated with the snitch at that time. But once again, we like Nicki Minaj. We just want to put it out there. We do like Nicki Minaj. We just don't want that smoke out here, man. Hey, question of the day though. I gotta ask you guys, because really it don't even feel like we in this damn quarantine anymore. So even if your state hasn't fully reopened yet, is the quarantine officially over for you individually? Jaleesa.
Well, you know, Atlanta was one of the first cities to open back up, and everybody was criticizing. But just because it opened back up, it didn't mean it was over for me. I've still been, you know, inside quarantine, wearing my mask. I go to the store now and I notice that like a lot of people aren't really like wearing their gloves anymore, wearing their masks. I'm still going to protect myself because I don't know what you got on the regular. Okay.
Yeah. You probably should do that anyway. Nate, you actually performing. You back on the road again?
Yeah, so I just actually finished doing Phoenix. I did 6 shows in Phoenix this past weekend. But the way they had it set up was real smooth, man. Like I brought my own microphone. The host wipes down all the microphones. There's no contact, mic cords and stools, all that while they're bringing you up. There's no contact with the people. All the employees, everybody's masked up. And then it's optional if you want to take pictures and take your mask off and all that.
Hold up, Donnie. You got to bring your own microphone on stage. Coming to the stage, we got a great funny comedian. Let's welcome to the stage, Nate Jackson. You come up there, he unplugs. You got to come up on stage and then plug your microphone into the socket in order to do your set.
Yeah, it's really fast.
Oh, it's really fast. Okay.
It's really fast, and the music's playing. And by the second show, I was so smooth that I had it down like it was almost the same movement as pulling the mic out the mic stand.
Okay, all right, okay.
And the audience isn't tripping; they know what's going on. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They have capacity limitations, so they were at 50% of what they could do. That's off top. And then because of the protests, they were also they had a curfew from 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. each day. Now, where I was at in particular, they didn't care. People were still out till like 2 a.m. I think the whole thing was just to try and catch protesters.
So what time was your show? If it was 8 p.m. to 5 a.m., what time was your show?
They opened doors at the venue at 4:45. The show started at 5:30, and then the second show started doors at 7. Show started at 7:30. I was on stage by 7:45. So the concept of the curfew was if you're at a restaurant or home or en route between two or job or work, whatever, you're fine.
Okay.
It's loitering. It's lingering around. It's standing. It's looking like you about to loot. It's looking like you about to tear up things, and it's protesting after 8 p.m. That's what they were trying to. I mean, but Phoenix is a hella red state. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, there's people with their guns on their hips. They don't even know carry permit or nothing. It's almost like they got. I mean, it's like Texas in a lot of ways.
Shit, yeah. Arizona just passed the MLK law not too long ago.
Last Thursday.
So let me tell you something, Mike. My man Pee Wee know we like the West. He can contest this. The West is a wild, wild West out here, man. In LA, when we say it's over, we start doing what we want to do, right, Pee Wee? They just act cool out here. Talk to me, Pee Wee.
Hey, with the quickness, homeboy, folks is out here. They at the beach, right? They bike. They sitting there like, remember that Marshall's commercials, like open, open, open. They at the mall waiting. I mean, LA is just itching to get out right now.
Yeah, but I ain't trying to be that crash test dummy, bruh. You know what I mean? I know they're going to open the gyms up on Friday. They about to open the hair salons and the barbershops. I'm going to wait. I'm going to give it a little incubation period to see what happens to all you other motherfuckers out there before I go out there, bruh. Seriously.
So you waiting to be like, you waiting for the test dummies to go out, and then you looking like, okay, he didn't fall. He good to go. All right, I'll come out.
Let me tell you, I may look young, but I'm a little older. And I got asthma, so I'm a little bit more susceptible. I ain't trying to let my respiratory shit shut down. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna stop cursing. This is my last week of cussing, I promise, Donnie. I'm still angry. I still got some pent up shit inside me, man. I got
protests out of it. Did you protest this week? Are you protest some more?
I got it out, man. I'm gonna let it go. I'm gonna start looking for better days ahead, man. But we're gonna get into all that in just a second. But Pee Wee, real quick, man, like this COVID thing got close to your house, right? Your next door neighbor actually had it?
Yeah, man, it was pretty deep. So my next door neighbor, my daughters, I have 2 young girls, and they go over and play with their kids also. And so maybe I'm gonna say like mid-March, like in the middle of March, right before the pandemic really, really hit, the mother got really sick and she was bedridden and nobody knew why. And then right after that, that's when the COVID hit. But I had already snatched my girls because I was like, you can't get sick. Like, this person is sick in a bedridden, can't go nowhere, can't do anything. And so I was like, snatch my girls, no bueno. You guys are in the house with me now until we figure out what's going on over there. And then we found out actually she had COVID-19.
Wow, better safe. Gotta be safe.
So it was literally a couple of steps away.
She better now?
She's much better now. She's still feeling it in the chest a little bit, still tight. It hasn't fully, but from COVID-19 hitting her that hard. Yeah, she still feels it a little bit.
Hey, I got some news of the day for you, Donnie.
What?
Because I remember we had a guest on the show, I believe on Monday, that kind of brought up we was bringing up the whole Russell Simmons situation or whatnot. Somebody brought that up. Did you see him on the Breakfast Club today?
I seen bits and pieces when he was talking about with the young lady. He's sorry that she might have, whatever happened to her, he didn't do it. He said something, but like I said before, Mike, I'm gonna let you talk on, I'm gonna let you speak on and let you go through it, then I'm gonna come in with my opinion. So go on and speak on what he said, and I'm gonna break in with you, baby.
So the bottom line is, the gist is, he was on the Breakfast Club today with Charlamagne the God, Angela Yee, and of course DJ Envy, and he was talking about the womanizing things and whatnot, the allegations that are brought against him. He says he admits to being a womanizer or a playboy, but he denies ever sexually assaulting any woman. Of course, there are several women who have come out accusing him of sexual assault, and 3 actually spoke up in this new documentary called On the Record. Let me get Jaleesa's comments first, because this is very sensitive, so we want to be very careful about what we say or whatnot in this whole situation. Of course, he is innocent until proven guilty, but at the same time, in the court of public opinion, a lot of people already feel like Russell Simmons is guilty of this because of the numerous women who have come out. How do you feel about it?
I definitely feel like, everyone should be given a fair chance. I'm not just going to go with what someone is saying just because they're all of a sudden coming out, because this has almost become a trend now. Of course, a lot of women are speaking up that have never spoken up before, but I'm not going to go against the victims, but I'm not just going to say someone is say someone has committed a crime if they have not been proven, guilty. So I'm still on the fence with this because I need to learn more about the situation and the women and everything that is coming out. So I guess we'll see how this unravels.
And I'm with Jaleesa. I'm very sympathetic towards the women. You know what I mean? We wasn't there, so we don't know until he is brought up on charge in the court of law. He is innocent until proven guilty. So I really don't speak on nothing I really don't know about. So, you know what I mean? Russell's always been a cool dude to me, but I don't know what he does in his bedroom. You know what I mean? So, we can't really speak on that until they charge him with some charges. You know what I'm saying? So it's always some he say, she say. You know what I mean? But we gotta, like I said, we gotta be sympathetic towards the women, and then we have to be sympathetic towards Russell until everything comes out. That's my.
And he hasn't had any charges. That was a civil case against him some years ago that he settled, I believe. But here's the thing: a lot of people are saying, because there's so many women who are coming out. Pee Wee, when that happens, does that affect you? Because we live in a social media world where, once again, all it takes is one allegation to point the finger at you to scar you. But when it's several women, like it is in Russell's case, it could be really detrimental.
That you're absolutely right. And the media, it's like a feeding frenzy. We get a taste of a little bit of it, and every media outlet is going to jump on board and try to find out as much information as possible so that they can get the first interview and get the first information and everything like that, and even try to get some of the women on board so that they can talk about it. And I'm with Donnie. At the end of the day, Russell Simmons, I've met Russell multiple times. We've hung out, and I'm with Donnie. At the end of the day, I don't know what the guy does in his bed, but at the end of the day, until we go to court and he has a jury of his peers that will convict him or set him free, I can't say anything, because it's a he say, she say thing. And I know for a fact, and just like Russell said on the Breakfast Club, at a certain time in his life, Russell was out there wilding. He was having fun.
With all celebrities.
Like all celebrities. So at the end of the day, everybody has their, opinion of how they felt at the time. So, I'm just waiting to see. That's all I can do is just wait to see.
And let me say this, man. It's two charges a man never wants on them. That's being a child molester and a rapist.
Come on now.
Them are some cold charges right there, man. So when somebody put a charge on you like that, that's very sensitive, man, because you get handled in a joint for that. You know what I'm saying? So that's my God. I don't wish that on nobody. Really, I don't.
Well, especially the woman. You don't want the woman to be victimized either, man. So that's the whole thing. We're gonna be sensitive when it comes to that, of course. But he says, like you said, Donnie, he says he didn't feel like he victimized anybody, but of course he's sensitive to their feelings, because if they felt a certain way, then he feels like that he could be in the wrong with that. We live in a day and age where, Donnie, you could hug 10 women. And 9 of them may be cool with the way you hug them, but if one woman is uncomfortable about that, then her feelings have to be taken into consideration.
Yes, most definitely. I want to get Nate's input on this. What do you think about this, Nate?
Yeah, Nate.
I honestly feel like y'all pretty much said what I would say. Like, in regards to not wanting to cast judgment without seeing what's going on and what's actually at hand. I don't have any facts. I don't know any of the women. We weren't there. A lot of this stuff happened a long time ago. All I want to speak to is the unfortunateness of it, because Russell does have a strong footprint in the culture. And so I'm not saying that his footprint's so strong that whatever happened needs to be brushed to the side, but I am saying that, it's very unfortunate. I remember I booked HBO Def Comedy Jam. And we ran the gamut for who was going to perform and all that, and it being Russell Simmons, HBO Def Comedy Jam, and the logo dropped and there was promos with him on it and all that, and then the first time that we heard about this came out, and it was in a magazine, or article came out, and the story was from a very long time ago. It was like, how are we supposed to validate that But HBO's reaction was to take Russell Simmons off of the entire brand of Def Jam and to essentially only run it like whatever it was contracted to run on television, and then like one run on HBO Go or HBO Now. So because of that, without there even being a court case or you know, we never got to the bottom of it, an entire brand that had solidified and created stars for black Americans for years and years was basically pushed to the wayside, to where it was like it came and it went. Y'all probably haven't even seen it, but that's still Def Jam. That's Russell Simmons. Thank you very much. Good night. But he didn't get that experience and the timing of it is very unfortunate. The way it hit, it was like literally the week we're about to drop. Boom.
And let me say this, Mike, for all the beautiful women out there. Sometimes the men have to understand, like when they say no, no means no. You know what I mean? They can say no real passive, and you know they might be scared. You know what I'm saying? But you have to understand, when a woman says no, that means no. Not saying, and I'm not referring this to Russell, but men, we have to pay attention to that. When women say no, that means no. Stop. You get what I'm saying? So.
Yeah.
And Jaleesa, that's the message, because you know, like there are some men that feel like, okay, she's just teasing or she's playing hard to get or whatever, whatnot. But in this day and age, you know, if a woman says no or even hints that she doesn't, if she touches your hand, you have got to stop.
Yeah.
If she says I don't know, I'm stopping. If she says I know her, I'm stopping.
Anything with a no in it, all hands off. Like at the end of the day, you know, women are allowed to change their mind, and some women may not be as verbal or confident to speak up to certain men, especially men of power, men in a certain position. So at the end of the day, if she's saying no, I don't care if it's passive, I don't care if it's aggressive, I don't care if it's a whisper. Stop. No means no, and that's it.
And I don't care if she said yes 9 times prior to her getting there. She could be on the phone, in the DMs, talking about what she's going to do to you and all that type of stuff. And then when she gets there in that moment, if she says no and changes her mind, I don't care what she said before, you have got to stop. As the father of 2 daughters, I'm looking out for them. But at the same time, I want to make sure that, you know, let me say this right. Anything ever happens to my daughters, when it comes to them, of course, I'm ready to go to jail or die for them. So nothing should happen to them. But I also want to make sure that, you know, women are sometimes careful about the allegations with some men as well. You know what I mean? And if they're making these allegations, make sure I get this right, I don't want to mess this up. If they're making these allegations, make sure that it is legitimate. I will say that. Because if you feel a certain way, I understand that. And I had a situation like that. This is what I'm trying to get to. There was a situation where somebody that was close to me felt a certain way about a person that hugged them, right? Somebody that's close to me. And I had to take that in consideration, even though I knew the person and I didn't think that that was the case. You know what I'm saying? But if she felt that way, it is really important that the person who is making her feel that way understands that and make sure he stops his behavior, because he could be friendly, he could be nice, he could be hugging her, he could be, you know, talking to her in a certain way. But if she feels uncomfortable at all, then that man has to stop. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, okay.
Most definitely. Yes, sir.
I just didn't want to make sure that came out the right way as well.
I want to ask Jaleesa something, because this happened to somebody I know. Jaleesa, if a woman is coming on to a man and he says no, right? Because it sounds like no, I'm not trying to be funny. See y'all laughing. So if a man says no and then she just keeps on, then she takes this thing out and say, no, you're gonna give me this. What is that? Is that kind of like,
that's sexual assault?
It's still sexual assault at the end of the day. Can't be biased on the stance.
We supposed to take
no means no. So if he says no, still,
I mean,
it has to apply on both ends for there to be mutual respect, and you know, as adults and grown people.
Because
but what I will say,
the person that happened to me, you know.
Okay, right. Well, that's sexual. But you probably did you give it to her?
I gave in, but it really was no.
Oh, okay. All right. So what I was saying before is, like, there have been people who've thrown out false allegations in the past and retracted their statements. And there are a lot of innocent black men who are in jail today because of that.
Yeah.
Because
I had a situation that's not even on that level where you were just going. I probably should have inserted it a couple moments ago when we were talking about the hugging. I had a friend of mine who we hugged, and then another mutual friend of ours was like, "Hey, that hug made her uncomfortable." She said nothing to me. Then the very next time I saw her, she came up and she gave me an identical type. I'm not even talking about a crazy. I'm talking about a regular two people. Hey now, hug. How you been? I hope God's blessing you. Hug. My homegirl that had told me about the first time where she said she was uncomfortable was standing right there. And then she said she told her again, like, did you see how he? And so she checked her and was like, I just watched you have a regular interaction and then turn to me and put dubs on it. So then she was like, because of how I saw it, I wanted to come to you and let you know that this was said to me. And now she's my friend that I don't hug.
Right. Well, I mean, and sometimes I think this day and age is best to just kind of keep your hands to yourself, no matter what. Hugging somebody or not, unless you know that person intimately or closely, because you never know how they're going to take it, and you don't know how they've been feeling about it. So they could have been feeling this way for months, years, and they probably just didn't want to say anything. So we got to take all those feelings into consideration and just make sure that, you know what, we're on our best behavior. Real quick before we go to a break, because one of the victims actually came out, one of the alleged victims actually came out, and she blasted not just Russell, but she blasted the Breakfast Club for giving Russell a platform.
Ooh.
Did she get her platform though? Is she gonna get her platform?
Yeah, she had a platform in the documentary. So that's what I was going to ask you, because if you're being accused of something, shouldn't you have a right, just asking the question, to answer those allegations?
Hell yeah.
Of course.
Absolutely. On the same platform or one that's like it.
I mean, at the end of the day, come on now. I mean, if you can justify your means, why can't I? I mean, I think that's this media world right now. Everybody wants to put the blame on somebody, and it's like, just take the blame. And it's like, no, I got a voice too. I got to say what I need to say too. So
Yeah.
And then once you put that jacket on somebody, man, boy, as a man, you kind of looked at differently all the time. So you got to really defend yourself if you didn't do it. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to defend myself all the way to the hill. You feel me?
And that's a scary part too, because if there are multiple people coming out with allegations, if all of them retract their statements, that stain is still on you, because there are people out there that automatically find you guilty before you go through the court of law. CM Williams, man, I don't know if this is in jest or not. She says, I think, or I knew he was guilty when he did the entire interview sitting in the yoga pose.
No.
So
he's been doing that. Yeah. He's been doing that for a while now. Even when he goes on live, he's in the same spot every single time.
Yeah, he's been.
That's how he poops. You can't judge him off of that. That's how he does the number two. He sits on the toilet and then folds his feet all up in his lap and then poops. That's Russell, man.
How have you dealt with it, Jaleesa? If you've ever had something that made you feel uncomfortable, how have you dealt with it in the past?
I just would, vocalize how I feel and get myself out of the situation and make sure that I never allow myself to be placed back in that situation. If there's a moment of me feeling uncomfortable around a male coworker, counterpart, anybody, I'm just gonna literally say no. I'm vocal about everything I do, so it's no problem for me to just be like, I might nudge them. I might, I'll get you out of there. One way or the other.
Right. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate the being vocal and communicating, because 9 times out of 10, it was like, oh, my bad, for anybody who in the workplace type of situation. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. A lot of times people just don't know. So they don't know. They think they're being friendly or whatnot, and they're not trying to be creepy. They're just, once again, sexual assault. If somebody's grabbing somebody and saying, no, stop. Don't touch these women like this. All right, we got to take a quick break. When we get back, we're going to talk a little deeper about some of the social justice things that's going on. And I got a question for Jaleesa about her craziest interview she's ever done. It's coming up right after this, right here on the Mike and Donnie Show.
Stay safe. Stay home. Stay apart. Stay informed. coronavirusnow.com. Stay healthy.
like sunshine.
And we're back on the Mike and Donnie Show. Mike Hill hanging out with Donnie Harrell, joined by Jaleesa Raquel, Big Pee Wee, and Nate Jackson, the comedian, hanging out with us here tonight. Jaleesa, you're a journalist, fellow journalist. Happy to have you on the show. What is the craziest interview you've ever had?
Definitely, I will say the craziest interview I've ever done would have to be Anthony Anderson. In true comedian form, when we began the interview, I'm very professional. I'm always, introducing my talent, doing my intro. He immediately walks up to me and just starts rubbing his hands through my hair. And at the time, my hair was like really big.
Hold on a second. You're a black woman, right? You let another person rub their hand through your hair? Like, I ain't never, you like a unicorn. You let a person rub their hand through your hair? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I didn't let him do anything. The only thing I grip harder than my hair is my microphone. So if it wasn't for me being so focused on doing my intro and knocking out this interview with Anthony, he wouldn't have caught me off guard because he went straight in for the hair before he said anything to me. He was like, can you get all this hair off the camera? I can't even see the cameraman. And he just rubbing his hand through my hair, and I'm just sitting here like looking like, what's happening right now? So definitely, caught me off guard. It was a very funny moment. Everyone was kind of laughing on the red carpet that was surrounding me, but it caught me off guard. But it's just what do you expect when you interview someone like Anthony Anderson? He's a goofball.
Nate, you ever do anything like that when you're being interviewed? I mean, I know you're a comedian too.
Nobody's come up and rubbed on my head, and I ain't did it, but vice versa. But funny people be getting away with some extra stuff. We be, you know what I'm saying? We be curling it. We be rolling with it on a joke on the way out, But he shouldn't have been touching our head like that. That's at the end of the day, you don't rub the head of whoever talking to you.
You ever had a heckler that you couldn't get, like somebody's heckling you, and usually you can bomb on them on the stage, but you ever have a heckler get the best of you?
Not really. I'm pretty tough, man. I'm sharp. I'm quick. But the worst kind of heckler is a happy heckler, a positive heckler. Somebody who interrupting the show to telling you killing it. Like that's where like, oh, he hella funny. He killing it. How you doing it, family? Like, what do you say to that part? Like they already on your side. It's just like, all right, I thank you, brother. Let me these people paid too. Like that's, you don't go for them the way you would somebody who, you know what I mean? I can literally break down just with wits. First of all, you don't even get heckled unless your show is slow or not on a level where people's minds are working fast enough. If they think they can insert material into your material, you already losing. So I would just have to say a happy heckler, man. That's the worst.
Oh man, Donnie, you look like you probably heckle people at the shows when you go to the comedy shows.
No.
Come on, Donnie.
I know. You know what? I'm just a quiet laugher. You know what I mean? I stay to myself, and I don't bother because I don't want comedians like Nate to start talking crazy to me. You know what I'm saying? Because, I'm sensitive. I might throw a bottle at him.
That's what I'm saying, Donnie. You can take a joke, but after a while, Donnie got to limit.
Throw a bottle.
You know what's crazy? I was lying because when you come to a comedy show, you there to have fun and anything goes. So I let them do their job. I like them to bag on me because we just have fun. I'm coming to have fun. And I hate the guys that come there who get sensitive when the comedians are talking crazy to them. So I just be having fun. I love when people bag on me. It's funny to me because I grew up in the hood. In the hood, that's all we do is bag on each other and talk crazy.
You gotta have a thick skin. You gotta have a thick skin, especially in this business, Pee Wee. In our business, man.
Man, tell me about it. You gotta have thick skin. If not, they'll trample all over you in an interview. And I've had multiple times where someone I was interviewing just took control of the interview, and it was just kind of like, how do you reel it back in? And you're on air. You don't want to be the aggressive one. So it's like you're trying to find your right spot to jump in and segue to something else. And it's really hard. But if they're going in, sometimes you just got to let them go.
You know, we doing the Mike and Donnie show. We tell our audio people, cut their mic. Cut their damn mic.
No, we had one like that. I'm going to call his name out. Michael Caller. And he will take over the whole show. Like, forget you and Mike. This is my shit today. You know
we can try and interrupt that dude all the time. And here's how Donnie does it. Donnie's like, you know what? You really can talk. You sure know how to talk. Because you be going. Donnie be hitting with so much sarcasm, you be dripping with sarcasm. Man, you a good talker, ain't you? You like it? Like,
He a good storyteller, huh?
A good storyteller. Hey, man, we got to laugh these days because of everything that's going on in this country, man. Social justice campaigns continue around the nation and whatnot. And some people just still don't get it. There's a mayor in Temecula, Riverside, California. James Stewart, he resigned because he sent out an email, and in the email it says he doesn't believe there was ever a good person of color killed by police.
Oh my God.
He says that it was a mistake, that he didn't mean to put good in there. It was a voice to text message. So I don't know. Yeah, exactly, Jaleesa.
Out of here.
If you're still doing things like that in this climate, I mean, how bad were you before?
Really, Mikey, what are you really saying? I don't believe all black people is good anyway, so they deserve to get shot.
Facts.
I mean, basically.
Facts.
A lot of closet racists are showing their true colors right now. So, by all means, everyone speak up so we can get you all out of here.
Yeah, most definitely. Let's take notes right now so we can get all these Karens and all these Kevins, get them together so we can know, okay, we know who you are. All right, good deal. So
And that's the good thing about it, because we got the videotapes and we got the proof now. We send them to wherever their job is. Remember the dude in New Jersey worked at FedEx, who worked at FedEx, that was mimicking, doing that parade like he was kneeling on George Floyd's body. They got him fired. But then you got the president of the United States, man, that won't even shut down like Confederate bases or rename Confederate bases when NASCAR just took down the Confederate flags. You know what I'm saying? So when the man at top is doing something like that, the rest of these idiots are gonna follow him, Pee-wee.
No doubt about it. I mean, well, let's take a step. Let's look at this, Mike. Let's look at this. The president of the United States gets up and says Antifa is a terrorist organization, but the KKK is not a terrorist organization. But they've been terrorizing since day one of black people and the people in the United States. So that's the mindset. Some of these folks really do not get it, and they're not going to get it because they've been closed in their bubble for so long that it's going to be hard to change the mindset of these people.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think they do get it, Pee-wee. They just don't care. They want us to know I'm a racist, and I'm gonna say some things that some subliminal things that you know that I'm a racist, and he calls out to his base and he says things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? You know, we got racists all over. You got a lot of racists where Nate lives up in Sacramento, don't you, Nate?
No, I'm in Seattle.
Oh, you're in Seattle?
But it doesn't matter. It's America.
It's everywhere.
Yeah,
no matter where you are.
It's everywhere. Yeah, I think it's unfortunate, and frankly, it's inexcusable for how our president is emblazoning these supremacists. I think there's a reason why he didn't denounce David Duke. I think there's a reason why he's not doing anything to drag the KKK's name. I think as a Q, I don't say anything bad about my organization. So I think that there's a direct correlation between what you're fond of and how you talk about it. I think it's inexcusable for him to make and coordinate the correlation between Antifa and the old man in Buffalo that got pushed in obvious brain damage where his ears started bleeding immediately.
Right. And
I think it's inexcusable.
Yeah. I see what you said there, man.
And you know what else is really unfortunate, or awesome, I should say? Obama did a Zoom call. And in 10 minutes, it felt like we had our president back more than anything this dude has done in how long he's been.
3.5 years.
Ridiculous. I mean, in 10 minutes, Obama said what the problem was, what we can do to fix it, how can we resolve it, thank the young people, the white people that's helping, let's all get involved. Like, it was like, man, bro, where you been, bro?
I mean,
he's been.
Go ahead, Pee-wee.
I was gonna say, you know what he's doing? He's hiding in the bunker. he put a fence around the White House. He's hiding. He don't want to see folks right now.
Yeah, he don't want to see folks. He don't want to call out the other side, because he's good people on both sides, like he said before, which is a damn shame that he's saying things like that. But the thing is, he won't call them out because you ain't gonna call out what you are.
Right.
And
yes.
People are not ignorant to what's going on. They're not, and I don't feel like it's our place to have to necessarily educate them. They're ignoring it on purpose because this is what they want to do. They choose to do this.
Thank you.
You know, human rights. You know, decency, empathy. Like they're choosing this because this is who they are. They're showing their ugly truth.
Absolutely. And you know what? Another thing is, and while I got you here, Jaleesa, I'm glad we have you because a lot of attention is being brought to George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery's killers, whatnot. But Breonna Taylor's killers are still out there. The 3 cops that did the raid. You know, we got to try and get justice for Breonna, just like we're trying to get justice for Ahmaud and George as well. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think enough is being brought on to our sisters who are down out here in the street as well.
Yes. I definitely agree. I feel like, you know, Black women, we go hard. We ride for our brothers. Anything happens to a Black man, you're going to see Black women stand, you know, in unity and be upset about this. And not saying that our Black men don't support us on the same level, but what I am saying is there needs to be just as much protest for Breonna as there's been for any other Black man that's been killed in America. You know, rest in peace. Say her name, Sandy Speaks, my sorority sister, Sandra Blunt, that was killed. So we need that same type of impact, definitely, for Breonna and other Black women that are being killed at the hands of the police and police brutality, for sure.
Yeah, Atiana Jefferson as well, all these other people who have been killed and they still haven't gotten justice. So while the protests are dying down, the protests should still be heating up until the people in Louisville do the right thing and arrest the people who were responsible for her death. All right, we're going to take another break. When we get back, you see your boy Ice Cube today on Twitter. You got Twitter, Donnie? I don't even know if you got Twitter, Donnie.
I don't have Twitter.
Okay, I'm going to tell you what Ice Cube did well on Twitter today. He was going off, man. Today, well, I don't know if it was a good day for Cube today because he was feeling it, man. We'll talk about that when we get back on the mic.
Was he being an NIG you love to hate?
Yeah, man. NWA is back, baby. Yeah, we'll talk about it next.
We know that we're asking Americans to do a lot right now. So we're asking everyone to be selfless for others so that we can protect those who are most susceptible to this virus.
A question I often get asked is why should young people care about the spread of coronavirus? Well, we know that people with underlying medical conditions over the age of 60 are at highest risk, but they've got to get it from somebody.
Social distancing is really physical separation of people.
It's what we refer to when we ask people to stay at least 6 feet apart.
Not going to bars, not going to restaurants, not going to theaters where there are a lot of people. It all just means physical separation so that you have a space between you and others who might actually be infected or infect you.
We all have a role to play in preventing person-to-person spread of this disease, which can be deadly for vulnerable groups. For more information on how you can social distance, please go to coronavirus.gov.
Back on the Mike and Donnie Show, Mike Hill hanging out with Donnie Harrell, joined by Jaleesa Raquel, Nate Jackson, and Big Pee Wee on the show. And Jaleesa was telling us during the break that she is newly single. You broke up during the quarantine?
Yes.
Pew, 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 pew.
You know, I'm shredding everything toxic during the quarantine, okay? So I'm getting rid of everything not meant for me. And if that's you too. So all things, I'm losing pounds, men, all of that.
Hey, Jaleesa, when you dump a dude in quarantine, he must be a sucker, huh? Because how do you get up to quarantine?
Hey, I didn't say it, you said it, but hey.
Did you kind of already know before you went into quarantine that this was going to be something you was going to do?
Actually, the signs were there, but it's not until you literally are faced with someone all day, every day, for a month straight that you can't avoid to see them for exactly who they really are. So the signs had been there, the red flags had been there, but this is where I'm like, okay, I'm taking educational courses, I'm revamping my business, I'm refocusing, I'm eating healthier, my skin's getting clearer, I'm working out during the quarantine. So the last thing I needed to shed was this toxic man that was in my life.
There you go, girl.
Jaleesa, was y'all living together during quarantine?
Yeah, we were, and the thing was, prior to quarantine, I had already kind of considered, you know, maybe this is not really like going to be the best option for us because it just didn't. You know, before we were stuck in together, we were already like, you know. So I was like, I don't think this is gonna really work out in our favor, and I was absolutely correct.
That's crazy. Nate, Pee Wee, y'all single too, right? So would you rather be stuck in quarantine with a woman that you kind of like some days or don't like, or be single like you guys were and just be alone?
I'd rather just be alone because I know for a fact ain't no way in the world I'm gonna sit up in the house with somebody that's gonna be annoying me. You know,
I mean,
you
but
done
some
washed the
days they could
dishes
be
today?
annoying. Some days it could be great, and if they fine, you still, what I'm saying.
Well, come on, Mike. That's some guys. We gonna move that away at the end of the night anyway, regardless if you get on our nerves anyway. You know what I'm saying? But it's before we get it, before the nighttime happens, all the annoying stuff, and it's just like, you're driving me crazy. I'd rather not have that. I'm good until quarantine is over. Then we can go to a restaurant, movie, do something, and just get out. I don't need to be in the house with you.
Come on, Nate, talk to me, man. Come on, you all quiet over there. You must be lonely. Come on, Nate, tell me something.
Yeah, I'm lonely. I'm a virgin again. This quarantine is some bullshit. Are we allowed to cuss?
Yes.
Dang, I don't even know which way it goes no more. I have a problem. When I get out of here, I'm gonna have to put some training wheels on and start all over again. So yeah, I will take an irritating, on my nerves ass female that I can beat with on a regular basis. Y'all taking her for granted. What you got to do with that quarantine is you got to find the things that you do enjoy about it and spend your time in that space. Everybody get on everybody's nerves.
Yes. Yeah.
If you married, you looking at your wife like, how many times per minute you gonna blink?
I know it tested me and my fiance, man. Like, she gone back to Atlanta, bro. I was like, it was that time. It was that time. It was that time. I'm glad she'll be back before Father's Day, man. But yeah, we need a little separation. I'm just gonna keep it real. We need a little separation, man. It was
Mike, let me ask you a question. So the fact that she flew out, so when she come back, do you need to take her temperature and everything before she walk in the house?
Oh yeah, all that stuff. Absolutely, bro. You ain't bringing some. I told you I'm susceptible, man. I'm older, and she older than me. So we ain't doing that. We ain't doing nothing like that.
Your counselor, right quick, Mike. Can I be your counselor, brother?
Yeah, be my counselor. You always are.
You want to be married on 10-10, my brother.
Yes.
So if you can't stand being with her right now, I'm like, how you gonna do it for all your life?
I ain't say I couldn't say. Look, when you are forced to be in a house for 3 months with a woman, and I wasn't alone with her, I was in the house with 5 women on top of each other. Look, and they still young enough to still have that thing happen every month. Come on, dog. I need a break.
Hey, Nate. Mike couldn't do no time, man. He couldn't do no time.
I don't want to do no time. Couldn't do. I don't want to do. Hell no.
Hey, I'm with you. I ain't trying to do that either.
Yeah, I look good, bro. I ain't trying to. Not tonight.
And look, and I'm small too, so this ain't really gonna look good.
I'm serious. I am not gangster. I am not Ice Cube. Ice Cube has gone back to the 1990s. Ice Cube, NWA. Man, he was on Twitter going on, and he's mad. He's upset just like everybody else. He's spouting the truth about America and racism that's in this country, police brutality. I mean, Ice Cube went back to wearing the Jerry curl back in the day. This is what he was doing on Twitter today. But he got a little flack because he put up some images that a lot of people feel like might be anti-Semitic. He put up this picture of a banker thought to be Jewish guys playing Monopoly on the back of Black people. And of course, the Jewish community lost their mind. But Cube, man, is just, Pee-wee, you saw it, didn't you?
I did see it. And the crazy thing is, Mike, I reposted that same exact thing.
Oh, really?
Yes, I did. On my IG, I sure did. I reposted it because I didn't feel that way. How I felt was, at the end of the day, we're talking about over 400 years that certain folks have been playing Monopoly on the backs of Black people. And now finally, all we need to do, just like in the post said, all we need to do is stand up.
Right. Get your own. And I love that. And that's what I was kind of getting into, because part of the systemic racism, the issue that we had, mainly it's about finances a lot these days, to be quite honest with you. So how important is it as Black people, man, to kind of know your worth and make sure you get what you're worthy of? Jaleesa.
Stop settling, Mike. We got to stop settling for the crumbs. I don't settle for crumbs. So, if you know your worth, stop going on there and taking pennies when they offer you some pennies. Hold your ground. And matter of fact, go out and create your own. That's the only way we're going to get on, if you create your own, man. That's what we have to start learning, to create all of us. You know what I mean? My man Naked, he can have his comedy club. Jaleesa, she can have her own broadcasting. Pee Wee can have his own radio station. We can all do it ourselves because it's that time for us to start investing ourselves and employing our own people. And if we know we can do it, you know what I'm saying? Let's get out there and do it or try to do it. You know,
see how you manifest things?
I wanted to insert something real quick because I feel like we may be missing just a touch. There's a lot of steps to opening a comedy club, more than I didn't. And with all my research, there's so much more. There's a lot of stress and there's a reason why there's only 6 Black owned in the country. Now, what we can do to have an effect on the economy and ourselves and our culture that doesn't have to come along with all the responsibilities and liabilities of ownership is to keep the Black dollar in the Black community longer. Now, I understand we don't own a lot of stuff, but where you can, spend that money with the brother that owns that barbershop or the sister that owns that salon, or go across the other side of town and buy from that Black-owned shop or that Black-owned grocery store. Or God, you know, like even for us, we Black-owned, I would appreciate for everybody to come get their laughs at my club. I don't want the other one to fail, but I definitely want people to come over here, especially when the entertainers and everybody who names their top 5, 3 out of the 5 are Black people. Like, come on over to the Black club. And the talent needs to be the same way. Some of the biggest Black acts, like, well, they still weighing the options. Like, ain't no option, brother.
Right.
It's Black owned. Come here.
Right. It's hard for them to get into the Comedy Store, but they don't want to go to the Comedy Union here in LA or J. Anthony Brown's Comedy Club anymore, where they started.
Mike, I gotta say this.
Go ahead.
We as Black people, we have to stop thinking the impossible is not possible. You know what I'm saying? It's possible. And I don't think, like, Nate, I understand what you're saying, circulate our Black dollars, but if you don't sit out there and know that because trying is not failing. You know what I'm saying? If you try to do it, you're not a failure. So we have to think the impossible is possible. And that's the way I always live my life. You know what I'm saying? And I want everybody to live like that so we can go out there and we can have our own. You think the guy, Mark Zuckerberg, thought that Facebook wasn't possible? You know what I'm saying? So if we think like that, you think that, what's my man from BET, Bob Johnson, $20,000, you know, he thought the impossible was possible. So that's how we have to think, man, us Black people. Until we do, if we don't think like that, we ain't gonna never have shit. Period.
And at the end of the day, I'm with you, Donnie, because we are the creators of everything. I mean, you look at this culture right now, everything is Black. Every commercial has a hip hop song to it. Every movie has something dealing with the Black culture to it. We own this country, man, at the end of the day. And so for us, we need to, and I'm with you, Donnie, we need to insert ourselves back into this to say, hey, this is ours. This is what we're going to do and own it for ourselves and not let somebody else dumb us down on the paycheck. It's because that's how they get us.
Right.
Knowing that they can dumb us down on the paycheck and knowing that they can go across the street and they're going to give somebody else that big paycheck, but just because of the color of our skin, they won't give us that big paycheck.
Definitely know your worth when it comes to that.
I think it's both. I think the real way to do it is to strive for excellence, and at the same time, use your dollars in your community.
Right.
I mean, look at
the Asian people own Asian things and spend money with Asians. Like, you can't get an Asian dollar until it has circulated through 5-6 businesses before it's back out into any other culture spending it.
That means we got to have our own banks, Nate. We have to start having our banks. Own, like they had our bank, like we had a bank on Crenshaw called Founders Bank back in the day. And so we have to start supporting those banks. We didn't even support the bank. If we have a bank, let's support the bank so we can circulate our dollars. Until we have our own banks to circulate our money, like I said, we ain't gonna be shit. We gotta circulate our own dollars.
You're right.
We have our own banks.
Definitely have to, play our part when it comes to ownership, especially as Black women. The beauty industry is a $1 billion industry, but I hate having to go to a Asian-owned store to get my products or whatever I may need for my hair. They can't tell me anything about my hair. What they can't tell me anything about the products. They're not knowledgeable because they don't use them in their own communities. They're literally making their money off of the Black dollar and off of the Black culture, and at the same time, they will stalk us like thieves in the store. I actually had an experience where I was in a beauty supply store and I was the only customer. When I say the only customer, the only person that was there was the owner. That was it. The store was completely empty. And so, you know, as Black women, when we're dealing with our natural hair, we like to look into products, do the research, know what's what. And so I'm getting ready to blow my hair out this day. My hair is in a big curly afro. I'm calling my mom. I'm like, hey, is this the product you were telling me to get? I'm like FaceTiming her on my phone, showing her like the products. The owner of the store is inches away from me. She's just right behind the register. She could see me. I couldn't be no more than on the second row in the store. She came up to me. She said, stop taking pictures on your phone. I said, ma'am, you don't pay my phone bill. You can't tell me to stop taking pictures on my phone. I'm trying to see about the product. But since you feel that way, I'll take my service elsewhere. And I left. And I never returned to that store. And I was highly offensive because how much of a thief could this woman think I was to be the only person in the store other than herself?
Right.
2 inches away from her.
Right.
Cameras everywhere, but she felt some type of way. She felt insecure about me having my phone out looking at.
She thought you were a booster stealing for someone else.
$6 products. I didn't even have a purse. I didn't have anything on me other than a wallet.
Well, she was worried about you taking pictures. Were you going to take pictures for the people that was actually going to come back and rob? Oh, this is what I want. This is my wish list. What the hell's wrong with taking pictures in the store? I don't understand that at all. That's
but that's the thing, though. We got to get rid of that culture, that mindset, how people see Black people at the end of the day. And that happens in our neighborhoods on a regular. Go to the grocery store. It doesn't matter. People bring their businesses in, and we do. You're absolutely right, Jaleesa. We spend billions of dollars with other folks, and we complain when our homeboy is selling the t-shirt. Be like, yo, can I get like $5 off? Be like, bro, come on,
Always
man.
want
Just
the
spend.
hookup.
Always want the hiccup. So at the end of the day, we have to, and I'm with you, Nate, we got to circulate our dollars more and more and more. And we have to, and Jaleesa, the next time you need to be on your social media. Look, y'all, this is what happened. Don't come back to this store ever again. And this is why. You know what I'm saying? We got to.
And Nate, when we come, you're in Seattle, right? Your club's in Seattle?
Tacoma, Washington.
Tacoma, Washington. When we come to Tacoma, Washington, and what's the name of the club?
Nate Jackson Super Funny Comedy Club.
Super Funny Comedy Club. We actually paying to get in. We ain't like, we know Nate, we know the owner. We're gonna pay to get in, and we're gonna get that 2-drink minimum.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, he's one of six. Yeah, brought that up, man. So Bob said Black folk need to know about wealth, not just money. That's great. He also said Blacks have trillions of dollars to spend. What do you own? Where is your business? Once again, own your own. You know how powerful the Black dollar is, man. You know your wealth. Please, we're not just trying to be rich and spend money on cars and shit like that. We want to create wealth and generational wealth that you can pass down to your kids. That's what it's all about.
Facts.
Hey, before we go though, Nate, I got to ask you, what is twerk circus, man?
Oh boy.
His face said it all.
Twerk circus it's exactly what it sounds like, brother. I'm not even gonna try to short it, make it sound like something. It is a circus, and it's a show. It's an IG live show I do. We're averaging like 33,000 total views every Tuesday night. We've had video for everybody from video vixens to famous dancers to celebrities popping in watching. Michael Blackson was on last night. Dion Cole was on the week before last. Rodney Perry being there. We all be clowning. It's hilarious. There's music, laughs, jokes, and then it's not raunchy. I got it away from being raunchy, so it's not like a strip show. It's actually a real show. Like girls come on wearing whole outfits from Carnival and playing trumpets, and like they're judged on 5 things, and twerking is just one of the 5. So
you're not a little Boosie Jr. You just okay, it's all good.
And I was having a moral dilemma with that in the second week of the show. I said I'm not gonna do this if this is what they're gonna be doing. But once I realized that it was guidable and able to be produced and able to turn into an actual show with segments, that's when I got excited about it. And so it's really nice on your IG page. Yeah, we give away cash prizes. Last night we gave away $4,216.
Real money. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Tuesday nights we
real
do that.
money.
Follow
but
him
it's
on
the people's
IG.
money, man. People's money. They put it in the Cash App. I send it off.
All right, let me get this announcement in, Soulmates. You want to get your views on the changes you want to see in our communities. We want you to create a video, not a twerking video, no more than 60 seconds long, and talk about how you feel about what's happening in this country and around the world and the change you want to see. Include the hashtag My Voice, My Truth. and watch Fox Soul to get your message to the world. Put that on our IG and on our Twitter page. You guys are fun, exciting. Really appreciate your time here tonight. Big Pee Wee, how can we find you?
You can follow me on IG at Big Pee Wee, BIGGPWEE, and make sure you follow my crew, The Spin Room.
All right, Jaleesa.
Hey guys, you can find me at THA Baddest, RHO for The Baddest Row, or at the Media Girls Network, MediaGirlsNetwork.com. Thank you guys so much.
No problem. And Nate wants Twerk Circus want to see that IG page. How to get it?
At Mr. Nate Jackson, and then please go to Nate Jackson, superfunnycomedyclub.com, superfunnycomedyclub.com, and see what we're doing.
Definitely do that. I want to support that in Tacoma, Washington. Donnie, great show again, my brother.
Yeah, great show. Man, I just want to give my man Pee Wee some love because he don't really get enough love. Because he's a real legend in LA.
Yeah, man.
If you're a real dude from LA from back in the day in the 80s, 80s and 90s, Pee Wee's a legend. That's my guy right there. You're a legend, Pee Wee.
Absolutely,
man. I appreciate it, Donnie. Thank you, brother. Thank you. I'm just out here trying to do God's work. That's it.
You got to give you your roses while you're alive. Awesome. 92.3 to beat. Now you're on iHeartRadio. I want to get that dude. Who was that dude back in the day with the deep voice? What was on?
I'm talking about Theo.
Theo. We're going to find Theo and bring him back on the show. I don't know what Theo is. We're going to find him.
Yeah, that's good luck on that one.
All right, that's going to wrap it up for another edition of
The Mike and Donnie Show
on Fox Soul. We will see you back here again on Thursday night. Coming up is the Tammy Mac Late Show. Stick around for that.
You're the engine that makes all things go, and you're always in disguise, my hero. I see your light in the dark, smile in my face when we all know it's hard. There's no way to ever pay you back. Bless your heart, no, I love you for that. Honest and selfless, I don't know if this helps it, but good job, you're doing a good job, good job, good job. You're doing a good job, don't get too down. The world needs you now. Know that you matter, 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 yeah.
Joy and pain are like sunshine and rain. Joy and pain are like sunshine and rain.
Tammy Mac, oh, what show was that? It's the Tammy Mac Show on Fox Soul.
Well, welcome to the Tammy Mac Late Show on Fox Soul. Look, we're getting down and dirty tonight, honey. Oh, yes, absolutely. Listen, what is the part that white people have to play in this whole systemic racism pandemic that's going on right now? Y'all like how I called it a pandemic? Y'all like that? Yeah, I thought that was cute too. Well, I brought 3 young ladies with me to talk to you about it. Are they white young ladies? Nah, they black. We'll get some white ones in here, trust and believe we will. But right now, we want to hear the black side. Remember when your mama and daddy used to give me 5 on the black hand side? Y'all remember that? Give me 5 on the black. Okay, I'm done. Please welcome to the show, Keena Renee, Monica Suriagi, and Patricia Glay. Hey, Monica. Hey, Keena. Hey, Patricia. Suriagi. Did I get it right?
Yes, that is right.
Okay. Good. So you have to be the one married to the white, got the white boyfriend, huh?
How do you know?
It's something about that last name say, I got a white boyfriend.
I'm just gonna go to
I definitely don't know no black Suriagi.
You really have a white boyfriend, Monica?
I do. I'm also mixed. I'm half Sri Lankan, and that's my dad's last name. So
gotcha.
It is a beautiful name. It sounds like a star. Like it's one of those one name kind of thing. A celebrity with one name.
I will take it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. So today, I was trying to read this, but I know you ladies know about it because you were kind of chiming in with me. Today, we find out that Webster is going to change the definition of racism. That's crazy. And a lot of people are jumping on this bandwagon. And by people, I mean white people. The movie Gone with the Wind is going to be removed from some catalogs because they... Oh, you didn't know that, Sariagi?
I did not. It's because of the mammy trope.
It's because they say that the movie has racially biased characters. And I don't know, we're gonna talk about that. And then Cadillac, I was scrolling, y'all. I was scrolling and I saw that Cadillac posted an Instagram saying how many Black people had contributed. I need to look at that. Let me make sure that wasn't a fake Instagram post. Let me make sure that was Cadillac. I forgot people can make these fake Instagram posts, but it looked very real to me. This Cadillac was gonna have. So I just gonna make sure that this was Cadillac, because I was like, is Cadillac thanking Black people for buying their cars? Because my granddad kept a Cadillac.
Yep.
He updated every single year, every year. And when he died, my mom and them, they all drove, you know how you drive behind the hearse in Cadillac.
Cadillac, yep.
Okay. Somebody know about that. Who know about that?
Me, I'm originally from Louisiana, so yes, we
You know about no Cadillac. This is verified. Cadillac posted on Instagram. Cadillac would not be Cadillac without the outstanding contributions of Black people. While we made cars, Black Americans made our cars a lifestyle.
Yep,
we won't stay silent when it comes to Black life. Y'all know what I find interesting? Y'all know, look how Monica looking. Y'all know what I found very interesting is how back in the day, like in the 80s and the early 90s, these designers were coming out saying, we didn't make our clothes for Black people, or we didn't make our shoes for Black people. All of a sudden, everybody hype and want to be like, hey, we love you, Black people. We made our cars for you, Black people. Hey, Black people,
buying them. Need your money.
Yeah, our Avion water just for you, Black people.
That's right. That's right. Because that's because Black lives influence culture. Like we are like the heartbeat of what popular culture is. Like there's no way. That's why I was so proud of Justin Bieber when he said it plainly. He said, I am influenced by Black people. My music is influenced by Black people. I would not be here without Black people. And that's absolutely true for a lot of people. So I'm glad that, you know, Cadillac really, because that's very true. I mean, you go into any hood and you're going to see a couple of Cadillacs. That's just what it is. Like we made that popular. So I'm happy that they acknowledge that. That's what we need more of, these companies to acknowledge the, just the total amount of influence that we've had in selling their products and just making their stuff pop and making it lit, because I mean, Black people are lit, so it just makes sense. We're just
kind of like Cadillac said, we didn't just buy your car, we made your car a lifestyle. And you know, that's the difference between Black buying power and anybody else's Black buying power. When Black people buy stuff, we don't just buy it. It becomes a complete lifestyle. Look at Nike. Look at Adidas. When Run DMC, my Adidas became a lifestyle. Even in Michael Jordan's documentary, he said, I didn't want to sign with Nike. I wanted to sign with Adidas. That was the popular brand. I mean, we make and create lifestyle. So it really shouldn't say Black Lives Matter. It should say Black Money Matters.
Ooh,
okay. What I want to know is how people work at these companies. That's what concerns me.
Love that. Go for it, Monica. Talk about it.
I just feel like there's all these brands, like the pull up or shut up challenge that Oma Beauty started. I love that because there are so many brands that are like, we love Black people, we love Black artists, please buy our products, please use our makeup, oh my God, wear our clothes. But how many Black people actually work at these companies? Like, how many Black people do you employ? It's usually less than 3%. That's what I'm like, 3% roughly. So that's just like a big priority for me because like where I work, I'm like one of 2 Black people, and I don't really love that because every time something comes up, everyone looks at me.
Right.
Right.
What do you have to say?
Right.
Yeah, I love companies who want to pull up, but also at the same time, if you look at diversity, it's usually whoever is in charge as a Black person, they usually have a diversity row every single time. Like there's no actually other roles for us. There's always diversity involved.
Yes.
That's interesting. We only get to be put in the diversity ministry group. But it's an interesting point you make, Monica, how many Black people are working at your company, but even on a higher level than that, how many Black people are executives at your company? How many Black people have the power to say, maybe you shouldn't post that? Maybe you don't want to put that in the ad at this particular time. Yeah. Because go ahead, Patricia.
If we learn anything from companies like Gucci, they don't have a lot of Black people under, the actual CEO boards and stuff. Like Gucci, when it came out those the Black lips clothes like last year, you could tell they don't have issues. They have issues.
Yeah, completely. And not only that, so let's talk about Gone with the Wind. Are we supposed to now, are we going to get rid of West Side Story? Are we how deep are we going into this? And who was the Black person that said, you know what, we should get rid of Gone with the Wind? I mean, Hattie McDaniel was a Black woman who won the first Oscar, and she had to come into the back door to receive that Oscar. And we want to diminish and get rid of the work that she did for that. I mean, this is a hard one. This is a hard line to fall across. Is this how far we're going with this Black Lives Matter movement?
I think, Disney's doing something interesting because there's Disney Plus now, and they put just everything they've ever made pretty much is up there. And they have some racist shit. Oh my God. From the early stuff they were making, it's like, I don't look like that, but they're keeping most of it, but what they're doing is putting warnings on it, racially insensitive, warning, outdated tropes. So I think that's kind of a middle ground, because I think depending on who you are, it might benefit you to watch it and be like, that is so horrible, and we are never going to do that again. But with the warning on it, you can choose to not watch it. I mean, depending on stuff that's really bad should just not be there. Stuff that's outrightly racist, just get rid of it. But but there are some things that I think can benefit.
What do you think, Tina? What do you think about that? Should Gone with the Wind be gone with the wind?
I mean, I honestly definitely think there should be some sort of middle ground, because we definitely don't want to diminish the the work and the legacy of Miss the great Hattie McDaniel. But at the same time, I feel like what's done is done. You can't really backtrack. I mean, this is that's
what we do. What you can't do.
What I'm saying? You can't backtrack because it's uncomfortable. And I feel like things such as that, and a lot of things that, white people, these performative actions that they're doing on social media, is just a way for them to kind of ease their own comfort. And it's like, no, you have to be uncomfortable. This is what you did. You know what I'm saying? This is the type of movies, the whole Sambo and all that other stuff. No, this is your history. And I think they just need to stand by it.
Yeah. Yeah. Another thing is, a piece of me feels like the reason that they're doing all of these symbolic gestures is because nobody wants to pay Black people for their troubles, right?
Oh, yes. That's let me drink my tea on that one.
You brought the real tea, King. Yes, honey, yes.
I came prepared. Listen. I'm ready to sip.
Yeah. For instance, some of the record labels have decided to not call their departments urban departments, or their music, urban music, not label their music urban. But let me say something about that. I know a little something about this music industry.
Right.
First of all, record labels have gotten rid of their urban departments in the first fucking place.
They have.
They have gotten rid of their urban departments.
Mm-hmm.
So if you really want to do something for Black people, then give those Black artists the same budgets that you give your white artists. Give them the same promotional budgets. Give them the same, whatever the budgets are. I don't know, going on tour budgets. Give them an equal amount of finances to be able to be as successful. So,
Right.
I think that they're being scared of that. They're being scared because once we start getting, they're gonna be like, well, let's hurry up and do all of this, so they won't start asking us for money, y'all. We don't really want to be equal with money, but we'll apologize and we'll thank them. Thank you kindly. Thank you.
Right.
But
We'll delete some stuff.
I think a good example would be Fifth Harmony with Naomi and that Camille girl, like from Fifth Harmony. Like her career, she's not that good of a singer, but her career is skyrocket. She's had some one hits, and then Naomi comes out with like her song Motivation. That was a hit. I love the video, everything, the visuals when she did that video, and I was like, I can't get into Camille's videos. I tried to watch her videos, and I know she always has like a Black artist, like the baby and stuff, but I just can't get into her. I can't do it. But it's like, look at Naomi, she does not have the same promotions that that girl gets from Fifth Harmony.
Talent.
So,
I think, like in general, across the board, companies are afraid to put in too much funding and resources into projects that are leaning very Black. And I mean that in terms of like the urban department at a label, or like I work at a digital media company, and there's one channel that's meant for Black women, but like it doesn't get the same resources as the other channels, And I think and they also are expected to fail. It's like if they don't do really well in the first year they exist, or the first 2 years they exist, they need to get canceled. Like, oh, it didn't work. I tried.
And if they don't do really well with very little money and support.
Exactly. Right.
Right? Because I can imagine that Empire probably didn't have that big of a budget, but look at what that television show did.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
and then they get more money as they go, but not off the bat.
Right. And then another thing that used to happen in radio is that advertisers would send a letter that said non-urban dictate. And that actually meant don't buy Black radio. And it was literally letters that went out. And so when we talk about systemic racism, these are the things that we're talking about. We're not talking about Cadillac thanking us on Instagram for becoming a lifestyle, for making your brand a lifestyle. We're talking about retribution for that. We're talking about reparations for that. And I don't even mean reparations in the sense to give everybody a check, but I do mean reparations in the sense of equality. Like, if you're going to, why should you limit your money to only radio stations that are focused on a white listening audience, when you should give that same amount of money to Black radio stations, or radio stations whose predominant artists are Black? So what is a white ally? What is an ally? What is that? And what would their role be?
So I guess I'll take that one. So to me, an ally is somebody who is not Black, who is able and willing to have those uncomfortable conversations with their families, with their, grandfathers, their parents, and then expand on it, go into their own communities and really call it out. An ally is somebody that understands that, they have to listen when it comes to Black voices, and not necessarily put themselves in the equation, if that makes sense. Because I think that can be triggering for Black people when, white people say, well, I experienced this. It was like, no, but it's not the same thing. So to me, that's an ally. Like, I see, all these white people that are out here doing all this stuff on social media. I think that's great. I'm glad that they're passionate, but until the 53% of white women that voted for Trump, until they go to their husbands and to their parents and say, look, we not doing Trump, we not doing it this year, that's an ally. That's the type of action that I want to see moving forward. Yeah.
Well, okay.
Amen.
Can we consider Trump an ally since he's gotten some Black people out of jail?
No, we absolutely cannot. Ally and 45 is not in the same sentence. But I mean, he's you know what? Trump is
he is holding a rally on June 10th.
Or in Tulsa. Oh my God.
He's an ally. He's an ally to certain
Black folks.
people.
The ones that wear the red hat for him.
Right. He's an ally to certain Black people, not all of us as a collective. It's certain Black people.
What do you think has been the driving factor for non-Black people to come out and support the Black Lives Matter movement?
I think it's just the fact that they can't hide from it anymore. It's out there. It's on social media. It's like there's just no way you can ignore it any longer. I think in George's, his death was just so like, it tugged at your heartstrings to hear him calling out for his mother. Like that's something that everybody can relate to, regardless of skin color. And I think that once people saw that, and even though it's happened plenty of times, that amplified with, our current administration and our leadership that we have in this country. I think that really made people like wake up and be like, you know what? Maybe Black folks, they've been hollering these 400 some years. Maybe they right.
Maybe they're on something.
Maybe they're on to something. Maybe I should pay attention and and actually take a look and dig a little deeper into this racism thing. You know what I'm saying?
I can see all the white women now going, did he just say
right? Yeah. So
enough of that, Keena. I had a poll on my Instagram a few days ago where I know a lot of businesses in my town who are like very, pro-Trump and everything. I'm in a small town. I'm in Columbia, where Ms. Do is, and they're very pro-Trump, all really pro-Trump. But I noticed a lot of these businesses had like the Black Square doing Black Tuesday and everything. And I had a poll where I was like, what made you change your mind after these 5, 6 years and 100 years where like, you saw everything in the media, everything was happening, but you still voted for Trump. Like, I know some of y'all personally who voted for Trump. So what changed your mind? And a lot of them responded to me, and a lot of people had a response where it was like, well, the guy jugging in Florida just, strained to my heart because like, one of my best friend who is Black, likes to, go for a run. I'm like, okay, that's the thing though. It shouldn't take you realizing your Black friend goes for a run or your educated Black friend does this. It's like, it doesn't matter who they are. It doesn't matter if they're educated or not. Black ghetto people matter, whatever you want to label them as. So it's like, you don't have to be like actually educated and your friend for you to actually realize their lives are important too. You shouldn't be fighting for them just because. Don't think it's just right. Like there's more.
Let me understand this, Patricia.
Okay.
Saying that they support the movement now because they have a Black friend who jogs?
Yes, that's the response I got from a lot of people.
Okay, I thought I misheard. Okay. Okay.
I'm telling you, that
is a response that I got from a lot of people because they saw the guy jogging in Florida who was shut down. They were like, yeah, like my best friend who's Black likes to jog, or like, my best friend was a nightclub and when it's a security guard and knowing that could happen to her. And I'm just like, it took you realize not to be your friend, but you actually appreciate it because it's like this has been happening for ages and people have been put into your face. And it's like there's so many books and libraries you can go through and actually educate yourself. I don't care if you're from a small town or not, like still take the time. And it's like you don't realize how whitewashed the history books are in this country. Like I'm not from the country, but it's like I know how whitewashed they are.
Right. Very, very much so. And that's another thing. I personally don't subscribe to the notion that we have to teach white folks how to appreciate Black people. Like you can Google, there's Wiki, there's so many different
there's a public library.
Right. It's so many different resources now. And I said this the other day, I said, I think it should be mandatory that white folks need to attend at least 3 cultural Black events per year. Now,
I thought that's good.
You know what I'm saying? At least 3, because we be turning up for St. Patrick's Day and all type of stuff. I've never seen a
God,
white
I drink that
person.
shitty green beer. God.
Right. I've never seen a white person at a Juneteenth celebration.
Nope.
I ain't never seen them come out to any type of African festival. They need to take it upon themselves. Again, like I said before, it starts at home. So have the uncomfortable conversation, then make it a point to come out to the Juneteenth and learn and experience Black culture for yourselves instead of just staying behind, the whitewash textbook or whatever their brand tells them to do on social media on that given day. That's just me.
Well, I know, Patricia, that you have talked to white people and they have given you some pretty interesting answers for why they want to help out in the movement and how they can help out in the movement. So when we come back, we're going to ask you about your white friends, Patricia, and how they going to be part of this movement on the Tammy McLean Show on Fox Soul.
We are tired of mourning. We are tired of suffering, and we are tired of waiting. Experts predict that the Black female vote will be central to the 2020 presidential elections. The truth is in the numbers, but the voice is in you. Imagine if we use our collective voice to create a collective powerhouse. Black women have always been at the forefront of lifting our voices to vote. In this very moment, we can change the history of this nation. Let us not forget that we are our ancestors' wildest dreams. You see us, but now it's time for you to hear us. I'm Ivy Coco, your Miss Black California USA 2020. Queens are lifting our voices to vote. Join us and let's rise up.
I like sunshine and rain.
Tammy Mac, oh, what show is that? It's the Tammy Mac Show on Fox Soul.
Hey, it's the Tammy McLean Show on Fox Soul. We're back, and we are talking about how white people can be involved in the Black Lives Matter movement. I really don't necessarily like calling it a Black Lives Matter movement because Black Lives Matter to me is actually an organization in support of the movement. The actual movement is systemic racism.
Mm-hmm.
I would say. I don't know. What would you all call the movement?
I would call it definitely just, the Black liberation movement.
Black liberation movement. Okay, what about you, Monica? What would you call the movement?
I feel like it's still a civil rights movement too. What it was before, it's still the same thing.
It doesn't need a name change. Okay.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
You look like you agreeing with that. You're like,
Because it's like my first thing is like white folks love to quote Martin Luther King Jr. I'm just like, that's
also
the first
killed him. So.
Yeah, I'm like,
right.
Look, he protested peacefully. I'm like, yeah, but y'all still assassinated him. We discussed that.
Let's not quote the man you killed. So Patricia, how often are white people who want to help the movement asking you what can I do? Patricia, what can I do? I really want to help you guys.
I mean, I have a few friends who texted me the last week. It's like, do you need anything? Do you want to talk about it? I'm like, what is there to talk about? Like, what do you want to say to you to make you feel better about this movement? And the question I ask a lot of people is like, I notice a lot of my, people on Facebook are like, I don't like the rioting because, like it's disturbing the peace. I'm like, okay, well, as a white person, what would make you feel more comfortable for us to protest? Like, what would give you attention? Because like we try all those little routines. You didn't listen. I'm like, Patrick tried that. Did you guys listen? No, because he was, disrespecting the flag and the veterans. But it's like, y'all don't give a deep, get them with the veterans. The veterans are dying every day from suicide because you don't actually, invest into their health. So you want to start there, then actually focus on that. But first, and a lot of white people have been asking me is like, the biggest question is like, is there books I can read? And my answer is always, Google is your friend. Google is truly your friend. use it to your advantage. Go to the library, because I promise you there's a lot of articles out there, and especially now, and like from 6 years ago, please actually use Google to your advantage. We all have smartphones these days. You don't have this.
And there are 2 books that they can read. I want our soulmates to chime in. So Shaniqua says, Georgia doesn't even have a hate crime bill. It's a lot Georgia doesn't have. Georgia doesn't even have voting machines that work in Fulton County.
Georgia and Florida are just like, man.
Yeah. They'll just cut them off. And
that's crazy. Monica, you're in an interracial relationship. So how often are you having these conversations about race because of the civil unrest? And were you having them before? How long you been with Boo?
Like a year and a half, but I've known him for like 5 years. So it's been a long time. But I mean, we've always kind of talked about it. It's always just kind of come up, and I haven't minded talking about it. But we're talking about it a lot now, you know, almost daily now. And like, I am at a point where every other white person I know, where I'm not going to explain this to you. Like everyone else, you can figure it out. But for him, he does a lot of work on his own. Like, it's not like he's leaning on me to figure things out. He understands that the internet exists, and he does a lot of his own research. So when he does want to talk about something, I don't mind, because I wouldn't be with him if I minded, you know. But for literally every other white person in the world, you can figure it out.
So how is it with his family? Like, what is that conversation like?
It's great. You know, his parents are awesome. His dad's great. Like my boyfriend and his mom will start fighting, and my dad will be like, or his dad will be like, do you want a gin and tonic while they figure this out? Like, they're great. You know, they're a great family, and it's never been a problem, and it doesn't really come up. And I feel fortunate for that, because I know that's not the case for everybody. So
when you say it doesn't really come up, what do you mean doesn't come up?
Just the fact that I'm not white. It really doesn't come up. I mean, sometimes he's from a very small town in Wisconsin, and it's beautiful. It's like you're watching a summer camp movie. Like, there's a lake and it's green and it's so pretty, but there's not a lot of people, and they're almost all white, like 99.5%, me and 2 other people making up the rest of the percent. But like, everybody's really nice, but I definitely feel people looking at me. You know, I feel the eyes and the stares, and he doesn't notice it, but I'm like, I can feel everybody looking at me while we're here. But
when you say you feel the stares, from Black people or white people?
From white people, when I go to visit him at his hometown.
Oh, okay.
Like,
I see what
another kind of person. Wow.
Patricia, your experience is the same but different. You broke up with your white fiance. You almost took it to the altar, girl. What had happened though?
So I mean, when we first started dating, he denied the fact that his parents were like very racist. Like, for example, the first time I met his family, we went to dinner, and his mom, she tried to bond with me by telling me that she lived in Africa in the 90s, like South Africa. And I was like, so you live in South Africa during apartheid, right? And she was like, well, it wasn't technically that. I'm like, I know how history works. Like, I was during the apartheid. So, and then one of the questions she asked me one time was like, if my family came here legally, and I was like, yeah.
Wow. Wait, ho.
What?
Ho. Where did you come from? Did I miss something?
So I grew up in Cote d'Ivoire. Like, my parents are like from Liberia, and I grew up in Cote d'Ivoire, which is in West Africa.
Okay.
Because we look, all 3 of us over here, we was about to go out.
Right, like
bitch.
How dare you ask someone that?
So racist.
You come here legally. Did you come here legally?
And the answer to that question is probably no.
Right.
So we lived together.
Okay, let me do a woosah with my ladies before you go on, Patricia, because we had got hot. So
yeah, I know. I'm sorry. We had a condo in KC. We had life together. But then there was a weekend where they were visiting, and it was right after what's his name? The guy who got shot in the car with his girlfriend, big and daughter in the car with him. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that happened. So the same weekend, his family was to visit us, and his little sister posted an image on Facebook where it was this black man with his pants down, and it was like, if you would just follow the law, you would not get shot. I came home from work, walked into the condo, threw my phone at him, and I was like, should we talk? And he's like, about what? I'm like, your parents will be here in 20 minutes, and your sister just posted this, so you're not staying in my place tonight. And he's like, what? I'm like, I pay bills here. You're not staying here. And he's like, we have the guest room for guests. I'm like, you're not welcome here. So his mom comes, and I refuse to acknowledge them. Like, I'm sitting in the kitchen getting blackout drunk by myself. And she comes up to me, and she was like, I just want you to understand that I love you, and I love how much you love my son, and I just don't see color. And I was like, oh, hell.
Here we go. Here we go.
She said she don't speak color.
Oh, I was like, I looked at him.
She don't see color.
Oh, no, I looked at him, and I texted him from across the room, and I was like, get your family out of here right now, because I am about to fucking lose it. So he does that, and then while they're gone, I'm petty as hell. I literally took out all of our pictures we have from the condo and put in like the Obama pictures all over the place and stuff. Like, you walk into the first big photo you see is the Obamas. I took our trash put photos on it and stuff, and they walked in. I'm like, welcome back. All nice and stuff, drunk with margarita in my hand.
You was Petty Crocker. You was Petty Boot. Yeah.
They come back. Like, she's like, let's have a talk about, race. It's clear this bothers you. And I was like, no kidding. And she's like, I don't see racism. She's like, you're not. I don't see you as a black person. And I was like, I want you to see my color, though. I'm like, I was born and raised in Africa. That's as black as it gets. Like,
so why? So what was it? What specifically was it that made you call off the wedding?
Oh, it was that moment, that day.
It was that day.
That day.
Wow. Yeah.
That day. That I was very emotional over watching that video. Like, the night I didn't sleep that night watching the video of that man being shot in the car, and I was very emotional the entire day at work. And that day I was like, I cannot do this for my own mental health in the long run, not now, not ever, and stuff. And I try to be quote unquote understanding. I tried to, and he was like, well, I don't have to go through my family, and I'm just gonna keep the peace. I'm like, okay, keeping the peace though is still choosing a side. That is still choosing a side.
Comfort.
And I'm like, and you're not keeping the peace with me, so I can't do this. So that was like my breaking moment right there. Like, I was a lot of shit that I was patient with, but I was like, that day I was like, I can't do this to myself, because it was like, woo.
So our soulmate CM Williams says it sounds like a scene from Get Out.
That's exactly what it sounds like.
You were in the sunken place.
You were in the sunken place.
That was the year the movie came out too. That was the year the movie came out.
Oh my God. Patricia, do you usually date white men? Is that your preference?
No, actually. I've always said both black and white men and mixed men. Mostly, but mostly more black men than white.
Okay. And it sounds like you don't discriminate. It's any man that treats you right, you good with him.
Yes.
So XOXO Bob says, do any of you actually have white friends? You just tuned in, Bob. I mean, Patricia talked about all of her white friends, and Monica mentioned her white friends. So
I'm from a really small town too. I grew up with almost all white people. Most of my friends are white.
Yeah, and Tina, talk about your white friends.
Yes, I have plenty of white friends. I mean, white is the majority race, so I mean, how can we not have a white friend? But yeah, so my upbringing, like, I'm a military.
Black people don't have the same problem as white people. There are white people who don't have black friends and never come in contact with a black person.
Exactly.
That's never been a black person's experience.
Exactly. No, like,
friends. We work with white people. We go to white people's stores. We talk to white people in the customer service. And even when we get a white person for customer service, we don't say, let me speak to your manager. And when the manager walks up and they're white, we don't say, you're the manager?
Yes. So XO Bob, yes, I have white friends. And I've even organized with white people, so they're everywhere. So yes.
I hate to say this to Bob, but I'm gonna give Bob what white people give us all the time. Bob, I have 3 of my best friends
Right.
So therefore, I'm not racist.
Right. I have
I
plenty
would
of white
never
friends, Bob.
do
How can I
anything
be
to
racist?
discriminate against a white person. 3, Bob. 3 of
And
my
Bob,
best friends. I know their names too. Kelly Keaton, Mary Kay, and my next door neighbor, Torben. Oh, wait. Hold on. I'm about to blow your mind now, Bob. I'm about to freak you out, Bob. My next door neighbor, Torben, who just voted for my Black husband to be on the board of directors for our HOAs, is a
yes.
Trump supporter.
How nice of them.
Do I have white friends?
Tell them.
We're going to come right back. And we got more of the Tammy Mack Show talking to these wonderful ladies on Fox Soul coming up.
We know that we're asking Americans to do a lot right now. So we're asking everyone to be selfless for others so that we can protect those who are most susceptible to this virus.
A question I often get asked is why should young people care about the spread of coronavirus? Well, we know that people with underlying medical conditions over the age of 60 are at highest risk, but they've got to get it from somebody.
Social distancing is really physical separation of people.
It's what we refer to when we ask people to stay at least 6 feet apart.
Not going to bars, not going to restaurants, not going to theaters where there are a lot of people. It all just means physical separation so that you have a space between you and others who might actually be infected or infect you.
We all have a role to play in preventing person-to-person spread of this disease, which can be deadly for vulnerable groups. For more information on how you can social distance, please go to coronavirus.gov.
I like sunshine and rain.
Tammy Mack, oh, what show is that? It's the Tammy Mack Show on Fox Soul.
Welcome back to the Tammy Mack Late Show on Fox Soul. We're talking about the position and the role that white people play in this Black Lives Matter movement that we have now deemed is not actually a Black Lives Matter movement. That is the name of the organization. The movement is a civil rights movement, much like in the 60s, you know. I know y'all be trying to update the names and stuff. Some of our, many people have posted on social media that they've had to end friendships because their white friends won't support Black Lives Matter. And I've oftentimes found myself, it's interesting. I've never felt like I have to give up friendships because of this Black Lives Matter movement or because I have friends who vote for Trump.
Right.
But I have felt like I've had to get rid of friends who don't understand the gay movement. Am I wrong for that? I know it's interesting because I hate when people use derogatory words towards gay people and treat them a certain way. And so I feel like I always have to check them and put them in their place. And I do check them when they talk about Black people too. But for some reason, there's this affinity that I have to protect gay people that I maybe am discovering I didn't or maybe don't have for my own race. And I'm trying to resolve that issue with myself. What do you ladies think about that?
I've definitely ended some friendships over this recently. Maybe it's, a new thing for you now because it's kind of all at the surface now, and it hasn't, I feel like, obviously racism has always been a problem, but since it's right at the front now is when I think we have to evaluate how our friendships are affected by it.
Right.
Like, I had a friend, this is actually really sad because this happened like last week. I had a friend that I went to high school with we've been very close friends from the beginning of high school to now. We're almost 30. It's a long friendship. And he's so white, like so white. And we've always kind of butted heads over things because he just doesn't understand and also doesn't want to understand. He's from a very Republican family. We went to Catholic school. He's very religious. All those things that tend to lend you to being racist. But when this all kind of started, I was like, listen, because he's also been maturing a lot as we've gotten older and starting to understand things better, which I give him credit for. So when this all started, I was like, okay, I need you to publicly on social media denounce white supremacy and declare that you are anti-racist. I, as your friend, one of your oldest friends, I need you to do that because you're friends with people that need to hear it from you because you run in those circles, you know? And he kind of disappeared for a few days and he came back and he was like, this is what I'll do. I will not make a post, but I will donate money to an organization of your choosing.
Ooh, the silence of money.
And I was like, no, that's not what I asked you to do. One, if you should donate money anyway because you're fucking loaded, you look it up and figure out who you're going to donate the money to. I'm not telling you. And two, that's not what I asked you to do. If you can't publicly denounce white supremacy, then what? So
yeah, that's like paying child support and never seeing your child. That's what that's equivalent to. But
I am a child in this scenario.
You just made me think of something, Monica. The reason why I haven't lost any of my white friends is because none of them are racist.
There you go.
Like, I'm thinking about it, like I would never have to ask. Like I have white friends who are protesters, and some of them are a little more passionate about the movement than I am. Sometimes I have to be like, whoa, bring that down, sister. I'll bring that down.
That's good. That's right.
Yeah. So I tend to, but then I tend to befriend people who are quite liberal because I believe we all should be one people and we all should be equal. Like I genuinely believe that about everyone. Like I don't have anything against white people or gay people or Hispanic people. I feel like we're all in this fight together. And it's finally good to see that we literally are in this fight together. Kina, you were going to say something. Go ahead about your white friends and how they won't post on social media.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, that just goes back to, you know, being silent is being complicit. So, I mean, that's something that is just so true. And again, it goes back to what I was saying about that comfort level is unless you're willing to get uncomfortable in these streets, internet and the real streets, you know what I'm saying? I just don't really, I'm just like, I'm okay with, you know, separating myself from, you know, those individuals because, you know, it's just, we have to move forward. Like this, I feel like this has gone on way longer than what it should have. And we just have to move forward. And we really need to get it. I don't know how we can make it clear to white folks, you know, maybe if we put it in a film, you know, something.
Put it on ESPN. Put it in a NASCAR race.
Something, put it in a NASCAR or wherever they congregate, you know, however we need to beam that message like, hey, you need to have these conversations. You need to be visible in, you know, in this fight.
I want to go to a couple of tweets that we have. Here's a tweet I want you to check out. It's Marie, and Marie has some advice for the allies. She wrote, as an ally, it's so essential to learn how to sit in discomfort, educate yourself, self-reflect, and push through that discomfort. Not everything is about you. When you truly accept that, things become clearer. I think that's a great tweet. That's a great
Thank you, Marie. That's an ally.
Not everything is about you.
And white people are not used to that.
They're not at all.
No.
That's uncomfortable.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I remember when my best friend and I, who I was talking about, Kelly, we walk in the area we live in called Toluca Lake, right? And we were just talking one day, and I was like, "Where's the lake?" And she was like, "I don't know. Where's the lake?" So we're walking around, and she's like, "There's got to be a lake." And she's like, "I think I know where the lake is," right? So we go to this dead end street, and you can tell that it's a golf course behind this shrubbery, and there's something else behind the shrubbery, but you can't really see it. So she's peeping through the shrubbery, right? Meanwhile, I'm on lookout, and she's like, "What y'all lookout for?" And I'm like, because you people through the people's shrubbery. She's like, oh, come on, let's just go see where the lake is. And I'm like, girl, no. Shrubbery? She was like, let's go see if it. So she's literally walking onto this private golf course, and little old black me is like, I can't do that. Like, I can't walk. Like, I'm the lookout. I'm making sure ain't nobody try. And she could care less. She not one time turned her back to check to see if the police were coming, to check to see if the neighbors were calling the cops, nothing. So a white lady comes out of her house, and I start running, right? Because that's what I'm going to do, because I don't want to go. And so the white lady's like, what are you all doing? And I'm like, oh, damn, I can't leave my girlfriend out like that. So I turn around and go back. And so my girlfriend Kelly says, well, we were looking for the lake. And the white lady says, you want to see the lake? She's like, yeah, I want to see the lake. And she says, well, I'll show you the lake. So we go through her house, and the Toluca Lake is her backyard, essentially. So she literally takes us through her house. And I said to my girlfriend after that experience, I said, that is white privilege at its best. Because there is no way that me and another one of my black friends could have walked on this dead-end street, went to a private golf course, have a white lady walk outside and welcome us into her home to see her lake in the backyard. Never would have happened. She would have called the freaking cops on us like that.
Yep.
And I wouldn't have just been running. My black girlfriend would have shot off running too, because they weren't going to neither of us. So
you wouldn't have even been looking through it in the first place.
I would have never looked through it. And that is the example of white privilege. It's not saying that you're racist, because obviously my girlfriend's not racist. She clearly thought I had the capability to do it too. But the point is, you need to see that I don't have that privilege because your color is preferred over my color. And the only reason I was okayed in this situation was because you were white. And that was the dog whistle that said, this black one's okay.
Like, if she's with you, she's a good one.
She must be. She's got to be a good one. Yeah, absolutely. So some of our white allies decided to be silent for 2 weeks so black people could amplify their voices in support of the movement. Would it have been more proactive for white people to use that time to speak up about racism?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I think it would have, because I feel like white people are more comfortable hearing things from white people.
Oh, yes.
They really are. Like, I can say something, and if it makes them feel uncomfortable, I will get labeled, maybe the angry black girl in a group. But it's like, if my friend says the exact same, they're like, oh, that's a great idea. Like, I never thought about it like that. It's always usually like that in a lot with white people. Like, they want to hear from another white person to make it realize that it is wrong, that it should actually pay attention to something. Like, I've noticed there's a lady who I follow who's supposed to be like a local person who's like has a good influence on the town. And when she started talking about Black Lives Matters, all of a sudden there was a fundraiser for like this what is it, nonprofit in my town where it benefits like Black and brown girls and stuff. All of a sudden there was like a fundraiser for it where they sold Black Lives Matter signs for like, their doors, their yards and stuff, just because she made a post, talking about like, the movie 13 on Netflix. From that, 2 days later, they're doing a fundraiser for it. And I was like, interesting. I'm like, I've been talking about this movie for like weeks now, but since she said it, reposted my entire post, you guys pay attention. Okay. But she asked me about it. She's like, thank you for inspiring me. Like, this is why I copy and post your, your entire post. And I was like, hey, it sounded better from your ears, apparently, not from me.
The person the messenger is important, apparently. But speaking of that, I saw a video where a TikTok, I think it was, where a young lady called her grandfather out on his racism. And the grandfather left her a message basically calling her a little bitch and, you don't know how I grew up. You don't know what my story is. And she basically blasted his answering machine message on her TikTok. And so do you think that it's a good thing for white people to call out their racist white friends?
Yes.
Yes. They need to do it more often. Yes.
And I'm always not now, but before all of this, I was always telling my white friends, like, I need you guys to speak up. I need you to say something. I am one person, and they're not going to listen to me, because white people, like Patricia just said, listen to other white people. White women listen to white women. White men listen to white men. Like, you have to talk to each other.
And that's what I'm saying. Some white people just aren't willing to do that, but I applaud those that are, especially our younger ones. This past week I've been in the streets organizing and protesting. And I met a young, I think she was about 21 years old, and she said, it was her first protest. She said both of her parents are Trump supporters, and they were very upset with her that she was out here marching with the Black folks. Oh, wow. And, she said, I just had to be here. It's like everything that I was brought up and raised. She said that she had to be here, regardless of how her parents felt. And I said, you're doing the right thing, and I told her, I said, if you ever listen, I'm here. You have another Black friend. No need to be, shy or whatever the case may be, but you are doing the right thing. What you are doing says a lot. And I told her that I was proud of her. So, yeah.
Well, I will say this generation is definitely coming together. I think every generation comes together.
Right.
This generation is definitely coming together saying, we ain't having it. Like, they are literally savages out there.
They are.
Well, the last thing to fuck it up, though, like, I think the thing most people forget is, like, Ruby Bridges is 65. That is most of our parents' ages and stuff. So it's like all those people who were, screaming at her, spitting at her, those are, your parents.
Right.
We always forget that. I'm like, she's only 65.
And these Gen Z kids are like all shy and weird and like afraid to ask for condiments at a restaurant, but they have no problem charging a police blockade.
Right.
Like, I love it. I love it. My brother is 22. He's Gen Z. He's so quiet and like, oh, I don't care. Whatever. But he has no problem when it comes to like this stuff to be like, I will ram this cop car. Yes,
I think I saw a poster that said, if your mother is racist, your mama is a hoe. So I was like, okay, y'all going.
And they're funny. And they're so funny.
Okay. So wrap this up for me, ladies. I want you to send a message to our white allies. If there's one message you want to send our white allies out there, or if you want to send your message to those white people who are not yet allies, it's up to you. So let's go with you, Patricia. A short message to our white people.
Okay, I'm gonna go with the ones who are not yet allies. My question is why? Because second of all, it's your second time to actually fix it. You had your first chance. You fucked it up with Martin Luther King. This is your chance to actually fix it and undo your wrongs. Why are you not doing it? That's my question for them.
Okay. Well, okay. And what message would you send them, Monica?
I'm also gonna go with the not yet allies. And I would say it's not too late. You can still change. You can still fix it. You can be on the right side of history. Just read a book.
Read a book.
Ina, what is the message to our white allies or those that have not yet joined the party?
So I think I'm going to send a message. Mine is going to be to both. And my message is, we're going to dismantle this system with or without you.
Yes.
And on that note, we must conclude the Tammy Mac Lake Show. Thank you, ladies, for being here. I appreciate it. What a great conversation. I will see you all tomorrow right here on Fox Soul.
Thank you.
Would you let someone look through your phone on a first date?
Oh my God.
Oh my God, no!
It's some X-rated things in there.
That's a butt. Welcome to Phone Swap. It's a super awkward dating show. We have 3 dates ready to find love, but will what's on their phones get in the way of making a connection? Let's meet our first blind daters.
Hi, I'm
I'm Molly.
Rory.
Hi, Rory.
Go ahead.
Can I sit here?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Please.
Hi, my name is Molly, and I am a Craigslist entrepreneur. I love men who are ambitious, but I also really love idiots. They're usually so funny. So really what I'm looking for, I guess, is an ambitious idiot. Would you consider yourself like a smart person?
I studied as an aerospace engineer, so I got to see some rovers, things that were going off to Mars. Wow. Salutations, I am Rory, and I'm a virtual reality specialist. I'm casually dating right now, just kind of coasting.
What's your relationship with nightlife?
I love to dance.
Me
I love
too.
to dance. Oh, really?
Loved it. Are you kidding?
Yeah? What's like your favorite dance move?
There's a lot of like this happening.
Okay.
It's just sort of like a lot of arm motions and like
Okay.
some kicking legs.
I'm with you. I don't do as much of this.
Do you back it up?
I do back it up a little bit. I like to get low.
Low.
Get low,
Down
yeah.
to the ground.
Now, the moment of truth.
Okay.
We just let them know they have to trade phones.
Oh, okay. Well, that's my phone. That's my life. That's everything. That's my soul force. I'm just bearing it all.
So many naked pictures of me. Yeah. Okay. I have tons of nude photos of myself. I take them all the time. So if he looks at my photos, he's going to see all of this.
After snooping through their phones, these two get to decide if they want a second date.
I feel very sick to my stomach. I'm sweating a lot. I can already tell that I'm gonna start smelling soon.
All right, let's do this. See what Molly is all about.
Okay, here we go. Feels so weird to not have my phone.
Let's see what she's up to on the internet.
I feel so stressed right now.
Let's see what last thing she's searched. Oh, 14 effective butt exercises.
I'm trying to get my butt to be bigger.
I like to have enough that I can hold on to,
Oh, no.
but I don't need to have it where it engulfs me.
Well, I want to engulf, so.
Let's check out these photos. Oh, it looks like she has little chihuahuas.
That's a Sphinx cat.
I don't really like chihuahuas, but she does like dogs.
I love dogs.
She's wearing a really cool jacket, actually, with some really popular video game characters. It's really cool because I'm a big video game guy.
Why wouldn't you be attracted to a woman who plays video games?
Let's see what else we got here. Whoa! Okay.
Oh, no!
We found the nudes.
No! He's looking.
I am attracted to her. I didn't need to see that to say I was attracted to her.
That's nice. I'm happy to hear that.
I feel like that's an invasion of privacy / we haven't gotten to that stage.
I'd say he's a gentleman, and I really appreciate that.
Looking at the text messages. All right, so we've got 2 unread. Normal boy.
That's my buddy.
I mean, anytime it's a guy and a girl talking, automatically I'm a little suspicious. Checking out the images.
Oh, I wouldn't look at the media that we send each other.
Nude.
Yep.
With a thong.
Could be bigger.
You don't usually send that to friends.
I have different kind of friends.
I'm gonna say it's an affirmative of hooking up.
We do hook up. I don't know what else to say other than that.
Well, it was very interesting to get to know Molly.
He's getting a very wrong picture of who I am.
It's time to turn the tables.
Oh boy. There it is.
Our daters are going to switch spots.
All right, let's see what's on Rory's phone. We're gonna look at some pictures. He looks really good in a lot of these pictures.
I'll take that.
Honestly, I feel like he's a little hotter in pictures.
Oh, that's shade.
No, he's good looking in person too. I'm just saying.
Oh, okay. She clarified.
I'm gonna look at what he's been looking up on the internet. One of his most recent Google searches is whooping cough.
My friend was sick, okay?
Is he a hypochondriac? Because I'm a hypochondriac, and I can really get on board with that. Whoa! Hello. Okay, this isn't a picture of him.
It gave me chemical burns across my head.
It is him. It says if Rory raises $500, he will get a rainbow mohawk.
At the end, we raised over $3,500 to build bathrooms in Honduras.
He seems like a really good guy.
Oh.
I'm gonna check out his text messages. Okay, I am seeing the mention of a name called Allison.
Allison's a good friend of mine.
So his most recent text to her was Friday.
Uh-oh.
You needed to get a good night rest tonight. You don't wish that to somebody that you're just casually talking to. Oh, I'm seeing, aw, thanks, huns. I'm seeing, oh, I love this picture. I'm seeing emojis with heart eyes. I'm seeing some love you. I'm seeing some kissy faces.
Oh.
He is saying that he loves Allison. This does not look like somebody who is in anything other than maybe a relationship right now.
Oh, boy.
That's kind of shady. So I don't know how comfortable I feel pursuing somebody that has someone that they're saying I love you to.
I mean, that's fair.
I am not a homewrecker. I guess I got to know Rory a little bit better.
Hello, yeah.
Nice to see you again.
I know. So, who's Normal Boy?
He's a friend that I used to date. I put him as Normal Boy in my phone so that I wouldn't think of him as a relationship.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. So,
Yes.
who is Allison?
We'll find out soon, but before that, it's time for our second date.
We'll go to pictures. Let's see what we have here. Oh, no. Who is this that she's laying next to? That's a man.
And later.
Let's check out the photos.
I feel very uncomfortable right now.
We just had our first date.
Let's see what else we got here.
Oh, no!
Whoa! Okay.
No. He's looking.
We'll find out soon if they want to go out again. But not yet. It's time for our second date.
Kalia, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Your name?
Miracle?
So what's going on?
Just a little nervous.
I'm very nervous, actually, so that's good. Have you done a blind date before?
No.
Me neither.
I'm Kalia, and I'm a social media manager. I'm exciting, I'm persistent, and I'm damn good looking. One word.
So, what's a good Friday night look like for you?
I can either stay at home, cook something, watch Netflix, chill, hang out with my cat.
Ah, you have a cat.
I'm an animal person. Hi, I'm Miracle, and I'm a freelance artist. I would be looking for someone that's honest. I think that I'm overly honest on a first date, and I think that it freaks them out.
You seem absolutely normal. Why are you single?
I occasionally go on dates, but I feel like when people approach me in person, like I get really nervous, it's overwhelming. I just am like, hi, and I like walk away. What about you?
Personally, I just would rather stay single until I feel like it's something worth keeping.
Yeah.
It's time to put this date to the test. We just let them know they have to swap phones.
What do you mean?
I'm feeling a little nervous about her having my phone. I don't think I have anything to hide, but you don't really know what you have to hide until somebody finds it.
Guess I'll go through my pictures.
No,
I'm single, so I do have, a single phone. So I'm really scared.
After snooping through their phones, these two will get to decide if they want a second date.
Okay, so I'm gonna search her text messages for the word bae.
She's going with bae. Okay. No, that's my friend telling me that his bae gets in town next week. Ha ha! See, that's not me. I'm still safe.
Go down a little deeper.
No, you don't need to dig any deeper.
Pastor. Maybe she has some type of religion.
See, that's church. See, that looks good. She found a text from my pastor. It makes me look very wholesome.
Hold on, wait, what's this?
Where is she? What is she searching?
So if you want to grab a drink,
This is a friend of mine. Friend?
Hopefully me sharing my story helps you communicate better with your girlfriend.
She thinks it's my girlfriend.
It seems like she's not single.
She's looking at the wrong one if she thinks that that's the girlfriend.
Oh, who's Shani?
Oh, well, no.
Yeah.
Yep, that's the text I didn't want her to find.
And this is all very recent. So she's a liar.
She didn't ask me if I had a girlfriend, so what you mean I lied?
I guess, there's problems.
I got into an argument yesterday.
It says you do an amazing job of making me feel like and I can't truly talk to you.
I'm an abused ex-girlfriend, so please come console me.
It seems like they're crazy. So yeah, that's definitely kind of a turn off. I definitely have some questions for her.
Eat your heart out.
It's time for our daters to switch.
Now it's my turn. Let's see here. I must say the backdrop is beautiful. Go to social media. Oh my. Apparently she has is this her even?
That is me.
She's lost a lot of weight.
It's my weight loss surgery page. There's nothing bad.
Who's Ashley? She has two girls as the icon. Oh, whose body is that?
Lord Jesus.
This one has slightly more clothes than the other. But who is this that she's...
That's my best friend.
Why is she sending this woman pictures of her?
Because I'm losing weight.
In this ill-fitting bra. I don't understand.
It's a bando.
All these pictures that she's sending, they came from somewhere, right?
Oh, no.
We'll go to pictures. Let's see what we have here. Who is that? Who is this that she's laying next to of the male persuasion in the bed? That's a man.
I'm bisexual.
I'm definitely cool off that.
Oh my God, there's pictures coming up. Oh my God.
Let's see what. Oh!
Oh my God. Now look. Please don't click on it. Don't click on it.
I don't want to embarrass the girl, but.
Don't click on it.
Wow.
It's happening. It's happening.
Whoa! What is this?
Oh, please stop, stop, stop. Don't watch it. Don't watch it.
Yikes.
My life is over.
Oh my. Hold on. How do we get out of that?
I didn't say I was gonna break.
Yeah, I think I've seen everything that I need to see. And I'll talk to Miracle. Hi.
Hi.
What a miracle.
Was it?
Wow, your phone was very revealing.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you point blank, like to actually be honest. Are you in fact single or not?
We'll find out soon. But first...
Oh, man.
He's got 15,722 messages. What is that all about?
Oh,
He's got 30 ace on his social media.
And still to come, we find out if our first couple decides to hook up or hang up.
She said...
We had our first date.
Normal boy.
That's my buddy.
I'm a little suspicious.
Yep.
You don't usually send that to friends.
I have different kind of friends.
And our second date.
It's happening. It's happening.
Whoa! What is this?
Don't watch it. Don't watch it.
Now, let's meet our third and final date.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Awesome. I'm Ruby.
Oh, Martin.
Hi, Martin. So why are you single?
I guess I don't have time.
What have you been doing?
Martial arts.
Oh, really? Wow. My name is Ruby, and I'm an antique seller. Dating is so hard. I tend to attract bad-tempered men, and I'm looking for a really nice, easygoing guy that looks like John Hamm. I've been single for 5 years, so I'm ready to put myself out there. You seem like a nice guy. Great smile, nice teeth.
Oh, you too, yeah.
So hopefully, you're the right guy.
Oh, yeah. I'm Martin, and I'm a martial arts teacher. I'm excited to be on a blind date today because I just want people to see that Asian men can still go on a date. America is a little hard for Asian guys on the dating scene.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Why is that?
The stereotype,
Yeah.
which is not true. Or
It's
think
just
we
not
don't
true.
dance, yeah.
Oh.
And I love to dance.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Can you show me one of your moves? I'm not much of a dancer, but I'll go with the flow.
Okay.
Oh, okay, wow. Okay, you're really a good dancer. Ta-da! There you go. Good job. I love it.
Here comes the twist.
What?
We just let them know
No.
they have to swap phones.
We have to do that. Could I delete some photos? Oh my gosh, no.
No, I wasn't expecting any of this.
I did not expect this.
This is completely outrageous.
I am in shock. I have very personal pictures in there.
After snooping through their phones, these two will get to decide if they want a second date.
Let's check out the photos.
I feel very uncomfortable right now.
There's a lot of selfies.
Oh my God.
Some selfies with some skin.
This is so embarrassing.
That's normal. Everybody do it. Just to test out the camera.
Oh, sweet.
I think I saw some selfies with more skin, but well, I don't feel like I want to open it without asking her.
Yes. He's definitely a true gentleman.
All right, let's go to a dating app.
Oh my God.
Wow, she has quite a lot of matches.
Oh my gosh.
I'm going to click on Gabriel, see what he said. He said MILF.
MILF.
That's MILF.
Oh my gosh, it's crazy. I get approached by a lot of younger guys.
Let's check out what her profile looks like. Ruby, 22 years old.
I lied about my age.
My real age is 42.
But I am being honest though. It's just kind of in smaller dialect.
I think I've seen everything I want to see.
It's time to switch.
All right.
Let's see what's on Martin's phone.
Oh, man.
He's got 15,722 messages. What is that all about? He's got 30 ace on his social media.
Yeah, I don't check that much.
Let's do his social media.
Oh, yeah.
It looks like he's doing martial arts. That's good, right? He's sweet and innocent.
Innocent. Oh, man.
Okay, let's see what kind of videos he posts. Oh, wow, he's upside down on that video.
Oh, my workout video. Yeah, I'm pretty proud of it.
Oh, wow, that's awesome. That's perfect. I definitely think we can work out together.
I'm glad that you saw my workout video.
Let's check out his photos.
Nothing much to hide anyway.
Oh, what's that with the shirt off? Let's see.
Oh yeah, that's my new haircut.
This one's kind of a funny photo. He looks like he needs to be more in shape.
That's a martial artist body. We're not that bulky.
He needs a little bit more gym time. Maybe I can help him with that.
My six-pack is like hidden. That's internal strength.
Oh wait, what is this? Oh, he's showing off his abs here. Okay, that's a picture where he's getting better.
Yeah, it's a progress picture.
Oh, wonder who that is.
Just my friend.
He looks like he's drunk.
Oh.
He's a little too close for comfort with that girl. I don't know what's going on here.
Oh man, I just broke a sweat.
I want to know more about him.
Hi.
Hi, how are you? How you doing again? You seem nervous.
No, I'm not.
Well, I got some questions for you.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, I saw a picture of you and a girl. Is that one of your ex-girlfriends?
We'll find out soon, but first, let's find out which blind dates are hooking up and which are hanging up.
I'm gonna ask you point blank, like to actually be honest. Are you in fact single or not?
I don't know how comfortable I feel pursuing somebody that has someone that they're saying I love you to.
I mean, that's fair.
I am not a homewrecker.
We just watched 3 totally different dates.
Oh, who's Shani?
Oh, well, no, that's the text I didn't want her to find. So she's a liar. She didn't ask me if I had a girlfriend, so what you mean I lied?
Wonder who that is. He looks like he's drunk.
Oh.
I don't know what's going on here.
Oh, I'm seeing some love you. I'm seeing some kissy faces.
Oh.
That's kind of shady.
Let's check in on date number 1.
So,
Yes.
who is Allison?
Allison is a really good friend. We've kind of considered taking it to the next level.
Recently.
Recently, yeah. We're not like serious.
I understand.
We're both like still meeting other people.
I understand. I've been there before.
So, do they want to go on another date?
He said yes.
And she said, I would like to. So the reason I said yes, the little that I know about you, it intrigues me.
I concur.
Splendid.
Yes. I said yes because you use a lot of words that I think are good. And I appreciate the use of good words.
I've never had anyone praise my vernacular.
I think that the use of colloquialisms is tantamount.
Our first date is a yes. Let's see if our second date is a match.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you point blank, like to actually be honest. Are you in fact single or not?
I am single.
Are there like any people that you're still hanging out with that you see constantly, maybe that you have feelings for, someone that you're sleeping with?
I do have sex from time to time. That's allowed. As far as feelings, no, not really. I'm pretty shut off as far as that's concerned. I from time to time. I had sex like 3 days ago, if that's okay with you.
So yes. So the answer would be yes. If you ask me the question, I'm gonna say yes.
Congrats.
Not really. Okay.
Now, before handing back their phones, they'll need to write down their answers to reveal if they'd like a second date.
She said no.
She said no as well.
You seem definitely nice, but Just from what I saw, it's just not really what I'm really into.
I think for me, it's a no. I sleep with people time to time because I'm single. And then as far as the porn, it's fantasy. So I think that this is just who I am.
Okay.
One yes and one no. What will our third couple decide?
Yes, I saw a picture of you and a girl. Is that one of your ex-girlfriends?
Oh no, she's just a friend.
So you never had a one-night stand with her?
No.
No?
But she worked in a bar. She gave me like free beer sometimes.
Oh, really? Does she give you other things for free?
No.
I mean, that's great.
So, do they want to go on another date? They now have to type up their answers and trade back phones.
He said yes.
She said yes.
I'm willing to go on a second date with you because you kept it PG-13, so that was great.
Let's go hit the gym. Yeah, she's like to work out. Yeah.
Yeah, let's get some abs there.
You can be my personal trainer.
Yes.
All right.
2 out of 3 yeses. That ain't bad for total strangers.
Are you a hypochondriac?
I'm no, I'm not. Not at all.
Cheers.
To the gym.
Okay.
Will you be ready when love calls? See you next time.
And get up out your seat, jump up on your feet, hug somebody, love somebody, sing along with me. We don't wanna wait, we don't wanna wait another minute. The time is now, we ain't gotta wait to party. We ain't gonna wait, we ain't gotta wait, just go and get it.
And now, here's the host of the Q, Quincy Harris.
We have a gang here today. Hello, I'm the host, Quincy Harris. Today on the show, we have Philly native and WWE superstars Drew Gulak is here. Former Eagle and now author John Dornbos will join us in studio. Plus, we have comedian Beth Stelling. It's a lot going on today's show, but right now, it is time to cue it up. Round of applause if you're a parent. Any parents in the audience? All right. Parenting has certainly changed over the years. A couple of dads decided to show us just how much some things have changed. The YouTube channel Dude Dad decided to show the differences between baby boomer dads and millennial dads. Take a look.
Hey, coach, come over here. He pulls that tomahawk swing thing again. I want you to bench him. He needs to learn a lesson.
Coach, can you put my son in the pitch? No, he hasn't gotten a chance to pitch all game. Some of the other kids have been pitching, and I think my son should get to pitch too.
Okay, friends, I will pick up your toys this time, but next time you have to do it, okay?
Oh, God! I told you to clean this up 10 minutes ago. What's it still doing in front of my den?
That's enough TV for you guys. Let's go do some activities.
All right, kids, that's enough TV for you. Dad's gonna watch the game.
I know a lot of the other second graders probably haven't gotten this talk yet from their parents, but I trust you.
The birds and the bees? Don't they teach them that in school? Why do I have to tell them? Fine. Michael, get on over here. We gotta have a talk. Yeah, so your mother wants me to talk to you about this. So, sometimes when a boy, just tell your mother that I talked to you. How does that sound? All right, I'm gonna go get a beer.
There you go, Keyston.
This is the problem with dads nowadays. We're too soft. You need to parent your kid. And the only problem I didn't see any cursing, Meredith. I need to hear cursing. You gotta
Well, that's
sometimes
because
curse.
they're a clean YouTube channel.
No,
a lot of kids watch them.
Sometimes you have to curse at your kids.
Well, that's true.
And this is the problem with my wife. She tries to teach like the millennial way of teaching your kids or parenting, and I'm the same. Listen,
boomer?
Yeah, but I'm a baby boomer. Yeah, my dad was a
But you're
boomer.
not a boomer.
I'm
Neither
not a
one
boomer.
of us are represented. We're Gen Xers.
Well, I'm Gen.
So we're
my
like,
father.
I feel like when you're us, like Generation X,
Yeah.
you take bits and pieces from both.
Not me.
I'm
Not me.
lean toward the boomer side.
No, I'm not any of that. Like my wife, she always consults with the kids with what they want to eat for dinner. Who consulted with me with what nobody consulted with me.
Listen, here's why they get consulted with.
Please let me know.
Because she's the one who, if she cooks for 4 people
Okay.
and only she eats it, it
Okay.
gets frustrating.
You know what my mom would say? I say,
So-
Mom, what's for dinner? She said food.
Yeah.
Mom, what are we having for, what's food? She said pork yak. I'm like, Mom, I don't eat pork yak. I'm a Muslim. She said, you're gonna eat it today in this house. I'm just saying. You're giving kids, this kid doesn't eat onions with his yellow rice. The other one, I don't care. When I cook, this is what we're eating. Boom, you don't eat, go to bed hungry. Look at me. You start teaching your kids like this, maybe one day they'll have a TV show. I'm just saying, Meredith, you gotta get tougher. Get tougher.
Who's
See,
trying to get tough, me?
Yeah, get tough.
I am tough on my kids.
I don't believe it. All right.
Whatever.
Well, listen.
I'm not even going to.
Yeah, you're the cops, Meredith. Well, speaking of age gaps, a 25-year-old politician from New Zealand was giving a speech in support of a bill to combat climate change when an older member of parliament started heckling her. According to her, he was heckling her about her age. Take a look how she responded.
Yet, right now, the average age of this 52nd Parliament is 49 years old. Okay, Boomer. Current political institutions...
Yeah, so she said, okay, Boomer, which is now the way to point out if someone was, you know, what you think is an outdated opinion. Her name is Cho Swarback. I don't know her name. But after saying, okay, Boomer, she continued her speech as if nothing happened. I don't know. Is that like the new, like, F you?
Basically,
is that the new F you?
Basically, to baby boomers, that's the new,
That's
like,
the new F
sit
you?
down, you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, Boomer?
It's completely dismissive and disrespectful, if
You
you
can't
ask
say
me.
something like, can we come up with something better than okay, Boomer?
Yeah, I can come up with a
I
few
know
things
you
if
can.
somebody
Come
ever
on.
said,
Come
okay,
on.
boomer to
All right.
me.
Yeah, never mind. All right, listen.
Brian Wilson tried to say, okay, boomer to me
Really?
out in the newsroom. Ask him what I said to him.
Okay. Well, listen, our first guest is a WWE superstar and a Philadelphia native.
You know damn well I love this city. I grew up in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I became one of the toughest wrestlers in the world in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
I'm hyped now. Please welcome Drew Gulak to the Cube. Come on, Drew.
You guys surprised me with that evolved footage.
How you
It's
doing?
good.
Yeah.
Good, thanks. How are you?
Yes. Drew.
Hey, guys. Yeah. Oh, you guys are awesome.
Yes, please sit.
Thank you.
Come hither. How you doing, Drew?
Great. How are you?
Man, so
What's up, guys?
How does it feel to come back home and be on SmackDown here?
It's crazy. It's really surreal. You know, like you guys just heard, I grew up in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And I learned how to wrestle in Philly. Like I studied here, so like coming back to be on SmackDown on a national scale on Fox is super cool.
We'll see you tonight?
Yep.
Are you a little nervous? Because, you know, everyone from home is...
No.
Yeah.
No, I've been doing this a long time. I'm not nervous.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
I get it. Now, a lot of people may know you from like your PowerPoint presentations.
Yes.
Tell us about like the birth of the PowerPoint presentations. Were you like a kid in school that you loved PowerPoint presentations, you just had to do it?
I don't think it was necessarily like watching it in school how it happened, but I was presented with a lot of problems in my wrestling career where I'd face people who did ridiculous things like jumping off the top rope. Yeah, they would come out and dance.
Yeah.
And I wanted to do something about it. So I thought the most clear and concise way I could do that is by making a nice PowerPoint presentation.
Yes, that makes sense.
Yes.
That makes sense. Now, I don't know if you know, we've kind of trained at the same wrestling facility.
Oh,
here in
yeah?
Philadelphia. Yeah, I'm a wrestler as well. Can I show you some of the footage?
Yes.
Maybe you can look at
Yeah,
it and say, hey.
let's get into it.
Critique me. Look,
Sure.
this is me off the top turnbuckle. Look at that. What do you think about that, Drew?
I would have preferred.
Look at that. Look at that.
Yes.
Whoa. See? That's a new way, right? It's just me being scared. Look at this. And then I got it. Get up here, boy. Boom! And I slammed him right down. What do you think about that, Drew?
That's my coach, Mike.
Yeah, Mike.
That's my
Yeah,
coach.
we're at the Wrestle Factory right there.
Yeah, there he is.
What do you think? You're not saying. Yeah. What do you think about my skills?
Can you show me the face you were making when you were wrestling again?
Really, what it was like. I know a lot of you wrestlers. Like
It looked a lot like.
See, but that's the thing. So that's the thing, right? Everyone has like their thing, right? The Rock is smell, right? And you have like the PowerPoint presentation. My thing is like, oh, I'm the frightened hero.
Yes. Oh, so you're You're creating like a false sense of security for your opponents and luring them in.
There you go.
I couldn't tell.
See?
I had no idea.
But you ask, and I'm like, I'm the frightened hero. And you could be.
It's good. I just don't want to see you ever jump off the top rope again.
You never want to see that?
No, it was frightening for me, and I think probably for your family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, SmackDown airs tonight.
Yep.
Fox 29 at 8 p.m. And I'm hearing you're bearing gifts.
Oh, yes, I do. I have gifts. I was just handed a stack of tickets.
For everyone in the audience!
Are we doing for everyone in the audience?
Yeah.
So these tickets are for Elimination Chamber.
Okay.
Yeah, these tickets are for Elimination Chamber, which is coming March 8th.
Yes.
At the Wells Fargo Center.
Yes. Well, thank you, Drew.
Which is a huge event. It's a big deal. A lot of people in a cage beating each other up.
And maybe
for your enjoyment.
Listen. Maybe the frightened warrior can play. Let's get up to Drew. Thank you, Drew.
So these are gifts.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, guys. What's this? Our next guest spent 12 seasons as the long snapper for the Philadelphia Eagles. He just published his memoir about overcoming the life odds on and off of the field. The book is called Life is Magic, and here to talk about it, let's talk to John Dornbos back at the Q. What's up, baby? What's up? Come on.
What's going on, man?
Man.
Great to see you.
Man. All right, I gotta tell y'all, you guys have to get this book. This book is amazing. Blew me away. It literally blew me away because, we know you from being here at Philadelphia Eagles for 95 seasons.
Yeah, right.
We know you from being on America's Got Talent. But this book, it starts out just mind-blowing. There's a lot of things that people didn't know about, how you grew up.
Yeah, when I wrote this, I think everybody expected a sports book. Everybody expected, keys to success. The reality is when I was 12 years old, my father murdered my mother, and I was old enough to understand what's going on.
Yeah.
And it was really bad. So my sister and I, we went into temporary foster homes. We went into really, really intense therapy. And this book is my journey of finding happiness and redefining what forgiveness means to me, which ultimately led 26 years later to the birth of my daughter.
Wow. Wow. How did fatherhood change your life?
Fatherhood changed my life in so many ways, and some that I didn't expect. All of a sudden now I have a 5-month-old little girl, and she's looking up to me. And it's holding myself even more accountable to the way I treat people, to the way I treat my wife. And so now my daughter's looking up to me, expecting that in life, right? So whatever she sees me, that's what she's gonna expect in a relationship back.
Yeah.
So if I'm not the man that should marry my own daughter, a man like me, then what do I need to change so that I become the man that my daughter should expect to marry?
Wow. I've gained so much strength just in the past day reading this book. At 12 years old, again, you said your father murdered your mother. You went through so much trauma, but you were able to overcome that trauma. A lot of people in life, we go through things at an older age and we can't get through it. How did you get through that tough time?
Therapy for me was key, and having people around me that wanted me to see the light. But for me, there were moments in therapy, and it's doing, taking the road less traveled. It's doing things that are very, very difficult to grow. One of the things that's super intense is my therapist wanted my sister and I to see the autopsy photos of my mom. Nobody understood that.
Yeah.
And in fact, it wasn't that he wanted us to see him. He wanted us to have the decision to see them and not let other people dictate whether we did or not. So he said, hey, if you look at these pictures, kid, that's your reality. This is what happened. And if for whatever reason you decide to see your dad at a later age, it'll be for reasons other than wanting to know what happened, because that's what happened. And so what happens is years and years later, I want to have forgiveness. I battle about forgiveness. Does that mean that the score's even? I'm okay with what you did. And for me, forgiveness was about winning and losing for a long time. Now all of a sudden my daughter comes, right? My wife's pregnant. And I realize that it's not. And I realize forgiveness is about having closure within myself. It actually has nothing to do with my dad. So now all of a sudden, 26 years later, I'm going to have lunch with my dad. And I call him, I hit him up, and I want to sit down weeks before my daughter's born, and I want to relive that relationship. I want to feel all the pain, all the bad, all the what it should have been, what it could have been, and what does that father relationship mean. And after 5.5 hours, I finally stood up and realized that it's not about winning, losing. It's not that I'm okay with what you did. But there were 3 words I'd never said out loud. I forgive you. And so I stood up after 26 years and I said, you know what? It's all good. I forgive you. And I'm out. And this was the moment that I realized that forgiveness was about me coming to peace with my own self, with my past. It's about me being okay with where I'm at. And then sure enough, as I left that lunch, I realized that moment was about me feeling everything that was bad to find motivation to be a better father. It was instead of using it as an excuse. If I was a deadbeat dad, people would be like, you know what?
You would understand
if you saw what he went through, you know, I don't like that. Live in vision, not circumstance. Find motivation in defeat. Find motivation in the worst things that happen to us in this world and make it better for the people behind us. And so sure enough, I stood up from that. I felt all the pain and I felt everything. And it motivated me to be everything to my daughter that I didn't have. Wow. And now I'm going to be able to live that relationship between a father and their kid through both eyes. Yeah. The eyes of my dad and the eyes of my kid the childhood that I never had. And I'm just like, so my daughter came out. So me having lunch with my dad was a symbolic journey of that entire relationship that was dysfunctional and didn't exist, right? And all the hurt. And so in the book, the dedication, it says to my baby girl Amaya, and this is where I get choked up. May you always have lunch with your daddy, and you know, may you never look at me the way I looked at mine.
Oh my goodness, John.
So
please get this book. You're having a book signing. Yes.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No. At the Philadelphia Library on Vine Street.
Yep, on Monday. Monday I'll be there.
Monday, just Google the time.
Yeah, Google it.
Yeah, Monday, 7:30 to 8:30.
Yeah.
Okay, I was going to guess the time.
And if memory serves me right, I think it's at 1901 Vine Street.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll be darned. Right
yes,
there.
19th of Vine, 1901 Vine. Listen, I'm going to tell you guys, there's so many lessons in this book. You must read this book. If you're trying to forgive people, if you're trying to get over adversity, this guy, I look at you, I mean, like, how did you make it to the NFL? How did you make it to become a world-renowned magician? How did you make it to come back every week on the Q? Like, this is crazy. You're going to be here every week. I can't even imagine.
I made it. I'm on the Q, baby.
Yes.
I made it.
Well, listen, life is magic. John Dornbos, check out this book. Thank you for coming by the Q.
I love
We
you,
appreciate it, man.
Thanks.
I love you, bro.
Thank you, guys.
We'll be right back. Man. Thank you. We got show. We got show in the book. Our next guest is a stand-up comedian, writer, and actress, and is currently featured in the stand-ups on Netflix. She's also performing at Helium Comedy Club this weekend. Please welcome Beth Stelling back to the Q. Hello, Beth.
Hello.
I
Where do you want me? Here?
Yeah, right here. I like your shirt.
Oh, yeah, I dressed up for you guys.
Yeah.
A guy at the show gave it to me last night. His name's Jason, so I don't know how I'm going to find him ever again. A Jason in Philly that wears Cool Water, you know?
Cool Water cologne?
It's cool. I don't know. I think he was trying to lure me in with his scent, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a good shirt. We like this shirt,
And I got my hat. I'm wearing my fancy, this hat is on for very different reasons than these ladies are wearing a hat.
Yeah.
We don't want to see this come off,
Really?
but yeah. No.
Yeah, no, we like it.
I'm going to shower for the show later, just to be
it's
clear.
cool. It's cool. I mean, you're a big-time comedian. You're making, like, big-time, huge money. You were just a writer on Last OG with Tracy.
Yes,
Tracy Morgan.
season 3 of the Last OG on TBS.
Yeah.
And this season's showrunner was Keenan Ivory Wayans.
Wow.
Yeah. So you know that was like an honor for me working with him. He's a legend.
For sure.
And we had one of our other writers, she's very funny, Tyree Elaine, and she was up for an audition on SNL.
Yeah.
And she had to leave the writing staff to go and do that for a bit. When she came back, she found out she hadn't gotten it. And she said to Keenan, like, what you know, it was really hard for me. Wasn't it sad for you when you didn't get SNL? And she's like, what did you do? And he goes, I created In Living Color.
Boom. Yeah. There it is.
He's a legend.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, sometimes I would just be in the writer's room like.
Yeah, it's Keenan.
Yeah.
And he's worth like $1 gazillion, man.
That too.
Right?
That too.
I'm like.
I'm convinced that his closet is just full of fresh clothes every day. It
has to be.
Like that he only wears once because you like look perfect.
Yeah,
every
like
day.
when I get money like you and Keenan.
I'm nowhere near as much money as
I'm not
Keenan.
even going to chew my own food. She's like, shoot the food for me. You also wrote on Good Boys.
Oh yes. It was a movie that came out this past summer. It was this R-rated Seth Rogen produced movie.
The little boy dirty movie.
Yes.
Yes, I remember it, yeah.
Yeah, we had some little youngins saying some dirty things, but their parents agreed to it, and that is the important part.
Yeah, so if you guys haven't seen, just go on YouTube and type in Good Boys. Like, it's like kids are 12, 13 years old. They're talking about very adult things. Me and Meredith even, so I was like, who will let their kid?
Who okayed this?
Yeah.
Yeah, there are parents out there who are also looking to, pay someone to chew their food.
Yes, and they're trying to, they're using their kids for them. The one thing, I follow you on social media, and the one post that I love from you, can you tell us about the post that you said something about gender reveals?
Oh,
just
am I allowed to say
clean it up. Just clean it up. Just clean it up.
I was like, am I allowed to say?
Keep it clean.
I just said what gender reveal beats popping out of a. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
What's better than that?
Yeah. You know what's better than that? You at Helium tonight and tomorrow. Let's give it up for Beth Stelling right here on the Q. Thank you for coming by. Thank you, Dawn. Find it, love it, own it. Our sponsor, Forman Mills, has got all the best stuff. AirPod style, earbuds, Bluetooth speakers, yes, Deer foam slippers, fragrances, candles, watches, jewelry, and the hottest top brand gifts from all the names they can't say. And now, new in store, toys, and more toys. Frozen, Marvel, Disney, Barbie, Avengers, WWE, Mattel, all up to 80% off department store prices. Did I mention Frozen? I did. Forman Mills, getting there right now. Let's thank Forman Mills. Thank y'all, Forman Mills. Listen, hopefully you had a good time. We love when you guys come on down here. All you have to do is go to fox29.com/Q tickets. We love when you bring down groups. It is time for Q Appreciation. Today, we are joined by the Red Hatters. Okay, we have her name is Jean, Red Hat Divas of New Jersey, Princess Fluff Fluff. How are you doing, Princess Fluff Fluff?
Quite well.
Now, what do you do at the Red Hatters?
Well, we're a group of mature ladies that like to have fun, like to look at the Q.
Oh, thank you.
Also, we collect clothes for the unfortunate, and we do a lot of fun things.
How can people join and get in contact with you?
Well, our queen is Maddie Warren, and she's in Lawnside, New Jersey, and she's on Facebook.
Okay, so find the Queen, Maddie Lauren, on Facebook. Thank you, Red Hat Divas. Thank you for watching. We'll see you next time, right here.
Welcome to Dish Nation, y'all! Woo! Welcome! Yo. Bringing you the latest and greatest in entertainment and celebrity news. We've got a great show for you. Heidi and Frank are out on vacay. All right, so has Kanye West been faking it all along? We'll tell you all about that. And also, what is Reese Witherspoon getting sued for? And Madonna hopped her way through a protest. We'll explain all that. But yo, Brat, what's poppin'?
All right, you guys. So our girl Portia made an appearance on a special two-part episode of Watch What Happens Live with Andy Cohen, discussing race and Black Lives Matter. That's what's up. And Portia, you opened up about your first experience with racism at the age of 6 while marching next to your grandfather, the amazing civil rights leader Hosea Williams. Take a look.
I was about 6 years old when I went to my first march, and it was here in Georgia for Forsyth County. And we get out there, and I'm excited again, innocent, singing the songs, We Shall Overcome, etc. And I was smacked in the face with racism. We came across Ku Klux Klan, who decided they were going to protest our protest. And they threw rocks at us. I actually got hit with one. And they chased us all the way back to the buses, because we had busloads of people.
But now, Portia, now, girl, so you're a millennial, honey. I mean, only in a couple of weeks, you'll no longer be a millennial. So this wasn't that long ago. So how did you experience racism, girl, at such a young age, honey? Did it mold your views of the world?
1981 is still a millennial, okay? I was 6 years old. I marched in Forsyth County in 1987 with my grandfather, and yeah, it definitely shaped my view of the world. I wouldn't say it shaped it at 6 because I didn't really understand what was going on. I just knew that my dad had to have to talk to me about, you know, you trying to do a good thing and people not wanting you to do it, and it still being okay for you to keep pushing to do that good thing. But definitely, yeah, at a younger age when I could really take in what the world was giving and talk to my grandfather and hear the stories. Yeah, at a very young age as a teenager, I already knew what I was dealing with. I already knew what kind of posture I would have to have in certain places and how I would need to carry myself.
Yes, ma'am.
Gary, no, he used to march back in the day.
You know what, Portia? I was driving downtown the other day, and it kind of made me a little scared, but I was like, you know, but this is funny though, Portia. I was just driving on your grandfather's street the other day, and I thought about you. I said, oh, now, if Portia was out here today, honey, what would she be doing on her grandfather's street? But it was interesting to be on Hosea Williams Boulevard.
You made it sound like I'd be on the corner somewhere. I know. I'm straight for a piece
doing
of
illicit
change.
activities.
Hold on now. On the stroll. Get off the track, Lord.
All right, so moving on, Nancy Power to the people, Pelosi and Kamala Harris, along with other Democratic lawmakers, decided to give us a dose of political swag mixed with fashions from the motherland. Wow. Now, yesterday, this video was released of House and Senate Democrats kneeling at the Capitol for 8 minutes and 46 seconds in remembrance of George Floyd while wearing kente cloth. Okay. There was a lot of people who appreciate them, representing, being sympathetic to the cause. Listen, a lot of people also were not feeling their fashion choice. They called it cultural appropriation, and Black Twitter had to let that thing ring, and here's some of the things they had to say. One person tweeted, "What kind of mess is this?"
Not what kind of mess.
Was this a nice gesture or was this offensive? And you see Kamala in the back. Should she have said something to her colleagues? Like, what's up?
Nah, I think this is what they wanted to do. They wanted to feel like they represented, and I mean, I guess what better way to show it than to wear a kente cloth and prove you all about Africa and the motherland, because you can't say it because you got on a suit and you white, so it don't really look like you I guess it look like you're representing because you on your knee, but the kente cloth just swung it on home. They wanted to really, really represent.
Okay, moving on. It looks like Kanye West and Kim Kardashian West have played everyone, y'all. Yeah. In the past, Kanye has been a big supporter of the Make America Great Again initiative, but as a surprise to many, he joined the Black Lives Matter protest in Chicago, and he's even donated millions to the cause. All right, so rumor has it that his wife, Kim, actually influenced his decision to march, y'all, but her reps are denying it and have released a statement saying Kanye fully made the decision to donate and peacefully protest in Chicago on his own accord. But other sources are reporting that Ye was faking his support of MAGA this entire time so him and Kim could move their prison reform initiative further.
Well, here's the thing. Kanye West and Kim Kardashian know how to play the machine better than anybody. Yes. He even famously said in the song, as soon as they like you, make them unlike you, all right? And he has done this time and time again. Like, do you really believe that the person that went on national television and said George Bush doesn't care about black people would truly be a MAGA supporter? Like, there's always an end game. Like, how can you stay on the top of people's minds without actually going to jail?
So, is Kanye playing the part, for justice reform? Is he re-invited to the cookout, y'all? Is he allowed to bring the potato salad? Like, what's up, y'all? Is he?
Chewy, I'm gonna let you finish, but Kanye West makes the best potato salad ever.
He can drop it off. He can drop it off with his name on the posting on the top. And we'll eat it and say he made it, but we don't know if he can come to the cookout.
Yeah, okay. And it better not have raisins, Yeezy.
All right, y'all. Now, Reese Witherspoon better dust off those law books, honey, from Legally Blonde, because she's about to have her butt back in court, y'all. So Reese's clothing line, Draper James, had a promotional giveaway offering teachers new dresses to show their gratitude for all the work that they have done throughout this pandemic, having to educate the kids through the computer, etc. It was a lot on the teachers. So 3 teachers are super pissed, and they have filed a class action lawsuit against Reese and her clothing line, claiming Yes, claiming they forked over very sensitive information. They said they including their teacher ID number, which is sensitive, their work email, and their work badge numbers, but they never got addressed. Here's the thing.
Wow.
Apparently, Draper James had only allotted to give away, check this out, 250 dresses. Yeah.
Oh,
and
wow.
so the teachers are saying, you had us fall for the okie doke because thousands of people sent their vital information in. You should have accounted for giving away way more than 250 dresses. And they also say you're worth $240 million, so you could have afforded to give away a little bit more. So it seemed like a scheme to the teachers to get data to be able to possibly sell later on, allegedly.
It said while supplies last, Reese Witherspoon is covered. When the supplies run out, the dresses run out, and you don't get nothing. You need to read the fine print.
She actually could have had 2 bomb-ass dresses and then had them ready to go and put in that fine print until the first one and the second one is gone. That's when this contest is over. So, yeah, I mean, I get that they feel bamboozled, but I don't know if they really have, like, any kind of law point of recourse for real.
No, you're doing a damn
And you would think teachers would do a better job at proofreading things before they entered it. They're teachers.
Right.
That's why
There you go.
that's why the kids is dumb.
So coming up, y'all, honey, we're gonna tell you, honey, who showed his support for the culture by quitting their job, honey, right after the break.
Dish Nation. Dish Nation.
Well, with all the attention being placed on racial injustice and racism, a lot of business leaders are talking a big game about their commitment to diversity. Check this out, y'all. It seems that Serena Williams' husband, Reddit co-founder Alexis Ohanian, is doing just that because he recently announced that he is stepping down from the Reddit board and he's requesting to be replaced by a black person, y'all.
Wow, that's big.
Take a look at this.
It is long overdue to do the right thing. I'm doing this for me, for my family, and for my country. I'm saying this as a father who needs to be able to answer his black daughter when she asks, "What did you do?" So, I have resigned as a member of the Reddit board. I have urged them to fill my seat with a black candidate.
I'm gonna clap at that too. Like, that's big.
Check this out, y'all. Not only that, but he also donated $1 million to Colin Kaepernick's Know Your Rights campaign. So my dude is on a roll right now.
Now, Gary, do you think that other business leaders are going to follow suit and do something similar to what he did to show their work?
Sure damn not, honey. And my thing is, hell,
Not
Alexis,
right.
this is what's gonna happen, Portia. I'll give you the title, but you're not gonna get the money.
Something tells me about his wife being the legend Serena Williams that she gonna make sure he follow through. She gonna make sure that everything he says is coming into fruition. If he bring one chick home from Reddit, he ain't gonna get no food that night. He ain't getting none of this.
Well, y'all, moving on, it looked like my boy Michael Jordan had game on and off the court. Oh my God. So reportedly, a 20-page letter written by MJ, the actress Amy Huntington, showed up. He had an affair with her, and this thing sold more than $25,000 at an auction recently. And based on this letter, you can tell that Michael Jordan was kind of in a state of regret about an affair with Amy, you know, with his, you know, his wife. He probably felt a little guilty. Anyway, Headcrack, can you go ahead and do the honors, honey, and read this letter for us?
Sure thing, Brad got you. Amy, if I was Michael Jordan, the ordinary man with a 9-to-5 job, then it wouldn't be hard to admit my mistake. But instead, I'm Michael Jordan, who's put on a pedestal and viewed to be this perfect role model. Can you imagine the responsibilities I have to deal with? Not to mention a baby by a lady who I have loved for 3.5 years.
That was great.
That's really heartfelt. I like that.
So, Chewy, do you think that women should expect athletes to do this, like with men in power and careers, like to cheat?
Let's just be clear. Men don't cheat. I think
Oh, no, you didn't.
I think women take advantage of certain situations, and women always want what they can't have. I think no woman would have said no to Michael Jordan at that time, at his prime, and now too. I think women will continue to throw themselves on him.
So wait.
And you know, it happens every single day.
Actually, Gary, you can go ahead and jump in there. Actually, Gary,
Oh, wow.
I'm gonna need you to cut him off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Go ahead, Gary. We're good. Thanks,
Wow.
Chew. Come
We
on,
don't
Gary.
cheat. We don't cheat.
All right, y'all know what time it is?
It's deal time.
man, check this out. I got something cool for you guys, and you're gonna love it. It's the Gabba Goods Bluetooth LED flame speaker. Now, this is gonna make your backyard lit, literally, all right? It's perfect for cookouts, outdoor parties, fire pits, or just relaxing at the end of the day. Plus, the music play time is up to 5 hours, and it has a built-in rechargeable battery, so you can keep enjoying the surround sound.
This is nice, Head Crack. Can I use this inside my house and for my backyard?
Brad, you sure can. And it also comes with a 5-foot pole so you can set it directly on a table or in lantern mode. It can stay on for up to 8 hours, and get this, the LED flame lights up.
Okay, that's dope. How much is this thing, man?
Well, check this out, Chewy. Usually, something like this has been seen as high as $90. But for the Dish Nation fam, it's only $29.
Oh,
yeah.
Awesome.
Go to moresave.com and tell them Dish Nation sent you.
All right, y'all, up next, Madonna showed up to a Black Lives Matter protest with a very unusual accessory. More on that after the break.
Dish Nation. Dish Nation.
All right, let's get back into the groove. You see what I did there, y'all?
Oh, you did.
Okay.
Ooh.
It's no secret that Madonna can be a little bit out of touch. Right after George Floyd's tragic death, she posted a video of her 14-year-old adopted son, David, dancing to Michael Jackson's song, They Don't Really Care About Us. It was supposed to be a tribute, but she got a lot of flack for it.
That's being nice.
Yeah, that's being really generous and nice, yeah. Well, check this out. The 61-year-old singer walked with her kids in a peaceful protest in London while on crutches. And she dropped some pics on Instagram with the caption, and I quote, "Peaceful protest with the fam in the UK. We marched from Parliament to 10 Downing Street. It was an honor for all of us to be there. Important for my kids to know that they were here to witness this great historical moment, not just for America, but all around the world." All right.
Okay.
All right.
Nice.
So what do you guys think? Did she kind of redeem herself with, being at the protest with her kids? Or was she just trying to get us to forget about this video she posted?
You know, Chewy, Madonna's always been a cultural hub. You know what I mean? Like, she's always kind of like been, for the people, around the people, about the people. So, the video of her son dancing was cringeworthy, but for you to get out there on crutches shows that you really about it. This wasn't about the photo op. She really cared.
Exactly. I mean, I think from where she described she walked, it was like a couple of blocks, but still on some crutches, and it was cold or whatever it is out there. That's a lot. That says a lot, because she could have just stayed in her mansion. So I think that was very good of her to do.
I mean, I think it was a great deal, and I mean, they shouldn't torture her son. He's a child. He's only 15 years old. He hasn't been around that many black people to really learn how to dance like the rest of the culture does. So I think, honey, let him be.
All right, so New York City is starting to open back up, and of course, people are still concerned about social distancing because COVID-19 is still out there catching bodies, right? So New Lab, a technology hub in Brooklyn Navy Yard, is trying something new. Now, they have 100 employees returning to work, and they're gonna have the option of wearing a personal sensor that buzzes when two people get closer than 6 feet from each other. Wow. Now, 80 essential workers have already tried the devices, and the CEO, Sean Stewart, explained, in the first week, people were getting buzzed all the time. It flashes and it vibrates. That alone, that immediately changes your behavior and your perspective on social distancing. This does create like a good little way to be like not around people at work that you don't want to be around. I mean, would you use this to your advantage, Gary?
I sure would. If somebody come close to me that I don't want, like say for Portia always want to be all up on you. As soon as she get close to me, baby, she will buzz, honey. Yes, get her ass away from me, honey.
Good, I don't gotta be near you while you digging boogers and using earwax to use on your chapped lips. So thank you.
Shoe fly, baby.
Gary be digging for treasures? No.
Yes, he be digging for treasures.
It's not boogers, it's mucous membranes.
That sounds worse.
Little green Gary balls.
Anyway, honey, up next, y'all, Kendall Jenner, honey, is in hot water again, baby. We'll tell you all about it right after the break.
Hey, don't forget to hit us up on social media. We're on all these platforms at Dish Nation. We'll see you there.
Dish Nation.
All right, y'all, the Kardashian and Jenner sisters are always trending, right?
Yes.
But Kendall was trending recently for a picture of her holding up a Black Lives Matter sign. Now, Kendall, of course, she was called out for fake protesting because the photo is clearly fake, and Kendall has decided to respond. Well, y'all, she tweeted the photo saying, "This is photoshopped by someone. I did not post this." How do y'all feel about her response?
I think it was on point. Like, especially if she didn't do it and it clearly wasn't her. Like, it's better to own up to it and as opposed to getting flamed for something you had no part in.
Right.
But she did hold that picture. I mean, if y'all could look at the whole picture, she's standing there holding that picture, Black Lives Matter, and there's a Ferrari sitting right there. How many people have a Ferrari just sitting?
Gary, if you look at her shadow, you can see that she's not holding the sign. She's just got her arms up in the air.
Ooh, they was dumb, whoever did that. Oh my God.
I know, right? But I think the climate is so sensitive that people want her to say Black lives do matter. And even though I didn't do this, I still feel for what's going on in the world. They want her to say something, but
And
it's
she got a
almost
black
like
boyfriend, so we know Black lives matter to her. So why would
She's
we?
somewhere drinking her Pepsi. They matter.
Gary, has anybody ever photoshopped you, baby?
Yes,
Anybody
they
ever photoshopped you?
me. Somebody did to me, and it attacked me, and it hurt my family. My family is still hurt behind it. Somebody put a picture of
Oh,
me
my
with
God.
a wife and children, and I know I don't have no wife and children. Very
I saw
attacking,
that
and I'm
picture.
still hurt from that.
I actually like the wife and children one. I just wish they would have used my
It's
face because I
cute.
know you fantasize about being married to me, Gary.
I used to, Portia. That was a long time ago.
He booted you on up out of there, Portia.
Okay.
Show is over, but don't forget to head over to morningsave.com to take advantage of today's great deal.
The Isaiah Factor Uncensored starts right now.
And welcome to The Factor Uncensored. The city of Houston balanced its budget today, but without major cuts to the police department as some have asked for. Now, Councilmember Letitia Plummer spoke to Fox 26 just last night about her proposal to take $11 million away from the Houston Police Department to use it in other areas of social service. Her reform plan was voted down today, and instead, Mayor Turner says his new police reform task force will review several proposals and decide on a plan of action later this summer. And of course, we've been hearing a lot of talk around the country about defunding the police department or law enforcement around the country. We brought together a group of Factor favorites to talk about that issue tonight.
And that's the big debate right now. There are people in Minneapolis that are actually advocating for disbanding and using words like abolition that scare people. You got a city councilwoman call it privilege to expect police to arrive if in the middle of a burglary. But the overarching movement about defunding is not actually about doing away with police or abolishing police. It's about reforming law enforcement to have different types of agencies respond to different types of situations and reducing the contact with police on issues that shouldn't necessarily involve police.
Give us
We
an
need to.
example of that, Charles.
Well, I'll give you an example that I disagree with. What I've had some conversation with people. Instead of sending police to domestic violence situations, you send a social worker. I've been to domestic violence situations as an officer. Those are very volatile and dangerous. We need more social work involved in the follow-up, but not in the immediate addressing of the situation. There are, but for me, it's really not about defunding. For me, the solutions lie in ending the war on drugs, taking away the revenue from cities and counties for citations. Because if they can't keep that money, they're not incentivized to engage in that regressive tax, right? So you have huge disparities. African-American people of color, not just African-American, are targeted in numbers that you can't argue. The data is very clear that says they are pulled over more often, they are searched more often, they use drugs at the same rate as everyone else, but yet they are arrested and sentenced more often. And if you address those, then I think everything is downstream. Now, I do applaud the mayor who is not defunding, but is saying, look, we're not going to do these certain types of things anymore, and we're going to focus on de-escalation, which I think is very, very laudable.
Yolanda, as a former Houston City Council member, first let's take a look at what the mayor is proposing. Lay that out for us, and then your overall opinion on defunding.
So Sylvester is doing an executive order, which is actually very limited. An executive order literally only deals with HPD. He should do an ordinance and he's setting up some task force to talk about racial profiling. So first of all, we don't need no task forces. We don't need no means. All you gotta do is go to a black neighborhood and we'll tell you exactly what's wrong. But the thing that frustrates me about
Yolanda, put on the table what's in those executive orders that he has issued already.
Well, he told us yesterday that he was gonna issue them, but you can't do chokeholds. You can't do no-knock warrants. If you'll remember, no-knock warrant is what killed Breonna Taylor, although that was in Louisville. But a no-knock warrant is what also killed those 2 people in their homes when the police went in there without telling them who they were. But here's my thing. When I was on city council, they ordered body cameras. My question is, why didn't you, before all this stuff got in the media, why didn't you make officers wear their body cameras and have them turned on when they should have been turned on anyway? But my issue with this is I think it's very, very difficult as a black person in America that when people say people of color, right? Because the truth is, yes, people of color, when you look at us holistically, we're targeted more than white people. However, black people are targeted more than everybody. We're targeted more than Latinos. We're targeted more than Muslims. We're targeted more than everybody. And people don't want to say that. And I believe to fix this disease that is racism in this country, it's like an addiction. If you don't identify what the true story is, what the true addiction is, you can't fix it. And so I think that Sylvester is buying time. We don't need 3 months to wait. How many people can be killed or wrongfully arrested or use excessive force used against them in 3 months? How many people have been killed by HIV?
So what's your solution, though, Jamala?
Charles, I
Go ahead, Jamala.
interrupt you. But in any case, I don't want to like hog the time. So it looks like Tamar's is chomping at the bit. I won't let her say that. But anyway.
First off, the fact that yesterday at the funeral, the mayor had to announce that chokeholds were going to be removed. I'm telling you, that was heartbreaking to me. We had 2 people killed by terrorists on the police force. Let's be clear about it. Gerald Goins and Officer Bryant terrorized the black community for over 30 years. Batman and Robin was their code. They did the Bottoms, they did Sunnyside, they did 3rd Ward, they did South Park. Before that couple got killed, he had already had multiple people killed on his watch. So for them to wait to almost 2 years after that to outlaw chokeholds, it's incomprehensible that they would wait that long. The no-knock raids, they did that immediately after, so they said, after that happened. But the chokeholds was even on the tables when you knew, and let me be clear about this. In order for you to be on the force for 30 years, doing the things that Officer Goins and Officer Bryant did, somebody had to be complacent to allow you to do that. So I think that, I don't believe you should defund all of the police, but the money does need to be redirected. And I do believe in the CAHOOTS program that they have in Eugene, Oregon, where they do send crisis management and people who are mental health experts when it is something dealing with mental illness. Isaiah, you, and I know, Jelani, you all recognize how many people have been killed when the police got there, the person had a mental health issue and they couldn't de-escalate it, and the person ended up getting killed, and the family ended up regretting they called. You need to look at other solutions other than that. In addition to that, HPD contract ends.
Before we run out of time tomorrow, let's go to text Christopher and hear what he has to say about defunding and the executive orders that Mayor Sylvester Turner here in Houston has put on the table.
Well, I appreciate Mayor Turner for going ahead and putting the executive order in place. It was much needed. I'm totally against defunding the police and the whole narrative that's being shared all across the country by Black Lives Matter and the movement for Black lives. The bottom line is this: we have a constitution. We need to go ahead and we need to definitely implement our Second Amendment rights, so that way the police are able to go ahead and deal with less, because we have the ability to protect ourselves as well as our properties. The bottom line is this as well: when it comes to law and order, it does work. There's 2 sides of the law that you can be on. You can be on the right side of the law, or you can be on the wrong side of the law. And the choice is up to the people. So when you
that choice was up to George Floyd? What are you talking about? He was murdered. The officers were on the wrong side of the law.
Absolutely. I totally agree with you, Charles. I totally agree they were on the wrong side of the law. But it doesn't mean that we come in and we defund the police departments all across the United States. And it's the Black Lives Matter group that is wanting to spin this to their narrative and replace law and order with their new policy. They're out there on the internet getting people.
That's not true.
The Black Lives Matter.
Really quick. Hold on, guys. Yolanda, go. We have less than a minute.
First of all, it's not just Black Lives Matter. It's Black people, right? First of all, let me be clear. They're not twisting anything. I don't know if you have kids or not, but you don't have to worry about your kids getting killed by the police. And what does the Second Amendment have to do this? You want us to have shootouts with the police? Is that what you're suggesting? Because when the Panthers had weapons way back a long time ago, y'all wasn't for the Second Amendment because the black people had the gun.
Who's y'all?
But my point is this.
Who's y'all?
They do need to be defunded. Charles actually was right when he was talking about social workers and stuff, but they do need to send social workers out there. They need to take money that they're using in the police department and they need to put it into neighborhoods that have been historically disadvantaged. They need to put it into mental health because the police should not be making mental health calls. I cannot tell you.
Guys, we're going to take a break here. We're going to take a break. We're going to hear from civil rights attorney Ben Crump really quick and how he feels about the mayor's new policy when it comes to policing and the 2 executive orders that he's put out there. We'll come back after Ben Crump and finish this discussion. We'll be back with more Factor in just a moment.
That in this city, we will ban chokeholds and strangleholds. In this city, we will require de-escalation. In this city, you have to give a warning before you shoot. In this city, you have a duty to intervene. In this city, we will require comprehensive reporting. In this city, you must exhaust all alternatives before shooting. And there will be other things in this executive order.
Powerful words from Mayor Sylvester Turner at George Floyd's funeral yesterday. Now, we also spoke with famed civil rights attorney Ben Crump, who says the mayor is going in the right direction.
Mayor Sylvester Turner said about his executive order was profound, Isaiah. I mean, even though it didn't happen here in Houston, it happened in Minneapolis. George Floyd was Houston. He represented the 3rd Ward. And the fact that this George Floyd executive act by your mayor in his hometown that's going to prevent this from happening in Houston to any other black or brown people or marginalized or disenfranchised people on George Floyd Day was just one of the best ways we can send George Floyd off. That was one of the best ways we can send him off. So thank you, Mayor Sylvester Turner.
And coming up in just a moment, we get back to that lit-ass panel that we were talking to at the beginning of the show to get their opinion on defunding police and the mayor's executive action. Stay with us. And we're going to continue our discussion here on The Factor Uncensored when it comes to defunding police as well as the mayor's executive order here in the city of Houston. Tamara Bell, go for it.
Listen, I'm not saying that what he did is wrong. I'm just saying it should have been done before now. In addition to that, the HPD contract ends in December of this year. Before they sign another contract with that union, it is imperative that they make extremely demonstrative changes to that contract. One of them being the fact that if an officer has on his record repeated offenses, that stays private. That needs to be made public. Who applies for a job and people don't know what you did on the last job? If they've killed, if they have incidents, they have reports, that needs to be made public and they need to be let go.
Okay, real quick. At the end of the day, what we need to do is we need to start having real conversations about solutions. There are a great number of people in America now that condemn all police holistically. We've heard Jolanda's make comments that suggest that all police that suggest all police are bad, and that's absolutely not the case. Police save lives every day. Police help people every day. There are great police officers across this country, and they are all being lumped in with the bad ones. And most of these changes don't need to be with the city or the union. They need to be legislative changes. We need to end the war on drugs. We need to look at the systems that oppress African-American people mostly, and we need to eliminate those systems. It's very easy to call names and say ugly things and talk about platitudes. It's time for a discussion about solutions, and no one's talking about solutions.
It's very easy for people who aren't targets of the police to whine and say that we're blaming our police. So first of all, let me say this. When they talk about the Black Lives Matter protests that are going on with George Floyd, they talk about the looters and they say that it ruins the entire movement. Well, why can't
It does not. That's absurd.
Be bad for all the cops? But that's not even the argument that I made. But the point that I'm making is this, that we do need to defund the police. We don't need to give them as much money as we are giving them. We need to redirect it to help in areas that don't need policing. That's the first thing.
What are those areas?
Is they need to change internal affairs. The police do not need to be policing the police. They need to implement a civilian review board with subpoena power.
No, they need a separate prosecutor's office. I agree.
Charles, dude, you're not the only one on here. So I said what I said. I didn't stutter. I meant it.
All right. Tex, your thoughts on this? What are the solutions out there that you would put on the table, if any?
Well, yeah, most definitely. Bottom line is that the police are having to work with all of us. And we need to be careful on the music that we listen to that tell us to disrespect the law, to go against the law. We need to watch what we're watching on television. These police are totally dealing with a bunch of brainwashed people that are totally anti-police, and it's wrong. They're there to hold that line, and we need to walk that line. We need to have law and order. The solutions are that if you can't do the time, don't do the crime. You need to be in compliance with the law, and with the law is above us, and it's the law is the one thing that makes us all equal. So we have a self-inflicted problem.
We're going to bring tomorrow to close it up for us.
And listen, tomorrow at HCC Central Campus, we are having a voter registration rally. I want you all to get anybody that you know, especially those high school seniors that did not get to do it at the end of the year, get them to HCC from 9 to 5 at 3501 Fannin in the parking lots. Trade of Truth, Project Activation, Dr. Prieta, Starworth, we are doing it tomorrow. Get y'all people out there. Vote for the change.
And let me tell you this, we ain't brainwashed. I'm offended. Ain't nobody got to brainwash me for me to know that the police over-police us and they criminalize us for being black, for existing black.
Respect the law.
That's not true, Tex. It's not about respecting the law. It's definitely not about TV and music. And you mean rap music. Why don't you say what you mean, Tex? Because we all know. Everyone in the room knows what you're talking about.
I said it. Anti-police rap music. There you go.
Well,
I don't know what the hell those guys was listening to. Who decided it was
this is just coded racist language.
Those people are off the chain, but I love that panel. We'll be back with more Factor Uncensored when we chat with Dr. Angela Jones with Angela After Dark. And what if your partner doesn't agree with what's going on in the country right now in the George Floyd case? We'll be back. And welcome back to the Factor Uncensored. Joining us now here on The Factor is Dr. Angela Jones, Angela After Dark. And Angela, whenever there are controversial issues on the table around this country, around this world, there could be a separation, not physically marriage separation, but a divide between a husband, wife, boyfriend, girlfriend, your partner would have you. When you are dealing with something as controversial as police brutality and race, what if the other person who's living with you doesn't agree with you when it comes to this George Floyd case or police brutality or Black people dealing with racism? How do you deal with that in the household?
Usually you have to ask yourself, is it that they disagree with the whole thing, like all of your points, or is it something in particular? So you have to remember you're with this person. So obviously you have some similarities. So I think there needs to be some clarification as to what is it that you disagree with, because what we're noticing is that people disagree with certain things in regards to protests, but not in regards to the officer being arrested in regards to George Floyd. So there's usually different elements that people are disagreeing on, but what we're doing is putting it all under one umbrella, and we're saying, oh, well, you agree and I disagree. And it's usually not the case. So you actually have to think about, like, what is the person's intention when they're saying, I don't agree with fill in the blank. So if they're saying, well, I don't agree with this whole George Floyd thing, well, the thing is huge. There's many elements in it, right? Mm-hmm. And then you may actually talk to them and realize, oh, they just don't agree with the way people are acting at certain protests or certain certain areas of town. And then that may help with the conversation that you have at home.
When people say, and they walk away and they just want to get the argument over and they say, well, let's just agree to disagree. Should you allow it to end on that note, because you know it will still be trouble down the road when they say, let's just agree to disagree?
It depends. So if we're talking about racism, if your partner is racist and you're not, I don't really see how that's going to work, right? That's going to cause a bigger problem. But if it's something like political views, well, 1/3 of households have differing political views within the same home. So there are certain things that you may have to say, well, I agree to disagree. In 2016, there was a lot of studies done about homes that were divided in regards to Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. You know, there were a lot of differing views in homes. And so they realized that what they were differing on were very little things in regards to what they believe, in regards to like the economy versus segregation or police brutality or anything like that. So I think, again, if you are in a relationship, I'm hoping you're in a space where you guys can say, okay, so what is it exactly that you disagree with? And you have to do that without ridiculing them. You have to do that without shunning them for their beliefs.
Absolutely. And the key, what I'm hearing from you, is talk about it. Have that conversation and figure out where the differences lie. Where can we reach you if we want to continue this conversation?
Angela Jones, PhD.com, or Instagram at Dr. Angela Jones.
All right, Dr. Jones. Thank you for joining us here on The Factor Uncensored. And we'll be back with more Factor in just a moment.
More features, more content, more Isaiah. The Isaiah Factor Uncensored. Now streaming everywhere on the Fox Soul app.
Download it now. And welcome back to The Factor Uncensored. All I can say is simply fire their asses. And you know the new song, You Gonna Lose Your Job. You gonna lose your job. Let's take a look at this. And that's what happened to the dumbass FedEx worker and should happen to a suspended prison guard in New Jersey. They were caught proudly on tape kneeling on another man's neck, mocking the death of George Floyd as a protest went through their area. Now, the internet took care of the buffoonish bastards by identifying the clowns. The FedEx employee has been shipped to the unemployment line. You gonna lose your job. The guard suspended one day they will learn to do better. And before we go tonight, kudos to NASCAR to getting rid of the Confederate flag at its events. Great job in realizing just how divisive that symbol is. You guys have more balls than the NFL could even dream of. And we want to thank you on The Factor Uncensored tonight. And remember, just because we have buried George Floyd, the struggle is not over. Remember what we've said here on The Factor Uncensored. Contact your elected officials and keep the fire under their asses. That'll do it for us here on The Factor Uncensored. We'll see you back here tomorrow night at 10:30. And remember, you gonna lose your job. That's it. Good night.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm here because DeAndre cheats, he lies, and he's immature.
I am the one that's cheating, but Mecca has cheated on me before.
The communication between DeAndre and I is kind of rocky.
When Mecca get mad, she likes to disrespect me.
I want the judge to tell DeAndre how to become a man, become more mature, and take responsibility for his actions.
Mecca, I need you to open up more to me so we can gradually get our relationship back on track.
I want this relationship to work because me and DeAndre have been together for like 6 years, and I just don't want this time to go to waste.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toller presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I am here with Mecca Johnson and DeAndre. Matthew, the two of you have been together for 6 years, engaged for 4. You have one child together. You're here on a before your vows because you're not quite sure whether or not you should make it official. Therefore, you've come to me. You've given me your compatibility test. I've read it. I was alarmed by it. Ms. Johnson, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why you've come to see me today?
Well, me and DeAndre have been together for 6 years, and he cheats, he lies, and he is very immature. He lies about everything. It was a time that he cheated I remember being 9 months pregnant, and a girl had reached out to me, and she asked about the relationship between me and DeAndre. And I stated the relationship between me and her, and that I was 9 months pregnant. And she said that he told her that he was a virgin. And
did you? Now, come on now.
It's not, but he will literally tell a girl he's in the NFL. He'll tell her he was a virgin. Like, he will finesse his way into anybody, like, to talk to
Mr. Matthew, did you tell that lie?
She is a liar. I never told
that. Never happened.
Never.
So you never said that?
No.
You never told anybody you were in the NFL?
No. Why would I say that?
Yeah, you did.
No.
Yeah, you did.
No. Can I explain?
Yeah, please do.
Okay. I never said I was in the NFL. I told the girl that I played semi-pro ball, so she may have interpreted it as if I was in the NFL.
Did you play semi-pro ball?
I did.
No.
Did you really?
That was after the fact. This was like 4 years ago. He just played semi-pro like a year ago. So the time, no.
But he was trying to play semi-pro. I mean, it wasn't like out of the blue.
But he's saying semi-pro, but he told the girls he was in the NFL. He didn't say it like Georgia State. Like, he would like...
He got specific with his stories.
He does.
You say he has a dating phone on his app?
Yes.
A dating phone on his app. A dating app on his phone?
Yeah, he had a dating app on his phone. And I was going through his gallery, but I wasn't like necessarily just going, looking through his phone. Because, me and him, like the type of relationship that we had, like he'll see my phone and I'll see his phone. So it's like I wasn't lurking or going through anything. I was looking through the pictures. And I seen a screenshot of a profile picture that was unfamiliar to me. So when I asked him about it, he brushed it off and he said it was nothing. But me, this is like the third year of us being together. So it's previously that he lied before. So I was doing like a little bit of research. To just verify, because I never want to go to him without facts. I always have to, facts. Because he lies so much that I can't just say, hey, I seen you texting this girl.
You got to have evidence. You got to have evidence. I got it.
So
now, Mr. Matthew, you admit to messing up a few times. Is that accurate?
Yes, I do admit to it.
But you say that she did an odd thing in response to that with respect to some letters she wrote. What did she do?
Yana, one day I came over to her house and I was going to get a room together for move some things around, make a room look nice. So I go to change in the room and I go under the mattress. I see letters under there and I'm like, okay, let me check this out. So I'm reading it and the guy's, he's in prison now. But I ain't really paying no mind to it because we here and he's there.
Right.
So the letter said, I miss you and, I love you. It got little cute pictures and everything. And then now, she telling me, yeah, I don't really talk to him like that or whatever. And I'm steady asking her, I'm like, why are you sitting here lying? And then she even told me that the dude would be a better father than I was.
That's a lie.
Ms. Johnson, did you say that?
Never.
What do you do when pen-paling dudes in prison? It's a thing.
But
lately, I've been a lot of women, I'm having trouble with my man. Let me write a guy in prison.
I wasn't
what is that about?
This guy. Me and him, we was never like on a sexual type of relationship. It was like
because he's in prison.
No, me and him went to school together. Me and him were friends, but it was a rumor around that he tried to kill himself. So I just reached out to him, to let him know, like, life is more than what make it. So you can't just try to kill yourself like that. But I wasn't just,
Did that turn into something other than support?
No.
It did.
Our relationship, me and his relationship, I would never even look at him like that.
Why were the letters under the mattress?
That's where I just put him at. I wasn't trying to hide him because he folds the bed. I wasn't trying to hide anything. You know what I'm saying? I was never trying to hide
That's an odd place to put some letters you're not trying to hide. That's all I got to say.
I wasn't trying to hide him. And the relationship, me and him never had a relationship together.
Did he know about him?
Yes, he knew about him. And I never introduced him, but I told him who he was in the relationship that I had with the guy. But me and the guy never had a physical relationship together.
I got you. But there was something a little off because you put him under the mattress. I'm gonna tell you that right. No. I've been up here too long. I know something a little off because you put him under the mattress. I know that for a fact. When things get ugly with him, you go, this guy's always nice and squishy and he's never a problem. because he's not in a position to be a problem. He's just in a position to think of nice things to say to you, and that's what he did. I'm gonna move off of there. My understanding is that her attitude is strong. So strong, in fact, it's become a significant problem in your relationship. So I want to talk to you about that next.
I come back to the house. She tries to snatch the keys out of the car. So I'm like, Mecca, chill out, like, calm down. So next thing you know, my clothes got bleach on them, my shoes is in the woods.
Tell me about her attitude. Give me a story.
One day I'm sick as a dog, can't move, can't go to work, none of that. So I'm laying in the bed and I decide to go get some orange juice. And once I go get the orange juice, I'm drinking it. We have a daughter, like I mentioned. She wanted some of the orange juice. So I told my daughter no. She felt like I had to give her some of that juice because she wanted it. And I'm telling her, I'm like, I'm sick. I give her this juice, she's gonna be sick too. It's just gonna get passed around the whole house. She has an attitude about the whole situation, so she goes to calling me these disrespectful, foul names. So I'm a Taurus, so I'm bullheaded. So, you know, okay, I'm gonna leave so we don't get into it. So I go to the park for a second, you know, just to calm down a little bit. I go on social media. She's on social media calling me a bum, saying I don't do nothing for my child. She just going all in. So I can't touch you. I can't really say nothing to you, so I'm gonna get on social media as well. So I get on social media. I come back to the house. She tries to snatch the keys out of the car. So I'm like, Mecca, chill out, like, calm down. So next thing you know, my clothes got bleach on them, my shoes is in the woods, and I'm sitting there like, come on, how can you really do this?
Ms. Johnson, did that occur?
Well, it did, and I do admit to me having a bad attitude, but it's just like my patience with him is like, I don't have any more with him. He lies so much and he cheats. So it's not like I have an attitude because...
Does it help?
It does, for me. But I don't have an attitude towards him because, you know, like...
Did you lose your mind because he wouldn't give the child some juice?
That's what I'm saying. Like, anytime I have an attitude with him, it's bigger than that.
Well, what was the argument about?
About what?
The big argument where he left the house and you bleached his clothes.
Well, I actually seen something in his phone. He always played victim. Anytime that he's caught doing anything, he tries to play the victim. So it's just like, well, you was doing this, so I'm doing that. And I just felt some type of way. So whenever he left, I just bleached the clothes. But it wasn't.
You know how stupid that is? I always call it the stupid tax. You get angry and you tear something up, you got to replace it.
Right.
So that's just throwing money out the window. Whoever's making those clothes making a fortune off of crazy people who tear up stuff because they're angry. And it doesn't get you anywhere.
I mean, but he punches holes in the walls that he doesn't even...
Well, you're both ridiculous. I mean, it's not, you know what, he's more ridiculous than me. You're both ridiculous, but you do understand that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
And you're here on a before your vows. You're asking me if it's wise for us to marry. That's what you came here to do. Mm-hmm. So, in order to even consider that, I'm gonna give you a moment, pull yourselves together, and I want each of you to give me a 30-second sales job on why the other person is the person above all others you want to marry. I don't want to hear anything negative. I don't want to hear any buts. I don't want to hear anything bad. I want 30 seconds of unadulterated love. You with me?
Mm-hmm. Yes. She has to be open to my opinions and basically let me be the king of the relationship and she be the queen.
You can be the king, but if you're with other women, why would I just say, I'll follow you when you're doing the wrong thing? Is it ever worth it to pay the stupid tax? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Miss the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. So, Ms. Johnson, you know what the job is, right? You're going to tell me why Mr. Matthew is the guy you want to spend the rest of your life with. Nothing negative. Go.
I feel like he takes care of me, and not like on a financial level, but you know, if I ever need anything, he's there. Like, he will literally go to the end of the world to make sure I'm straight. He takes good care of me and his daughter. He just always makes sure that we're good. Like, if he's not doing good, he'll always make sure that we're good at the end of the day. Like, food, you know.
He's a good provider. He takes care of you. He's a protector.
Yes, he is. But he just has his, I'm sorry.
Couldn't help yourself, could you? I was about to be impressed because I didn't think you could do it, to be perfectly frank with you. I didn't think you would. You lasted longer than I thought, which is saying something. And you said a very nice thing about him, that he's dependable, he's a protector, and he's a provider. Mr. Matthew, I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Tell me why Ms. Johnson, above all other women, is the woman for you.
Okay. Honestly, my honest opinion on why she is above everyone else is because if anyone knows me, I really came like from the bottom. I felt like I didn't have much family support, and when I met her, I could be selling grass or, you know, anything, and she's there supporting me the whole way up. And that plays a big role. If y'all can't support each other, then y'all really don't have nothing. And I feel like that played a very important part on us. And then even when it came down to me not having a place to stay, she offered her home, and we were still in high school. And she's been there ever since. And even when I didn't have a job, she helped me to get on that path to better myself. Even when there was times where I felt like I was down and I wanted to give up, she kept my head high, and she gave me that encouragement and motivation to want to do better with myself.
Ooh. Impressive. Well stated. Heartfelt. Valuable. Meaningful.
Yes,
worthy. I like that.
Thank you.
And let me tell you what I didn't like. Your compatibility test. You over there. List 5 things that are wrong with you. You can only find 3: stubborn, mean, and attitude, which all is the same thing. You know what I mean? You're just loud and you snap, crackle, and pop a lot. And you said about pretty much the same thing about him. He took the test more seriously than you did. He spent more time, and he was more thoughtful than you were. You showed up a little girl on this, and that concerns me. You said you wanted her to be submissive. What does that mean?
Okay, let me elaborate on that.
Please.
When I say I want her to be submissive, I want her to be more so not so dependent. And I'm not saying there's nothing wrong, you know, with her being dependent, but we are a partner, we together. When someone wants to be married, they want to become one.
Right.
So she has to be open to my opinions and basically let me be the king of the relationship and she be the queen. Let me be the provider and not so much all the time just thinking you're in this by yourself. Yes, ma'am.
I mean, that's what he makes me feel like I'm in it by myself. He doesn't like really help with.
Do you inspire that in her by the way you conduct your life? I mean, king, you can be the king, but if you're running off a cliff, why would I follow you? And if you're with other women, why would I just say, I'll follow you when you're doing the wrong thing?
Because I believe everybody has room to make a change, only if you're ready to take that responsibility.
Have you made that change?
I have made a change, Your Honor.
How long has that change been happening?
Honestly, ever since I started working. And
how long is that?
I've been working for about 3-4 months now. And I definitely explained to her, I say, before we even started going through all these problems, I say, just bear with me. Once I get a job and get myself together, that's when things will start falling back into play.
Okay. I accept that. Now let me tell you what I think. I think you're more of a kid than he is. You're conducting your relationship like you're in high school, You don't make thoughtful decisions. You make rash decisions. You go with how you feel in the moment. You tear up clothes. You put him out. You go on to Facebook and all that kind of stuff. And that's very childless and that's very immature. No matter who he is, no matter what he does, you're responsible for how you respond to it. You cannot anger a man into your arms, and you cannot track a man into being faithful. And you should be with a guy because you trust him and that you're comfortable with him. And until you are trusting, until you're comfortable with the one, don't have a baby with him. But that cat's already out of the bag. But don't have no more. You know what I mean? But you got to be able to trust him. You know, you've been cool for 90 days. I don't know what job has to do with being able to be faithful. You say, you know, you've been cool since you had the job. I don't know if that means you just don't have time to cheat on her, or if you were cheating on her because you didn't feel like much of a man, because you didn't have a job, so that's what you were doing to fill yourself up. But whatever there is there's a core of immaturity to it. I think you're trying to turn a corner, and I applaud you for that. Please don't get her pregnant anymore. I would give you your marriage license, but I think it's too soon. Because you guys don't know how to have a conversation, you don't know how to have an argument, you don't know how to disagree and then get back into agreement. You need to go into marriage counseling right now. You're not ready to conduct a marriage because you don't have a married state of mind. But you need to collect a married state of mind, and you need to collect some tools with which to conduct a marriage. We'll let this license expire, and I'm going to ask you to go to marriage counseling and do that for a year. And take that seriously so you can give your relationship a chance and your kid a chance. Are you with me on that?
Yes.
So what two important things are we walking away with here? Birth control, marriage counseling. Say it with me. Birth control, marriage counseling. You're both equally responsible for both of those things, and I want you to take that seriously. This matter is adjourned.
Do you believe that this is going to work? Do you want to marry this man?
I mean, I do think it's going to work, but it's just that he has to grow up, take responsibility.
Judge Lynn had a lot of advice. What's some of the things you're going to walk away with?
I'm definitely going to get the marriage counseling, and birth control is something that is going to be in effect immediately, actually.